Hello, and welcome back to Detective and Mystery Fiction. In this video, we'll be featuring the second collection of Raymond Chandler's short stories. If you missed the first collection, I'll leave a link to it in the first comment. You can also find timestamps for each story in the video description. Killer in the Rain by Raymond Chandler. Chapter 1. We were sitting in a room at the Bergland. I was on the side of the bed, and Dravek was in the easy chair. It was my room. Rain beat very hard against the windows. They were shut tight, and it was hot in the room, and I had a little fan going on the table. The breeze from it hit Dravek's face high up, lifted his heavy black hair, moved the longer bristles in the fat path of eyebrow that went across his face in a solid line. He looked like a bouncer who had come into money. He showed me some of his gold teeth and said, "What you got on me?" He said it importantly, as if anyone who knew anything would know quite a lot about him. "Nothing," I said. "You're clean as far as I know." He lifted a large hairy hand and stared at it solidly for a minute. "You don't get me. A feller named McGee sent me here, Violet's McGee." "Fine. How is Violet's these days?" Violet's McGee was a homicide dick in the sheriff's office. He looked at his large hand and frowned. "No, you still don't get it. I got a job for you." "I don't go out much anymore," I said. "I'm getting kind of frail." He looked around the room carefully, bluffing a bit, like a man not naturally observant. "Maybe it's money," he said. "Maybe it is," I said. He had a belted suede raincoat on. He tore it open carelessly and got out a wallet that was not quite as big as a bale of hay. Currency stuck out of it at careless angles. When he slapped it down on his knee, it made a fat sound that was pleasant to the ear. He shook money out of it, selected a few bills from the bunch, stuffed the rest back, dropped the wallet on the floor and let it lie. Arranged 5th-century notes like a tight poker hand and put them under the base of the fan on the table. That was a lot of work. It made him grunt. "I got lots of sugar," he said, "so I see. What do I do for that if I get it?" "You know me now, huh?" "A little better." I got an envelope out of an inside pocket and read to him aloud from some scribbling on the back. "Dravek, Anton or Tony? Former Pittsburgh steelworker, truck guard, all round muscle stiff. Made a wrong pass and got shut up. Left town, came west. Worked on an avocado ranch at El Seguro. Came up with a ranch of his own. Sat right on the dome when the El Seguro oil boom burst. Got rich. Lost a lot of it buying into other people's dusters. Still has enough. Serbian by birth, 6 feet, 240, one daughter, never known to have had a wife, no police record of any consequence, none at all since Pittsburgh." I lit a pipe. "Geez," he said, "where you promote all that?" "Connections, what's the angle?" He picked the wallet off the floor and moused around inside it with a couple of square fingers for a while, with his tongue sticking out between his thick lips. He finally got out a slim brown card and some crumpled slips of paper. He pushed them at me. The card was in golf type, very delicately done. It said, "Mr. Harold Hardwick Steiner," and very small in the corner, "Rare books and deluxe editions, no address or phone number." The white slips, 3 in number, were simple IOUs for $1,000 each, signed Carmen Dravek in a sprawling moronic handwriting. I gave it all back to him and said, "Blackmail?" He shook his head slowly and something gentle came into his face that hadn't been there before. "It's my little girl, Carmen. This Steiner, he bothers her. She goes to his joint all the time, makes whoopee. He makes love to her, I guess. I don't like it." I nodded. "How about the notes?" "I don't care nothing about the dough. She plays games with him. The hell with that. She's what you call man-crazy. You go tell this Steiner to lay off Carmen. I break his neck with my hands. See?" All this in a rush, with deep breathing. His eyes got small and round and furious. His teeth almost chattered. I said, "Why have me tell him? Why not tell him yourself? Maybe I get mad and kill the he yelled. I picked a match out of my pocket and prodded the loose ash in the bowl of my pipe. I looked at him carefully for a moment, getting hold of an idea. "Nertz, you're scared too," I told him. Both fists came up. He held them shoulder high and shook them, great knots of bone and muscle. He lowered them slowly, heaved a deep, honest sigh, and said, "Yeah, I'm scared too. I don't know how to handle her. All the time some new guy and all the time a punk. A while back I gave a guy called Joe Marty $5,000 to lay off her. She's still mad at me." I stared at the window, watched the rain hit it, flatten out, and slide down in a thick wave, like melted gelatin. It was too early in the fall for that kind of rain. "Giving them sugar doesn't get you anywhere," I said. "You could be doing that all your life. So you figure you'd like to have me get rough with this one, Steiner? Tell him I break his neck." "I wouldn't bother," I said. "I know Steiner. I'd break his neck for you myself if it would do any good." He leaned forward and grabbed my hand. His eyes got childish. A gray tear floated in each of them. "Listen, McGee says you're a good guy. I tell you something I ain't told nobody ever. Carmen, she's not my kid at all. I just picked her up in Smoky, a little baby in the street. She didn't have nobody. I guess maybe I steal her, huh?" "Sounds like it," I said, and had to fight to get my hand loose. I rubbed feeling back into it with the other one. The man had a grip that would crack a telephone pole. "I go straight then," he said grimly and yet tenderly. "I come out here and make good. She grows up. I love her." I said, "Uh-huh, that's natural. You don't get me. I want to marry her." I stared at him. "She gets older, get some sense. Maybe she marry me, huh?" His voice implored me as if I had the settling of that. "Ever ask her?" "I'm scared to," he said humbly. "She's soft on Steiner, do you think?" He nodded. "But that don't mean nothin'. I could believe that." I got off the bed, threw a window up, and let the rain hit my face for a minute. "Let's get this straight," I said, lowering the window again and going back to the bed. "I can take Steiner off your back. That's easy. I just don't see what it buys you." He grabbed for my hand again, but I was a little too quick for him this time. "You came in here a little tough, flashing your wad," I said. "You're going out soft. Not from anything I've said. You knew it already. I'm not Dorothy Dix, and I'm only partly a prune. But I'll take Steiner off you if you really want that." He stood up clumsily, swung his hat, and stared down at my feet. "You take him off my back. Like you said, he ain't her sort anyway. It might hurt your back a little. That's okay, that's what it's for," he said. He buttoned himself up, dumped his hat on his big shaggy head, and rolled on out. He shut the door carefully, as if he was going out of a sick room. I thought he was as crazy as a pair of waltzing mice, but I liked him. I put his goldbacks in a safe place, mixed myself a long drink, and sat down in the chair that was still warm from him. While I played with the drink, I wondered if he had any idea what Steiner's racket was. Steiner had a collection of rare and half-rare smut books, which he loaned out as high as $10 a day. To the right people. Chapter 2. It rained all the next day. Late in the afternoon I sat parked in a blue Chrysler Roadster diagonally across the boulevard from a narrow storefront, over which a green neon sign in script letters said, H. H. Steiner. The rain splashed knee-high off the sidewalks, filled the gutters, and big cops in slickers that shone like gun barrels had a lot of fun carrying little girls in silk stockings and cute little rubber boots across the bad places with a lot of squeezing. The rain drummed on the hood of the Chrysler, beat and tore at the taut material of the top, leaked in at the button places, and made a pool on the floorboards for me to keep my feet in. I had a big flask of scotch with me. I used it often enough to keep interested. Steiner did business, even in that weather, perhaps especially in that weather. Very nice cars stopped in front of his store, and very nice people dodged in, then dodged out again with wrapped parcels under their arms. Of course, they could have been buying rare books and deluxe editions. At 5:30, a pimply-faced kid in a leather windbreaker came out of the store and sloped up the side street at a fast trot. He came back with a neat cream and gray coupe. Steiner came out and got into the coupe. He wore a dark green leather raincoat, a cigarette in an amber holder, no hat. I couldn't see his glass eye at that distance, but I knew he had one. The kid in the windbreaker held an umbrella over him across the sidewalk, then shut it up and handed it into the coupe. Steiner drove west on the boulevard. I drove west on the boulevard. Past the business district at Pepper Canyon, he turned north, and I tailed him easily from a block back. I was pretty sure he was going home, which was natural. He left Pepper Drive and took a curving ribbon of wet cement called Laverne Terrace, climbed up it almost to the top. It was a narrow road with a high bank on one side, and a few well-spaced cabin-like houses built down the steep slope on the other side. Their roofs were not much above road level. The fronts of them were masked by shrubs. Sodden trees dripped all over the landscape. Steiner's hideaway had a square box hedge in front of it, more than window high. The entrance was a sort of maze, and the house door was not visible from the road. Steiner put his gray and cream coupe in a small garage, locked up, went through the maze with his umbrella up, and light went on in the house. While he was doing this, I had passed him and gone to the top of the hill. I turned around there and went back and parked in front of the next house above his. It seemed to be closed up or empty, but had no signs on it. I went into a conference with my flask of scotch and then just sat. At 6:15, lights bobbed up the hill. It was quite dark by then. A car stopped in front of Steiner's hedge. A slim, tall girl in a slicker got out of it. Enough light filtered out through the hedge for me to see that she was dark-haired and possibly pretty. Voices drifted on the rain and a door shut. I got out of the Chrysler and strolled down the hill, put a pencil flash into the car. It was a dark maroon or brown Packard convertible. Its license read to Carmen Dravic, 3596 Lucerne Avenue. I went back to my heap. A solid, slow-moving hour crawled by. No more cars came up or down the hill. It seemed to be a very quiet neighborhood. Then a single flash of hard white light leaked out of Steiner's house, like a flash of summer lightning. As the darkness fell again, a thin, tinkling scream trickled down the darkness and echoed faintly among the wet trees. I was out of the Chrysler and on my way before the last echo of it died. There was no fear in the scream. It held the note of a half-pleasurable shock, an accent of drunkenness, and a touch of pure idiocy. The Steiner mansion was perfectly silent when I hit the gap in the hedge, dodged around the elbow that masked the front door, and put my hand up to bang on the door. At that exact moment, as if somebody had been waiting for it, 3 shots racketed close together behind the door. After that, there was a long, harsh sigh, a soft thump, rapid steps, going away into the back of the house. I wasted time hitting the door with my shoulder, without enough start. It threw me back like a kick from an army mule. The door fronted on a narrow runway, like a small bridge, that led from the banked road. There was no side porch, no way to get at the windows in a hurry. There was no way around to the back except through the house or up a long flight of wooden steps that went up to the back door from the alley-like street below. On these steps, I now heard a clatter of feet. That gave me the impulse and I hit the door again from the feet up. It gave at the lock and I pitched down 2 steps into a big, dim, cluttered room. I didn't see much of what was in the room then. I wandered through to the back of the house. I was pretty sure there was death in it. A car throbbed in the street below as I reached the back porch. The car went away fast, without lights. That was that. I went back to the living room. Chapter 3. That room reached all the way across the front of the house and had a low, beamed ceiling, walls painted brown. Strips of tapestry hung all around the walls. Books filled low shelves. There was a thick, pinkish rug on which some light fell from 2 standing lamps with pale green shades. In the middle of the rug there was a big, low desk and a black chair with a yellow satin cushion at it. There were books all over the desk. On a sort of dais near one end wall there was a teakwood chair with arms and a high back. A dark-haired girl was sitting in the chair, on a fringed red shawl. She sat very straight, with her hands on the arms of the chair, her knees close together, her body stiffly erect, her chin level. Her eyes were wide open and mad and had no pupils. She looked unconscious of what was going on, but she didn't have the pose of unconsciousness. She had a pose as if she was doing something very important and making a lot of it. Out of her mouth came a tinny chuckling noise, which didn't change her expression or move her lips. She didn't seem to see me at all. She was wearing a pair of long jade earrings, and apart from those she was stark naked. I looked away from her to the other end of the room. Steiner was on his back on the floor, just beyond the edge of the pink rug, and in front of a thing that looked like a small totem pole. It had a round open mouth in which the lens of a camera showed. The lens seemed to be aimed at the girl in the teakwood chair. There was a flashbulb apparatus on the floor beside Steiner's outflung hand in a loose silk sleeve. The cord of the flashbulb went behind the totem pole thing. Steiner was wearing Chinese slippers with thick white felt soles. His legs were in black satin pajamas, and the upper part of him in an embroidered Chinese coat. The front of it was mostly blood. His glass eye shone brightly and was the most lifelike thing about him. At a glance, none of the 3 shots had missed. The flashbulb was the sheet lightning I had seen leak out of the house, and the half-giggling scream was the doped and naked girl's reaction to that. The 3 shots had been somebody else's idea of how the proceedings ought to be punctuated. Presumably the idea of the lad who had gone very fast down the back steps. I could see something in his point of view. At that stage I thought it was a good idea to shut the front door and fasten it with the short chain that was on it. The lock had been spoiled by my violent entrance. A couple of thin purple glasses stood on a red lacquer tray on one end of the desk. Also a pot-bellied flagon of something brown. The glasses smelled of ether and laudanum, a mixture I had never tried, but it seemed to fit the scene pretty well. I found the girl's clothes on a divan in the corner, picked up a brown-sleeved dress to begin with, and went over to her. She smelled of ether also, at a distance of several feet. The tinny chuckling was still going on, and a little froth was oozing down her chin. I slapped her face, not very hard. I didn't want to bring her out of whatever kind of trance she was in into a screaming fit. "Come on," I said brightly. "Let's be nice. Let's get dressed." She said, "Go to hell," without any emotion that I could notice. I slapped her a little more. She didn't mind the slaps, so I went to work getting the dress on her. She didn't mind the dress either. She let me hold her arms up, but she spread her fingers wide, as if that was very cute. It made me do a lot of finagling with the sleeves. I finally got the dress on. I got her stockings on and her shoes, and then got her up on her feet. "Let's take a little walk," I said. "Let's take a nice little walk." We walked. Part of the time her earrings banged against my chest, and part of the time we looked like a couple of Dashiell dancers doing the splits. We walked over to Steiner's body and back. She didn't pay any attention to Steiner and his bright glass eye. She found it amusing that she couldn't walk and tried to tell me about it, but only bubbled. I put her arm on the divan while I wadded her underclothes up and shoved them into a deep pocket of my raincoat, put her handbag in my other deep pocket. I went through Steiner's desk and found a little blue notebook written in code that looked interesting. I put that in my pocket, too. Then I tried to get at the back of the camera in the totem pole, to get the plate, but couldn't find the catch right away. I was getting nervous, and I figured I could build up a better excuse if I ran into the law when I came back later to look for it than for any reason I could give if caught there now. I went back to the girl and got her slicker on her, nosed around to see if anything else of hers was there, wiped away a lot of fingerprints I probably hadn't made, and at least some of those Miss Dravek must have made. I opened the door and put out both the lamps. I got my left arm around her again, and we struggled out into the rain and piled into her Packard. I didn't like leaving my own bus there very well, but that had to be. Her keys were in her car. We drifted off down the hill. Nothing happened on the way to Lucerne Avenue except that Carmen stopped bubbling and giggling and went to snoring. I couldn't keep her head off my shoulder. It was all I could do to keep it out of my lap. I had to drive rather slowly, and it was a long way anyhow, clear over to the west edge of the city. The Dravek home was a large, old-fashioned brick house in large grounds with a wall around them. A gray composition driveway went through iron gates and up a slope past flower beds and lawns to a big front door with narrow, leaded panels on each side of it. There was dim light behind the panels as if nobody much was home. I pushed Carmen's head into the corner and shed her belongings in the seat and got out. A maid opened the door. She said Mr. Dravek wasn't in and she didn't know where he was. Downtown somewhere. She had a long, yellowish, gentle face, a long nose, no chin and large, wet eyes. She looked like a nice old horse that had been turned out to pasture after long service, and as if she would do the right thing by Carmen. I pointed into the Packard and growled, "Better get her to bed. She's lucky we don't throw her in the can driving around with a tool like that on her." She smiled sadly, and I went away. I had to walk 5 blocks in the rain before a narrow apartment house let me into its lobby to use a phone. Then I had to wait another 25 minutes for a taxi. While I waited, I began to worry about what I hadn't completed. I had yet to get the used plate out of Steiner's camera. Chapter 4. I paid the taxi off on Pepper Drive, in front of a house where there was company, and walked back up the curving hill of Laverne Terrace to Steiner's house behind its shrubbery. Nothing looked any different. I went in through the gap in the hedge, pushed the door open gently, and smelled cigarette smoke. It hadn't been there before. There had been a complicated set of smells, including the sharp memory of smokeless powder, but cigarette smoke hadn't stood out from the mixture. I closed the door and slipped down on one knee and listened, holding my breath. I didn't hear anything but the sound of the rain on the roof. I tried throwing the beam of my pencil flash along the floor. Nobody shot at me. I straightened up, found the dangling tassel of one of the lamps, and made light in the room. The first thing I noticed was that a couple of strips of tapestry were gone from the wall. I hadn't counted them, but the spaces where they had hung caught my eye. Then I saw Steiner's body was gone from in front of the totem pole thing with the camera eye in its mouth. On the floor below, beyond the margin of the pink rug, somebody had spread down a rug over the place where Steiner's body had been. I didn't have to lift the rug to know why it had been put there. I lit a cigarette and stood there in the middle of the dimly lighted room and thought about it. After a while, I went to the camera in the totem pole. I found the catch this time. There wasn't any plate holder in the camera. My hand went towards the mulberry-colored phone on Steiner's low desk, but didn't take hold of it. I crossed into the little hallway beyond the living room and poked into a fussy-looking bedroom that looked like a woman's. Room more than a man's. The bed had a long cover with a flounced edge. I lifted that and shot my flash under the bed. Steiner wasn't under the bed. He wasn't anywhere in the house. Somebody had taken him away. He couldn't very well have gone by himself. It wasn't the law, or somebody would have been there still. It was only an hour and a half since Carmen and I left the place, and there was none of the mess police photographers and fingerprint men would have made. I went back to the living room, pushed the flashbulb apparatus around the back of the totem pole with my foot, switched off the lamp, left the house, got into my rain-soaked car, and choked it to life. It was all right with me if somebody wanted to keep the Steiner kill hush-hush for a while. It gave me a chance to find out whether I could tell it leaving Carmen Dravek and the nude photo angle out. It was after 10 when I got back to the Bergland and put my heap away and went upstairs to the apartment. I stood under a shower, then put pajamas on and mixed up a batch of hot grog. I looked at the phone a couple of times, thought about calling to see if Dravek was home yet. Thought it might be a good idea to let him alone until the next day. I filled a pipe and sat down with my hot grog and Steiner's little blue notebook. It was in code, but the arrangement of the entries and the indented leaves made it a list of names and addresses. There were over 450 of them. If this was Steiner's sucker list, he had a gold mine, quite apart from the blackmail angles. Any name on the list might be a prospect as the killer. I didn't envy the cops their job when it was handed to them. I drank too much whiskey trying to crack the code. About midnight I went to bed and dreamed about a man in a Chinese coat with blood all over the front who chased a naked girl with long jade earrings while I tried to. Photographed the scene with a camera that didn't have any plate in it. Chapter 5. Violet's McGee called me up in the morning before I was dressed, but after I had seen the paper and not found anything about Steiner in it. His voice had the cheerful sound of a man who had slept well and didn't owe too much money. "Well, how's the boy?" he began. I said I was all right, except that I was having a little trouble with my third reader. He laughed a little absently, and then his voice got too casual. "This guy Dravek that I sent over to see you, done anything for him yet?" "Too much rain," I answered, if that was an answer. "Uh-huh. He seems to be a guy that things happen to. A car belonging to him is washing about in the surf off Lido Fish Pier." I didn't say anything. I held the telephone very tightly. "Yeah," McGee went on cheerfully. "A nice new cad all messed up with sand and seawater. Oh, I forgot, there's a guy inside it." I let my breath out slowly, very slowly. "Dravek?" I whispered. "Nah, a young kid. I ain't told Dravek yet. It's under the fedora. Want to run down and look at it with me?" I said I would like to do that. "Snap it up." "I'll be in my hutch," McGee told me, and hung up. Shaved, dressed, and lightly breakfasted, I was at the county building in half an hour or so. I found McGee staring at a yellow wall and sitting at a little yellow desk on which there was nothing but McGee's hat and one of the McGee feet. He took both of them off the desk and we went down to the official parking lot and got into a small black sedan. The rain had stopped during the night and the morning was all blue and gold. There was enough snap in the air to make life simple and sweet if you didn't have too much on your mind. I had. It was 30 miles to Lido, the first 10 of them through city traffic. McGee made it in 3/4 of an hour. At the end of that time, we skidded to a stop in front of a stucco arch beyond which a long black pier extended. I took my feet out of the floorboards and we got out. There were a few cars and people in front of the arch. A motorcycle officer was keeping the people off the pier. McGee showed him a bronze star, and we went out along the pier, into a loud smell that even 2 days' rain had failed to wash away. "There she is, on the tug," McGee said. A low black tug crouched off the end of the pier. Something large and green and nickeled was on its deck in front of the wheelhouse. Men stood around it. We went down slimy steps to the deck of the tug. McGee said hello to a deputy in green khaki and another man in plain clothes. The tug crew of 3 moved over to the wheelhouse and set their backs against it, watching us. We looked at the car. The front bumper was bent and one headlight and the radiator shell. The paint and the nickel were scratched up by sand and the upholstery was sodden and black. Otherwise, the car wasn't much the worse for wear. It was a big job in 2 tones of green with a wine-colored stripe and trimming. McGee and I looked into the front part of it. A slim, dark-haired kid who had been good-looking was draped around the steering post, with his head at a peculiar angle to the rest of his body. His face was bluish-white. His eyes were a faint, dull gleam under the lowered lids. His open mouth had sand in it. There were traces of blood on the side of his head which the seawater hadn't quite washed away. McGee backed away slowly, made a noise in his throat, and began to chew on a couple of the violet-scented breath purifiers that gave him his nickname. "What's the story?" he asked quietly. The uniformed deputy pointed up to the end of the pier. Dirty white railings made of 2x4s had been broken through in a wide space, and the broken wood showed up yellow and bright. Went through there. Must have hit pretty hard, too. The rain stopped early down here, about 9, and the broken wood is dry inside. That puts it after the rain stopped. That's all we know, except she fell in plenty of water not to be banged up worse. At least half-tide, I'd say. That would be right after the rain stopped. She showed under the water when the boys came down to fish this morning. We got the tug to lift her out. Then we find the dead guy. The other deputy scuffed at the deck with the toe of his shoe. McGee looked sideways at me with foxy little eyes. I looked blank and didn't say anything. "Pretty drunk, that lad," McGee said gently. "Showing off all alone in the rain. I guess he must have been fond of driving. Yeah, pretty drunk." "Drunk, hell," the plainclothes deputy said. "The hand throttle's set halfway down and the guy's been sapped on the side of the head. Ask me, and I'll call it murder." McGee looked at him politely, then at the uniformed man. "What you think? It could be suicide, I guess. His neck's broke, and he could have hurt his head in the fall, and his hand could have knocked the throttle down. I kind of like murder myself, though." McGee nodded, said, "Frisked him? Know who he is?" The two deputies looked at me, then at the tug crew. "Okay. Save that part," McGee said. "I know who he is." A small man with glasses and a tired face and a black bag came slowly along the pier and down the slimy steps. He picked out a fairly clean place on the deck and put his bag down. He took his hat off and rubbed the back of his neck and smiled wearily. "'Lo, Doc. There's your patient," McGee told him. "Took a dive off the pier last night. That's all we know now." The medical examiner looked in at the dead man morosely. He fingered the head, moved it around a little, felt the man's ribs. He lifted one lax hand and stared at the fingernails. He let it fall, stepped back, and picked his bag up again. "About 12 hours, he said. "Broken neck, of course. I doubt if there's any water in him. Better get him out of there before he starts to get stiff on us. I'll tell you the rest when I get him on a table." He nodded around, went back up the steps and along the pier. An ambulance was backing into position beside the stucco arch at the pier head. The two deputies grunted and tugged to get the dead man out of the car and lay him down on the deck, on the side of the car away from the beach. "Let's go," McGee told me. "That ends this part of the show." We said goodbye, and McGee told the deputies to keep their chins buttoned until they heard from him. We went back along the pier and got into the small black sedan and drove back towards the city along a white highway washed clean by the rain, past low rolling hills of yellow-white sand terraced with moss. A few gulls wheeled and swooped over something in the surf. Far out to sea, a couple of white yachts on the horizon looked as if they were suspended in the sky. We laid a few miles behind us without saying anything to each. Then McGee cocked his chin at me and said, "Got ideas?" "Loosen up," I said. "I never saw the guy before. Who is he?" "Hell, I thought you were going to tell me about it." "Loosen up, Violets," I said. He growled, shrugged, and we nearly went off the road into the loose sand. Dravek's chauffeur. A kid named Carl Owen. How do I know? We had him in the cooler a year ago on a Mann Act rap. He run Dravek's Hotcha daughter off to Yuma. Dravek went after them and brought them back and had the guy heaved in the goldfish bowl. Then the girl gets to him, and next morning the old man steams downtown and begs the guy off. Says the kid meant to marry her, only she wouldn't. Then by heck the kid goes back to work for him and been there ever since. What you think of that? It sounds just like Drevek, I said. Yeah, but the kid could have had a relapse. McGee had silvery hair and a knobby chin and a little pouting mouth made to kiss babies with. I looked at his face sideways and suddenly I got his idea. I laughed. You think maybe Drevek killed him? I asked. Why not? The kid makes another pass at the girl and Drevek cracks down at him too hard. He's a big guy and could break a neck easy. Then he's scared. He runs the car down to Lido in the rain and lets it slide off the end of the pier. Thinks it won't show. Maybe don't think at all. Just rattled. It's a kick in the pants, I said. Then all he had to do was walk home 30 miles in the rain. Go on. Kid me. Drevek killed him, sure, I said. But they were playing leapfrog. Drevek fell on him. Okay, pal. Someday you'll want to play with my catnip mouse. Listen, Violets, I said seriously. If the kid was murdered, and you're not sure it's murder at all, it's not Drevek's kind of crime. He might kill a man in a temper, but he'd let him lay. He wouldn't go to all that fuss. We shuttled back and forth across the road while McGee thought about that. What a pal, he complained. I have me a swell theory, and look what you done to it. I wish the hell I hadn't brought you. Hell with you. I'm going after Drevek just the same. Sure, I agreed. You'd have to do that. But Drevek never killed that boy. He's too soft inside to cover up on it. It was noon when we got back to town. I hadn't had any dinner but whiskey the night before and very little breakfast that morning. I got off on the boulevard and let McGee go on alone to see Drevek. I was interested in what had happened to Carl Owen, but I wasn't interested in the thought that Drevek might have murdered him. I ate lunch at a counter and looked casually at an early afternoon paper. I didn't expect to see anything about Steiner in it, and I didn't. After lunch, I walked along the boulevard 6 blocks to have a look at Steiner's store. Chapter 6. It was a half-store frontage, the other half being occupied by a credit jeweler. The jeweler was standing in his entrance, a big, white-haired, black-eyed Jew with about 9 carats of diamond on his hand. A faint, knowing smile curved his lips as I went past him into Steiner's. A thick blue rug paved Steiner's from wall to wall. There were blue leather easy chairs with smoke stands beside them. A few sets of tooled leather books were put out on narrow tables. The rest of the stock was behind glass. A paneled partition with a single door in it cut off a back part of the store, and in the corner by this, a woman sat behind a small desk with a hooded lamp on it. She got up and came towards me, swinging lean thighs in a tight dress of some black material that didn't reflect any light. She was an ash blonde, with greenish eyes under heavily mascaraed lashes. There were large jet buttons in the lobes of her ears. Her hair waved back smoothly from behind them. Her fingernails were silvered. She gave me what she thought was a smile of welcome, but what I thought was a grimace of strain. Was it something? I pulled my hat low over my eyes and fidgeted. I said, "Steiner, he won't be in today. May I show you?" "I'm selling," I said. "Something he's wanted for a long time." The silvered fingernails touched the hair over one ear. "Oh, a salesman. Well, you might come in tomorrow." "He's sick? I could go up to the house," I suggested hopefully. "He'd want to see what I have." That jarred her. She had to fight for her breath for a minute, but her voice was smooth enough when it came. That wouldn't be any use. He's out of town today." I nodded, looked properly disappointed, touched my hat and started to turn away when the pimply-faced kid of the night before stuck his head through the door in the paneling. He went back as soon as he saw me, but not before I saw some loosely packed cases of books behind him on the floor of the back room. The cases were small and open and packed any old way. A man in very new overalls was fussing with them. Some of Steiner's stock was being moved out. I left the store and walked down to the corner, then back to the alley. Behind Steiner's stood a small black truck with wire sides. It didn't have any lettering on it. Boxes showed through the wire sides, and, as I watched, the man in overalls came out with another one and heaved it up. I went back to the boulevard. Half a block on, a fresh-faced kid was reading a magazine in a parked green top. I showed him money and said, "Tail job?" He looked me over, swung his door open, and stuck his magazine behind the rear vision mirror. "My meat boss," he said brightly. We went around to the end of the alley and waited beside a fire plug. There were about a dozen boxes on the truck when the man in the very new overalls got up in front and gunned his motor. He went down the alley fast and turned left on the street at the end. My driver did the same. The truck went north to Garfield, then east. It went very fast, and there was a lot of traffic on Garfield. My driver tailed from too far back. I was telling him about that when the truck turned north off Garfield again. The street at which it turned was called Brittany. When we got to Brittany, there wasn't any truck. The fresh-faced kid who was driving me made comforting sounds through the glass panel of the cab, and we went up Brittany at 4 miles an hour looking for the truck behind bushes. I refused to be comforted. Brittany bore a little to the east 2 blocks up and met the next street, Randall Place. In a tongue of land on which there was a white apartment house with its front on Randall Place and its basement garage entrance on Brittany, a story lower. We were going past that, and my driver was telling me the truck couldn't be very far away. When I saw it in the garage, we went around to the front of the apartment house, and I got out and went into the lobby. There was no switchboard. A desk was pushed back against the wall as if it wasn't used anymore. Above it, names were on a panel of gilt mailboxes. The name that went with apartment 405 was Joseph Marty. Joe Marty was the name of the man who played with Carmen Dravic until her papa gave him $5,000 to go away and play with some other girl. It could be the same Joe Marty. I went down steps and pushed through a door with a wired glass panel into the dimness of the garage. The man in the very new overalls was stacking boxes in the automatic elevator. I stood near him and lit a cigarette and watched him. He didn't like it very well, but he didn't say anything. After a while, I said, "Watch the weight, buddy. She's only tested for half a ton." "Where's it going, Marty, 405?" he said, and then looked as if he was sorry he had said it. "Fine," I told him. "It looks like a nice lot of reading." I went back up the steps and out of the building, got into my green top again. We drove back downtown to the building where I have an office. I gave the driver too much money, and he gave me a dirty card which I dropped into the brass spittoon beside the elevators. Dravic was holding up the wall outside the door of my office. Chapter 7. After the rain, it was warm and bright, but he still had the belted suede raincoat on. It was open down the front, as were his coat and vest underneath. His tie was under one ear. His face looked like a mask of gray putty, with a black stubble on the lower part of it. He looked awful. I unlocked the door and patted his shoulder and pushed him in and got him into a chair. He breathed hard but didn't say anything. I got a bottle of rye out of the desk and poured a couple of ponies. He drank both of them without a word. Then he slumped in the chair and blinked his eyes and groaned and took a square white envelope out of an inner pocket. He put it down on the desktop and held his big hairy hand over it. "Tough about Carl," I said. "I was with McGee this morning." He looked at me emptily. After a little while he said, "Yeah, Carl was a good kid. I ain't told you about him much." I waited, looking at the envelope under his hand. He looked down at it himself. "I gotta let you see it," he mumbled. He pushed it slowly across the desk and lifted his hand off it, as if with the movement he was giving up most everything that made life worth living. 2 tears welled up in his eyes and slid down his unshaven cheeks. I lifted the square envelope and looked at it. It was addressed to him at his house in neat pen and ink printing and bore a special delivery stamp. I opened it and looked at the shiny photograph that was inside. Carmen Dravek sat in Steiner's teakwood chair, wearing her jade earrings. Her eyes looked crazier, if anything, than as I had seen them. I looked at the back of the photo, saw that it was blank, and put the thing face down on my desk. "Tell me about it," I said carefully. Dravek wiped the tears off his face with his sleeve, put his hands flat on the desk and stared down at the dirty nails. His fingers trembled on the desk. "A guy called me," he said in a dead voice. 10 grand for the plate and the prints. The deal's got to be closed tonight, or they give the stuff to some scandal sheet." "That's a lot of hooey," I said. "A scandal sheet couldn't use it, except to back up a story." "What's the story?" He lifted his eyes slowly, as if they were very heavy. "That ain't all. The guys say there's a jam to it. I better come through fast or I'd find my girl in the cooler." "What's the story?" I asked again, filling my pipe. "What does Carmen say?" He shook his big shaggy head. "I ain't asked her. I ain't got the heart, poor little girl. No clothes on her. No, I ain't got the heart. You ain't done nothing on Steiner yet, I guess." "I didn't have to," I told him. "Somebody beat me to it." He stared at me, open-mouthed, uncomprehending. It was obvious he knew nothing about the night before. "Did Carmen go out at all last night?" I asked carelessly. He was still staring with his mouth open, groping in his mind. "No. She's sick. She's sick in bed when I get home. She don't go out at all." "What you mean about Steiner?" I reached for the bottle of rye and poured us each a drink. Then I lit my pipe. "Steiner's dead," I said. "Somebody got tired of his tricks and shot him full of holes. Last night, in the rain." "Geez," he said wonderingly. "You was there?" I shook my head. "Not me. Carmen was there. That's the jam your man spoke of. She didn't do the shooting, of course." Dravek's face got red and angry. He balled his fists. His breath made a harsh sound, and a pulse beat visibly in the side of his neck. "That ain't true. She's sick. She don't go out at all. She's sick in bed when I get home." "You told me that," I said. "That's not true. I brought Carmen home myself. The maid knows, only she's trying to be decent about it. Carmen was at Steiner's house, and I was watching outside. A gun went off, and someone ran away. I didn't see him. Carmen was too drunk to see him. That's why she's sick." His eyes tried to focus on my face, but they were vague and empty, as if the light behind them had died. He took hold of the arms of the chair. His big knuckles strained and got white. "She don't tell me," he whispered. "She don't tell me. Me, that would do anything for her." There was no emotion in his voice, just the dead exhaustion of despair. He pushed his chair back a little. "I go get the dough," he said. "The 10 grand. Maybe the guy don't talk." Then he broke. His big rough head came down on the desk and sobs shook his whole body. I stood up and went around the desk and patted his shoulder, kept on patting it, not saying anything. After a while he lifted his face smeared with tears and grabbed for my hand. "Geez, you're a good guy," he sobbed. "You don't know the half of it." I pulled my hand away from him and got a drink into his paw, helped him lift it and down it. Then I took the empty glass out of his hand and put it back on the desk. I sat down again. "You've got to brace up," I told him grimly. "The law doesn't know about Steiner yet. I brought Carmen home and kept my mouth shut. I wanted to give you and Carmen a break. That puts me in a jam. You've got to do your part." He nodded slowly, heavily. "Yeah, I do what you say, anything you say. Get the money," I said. "Have it ready for the call. I've got ideas, and you may not have to use it. But it's no time to get foxy. Get the money and sit tight and keep your mouth shut. Leave the rest to me. Can you do that?" "Yeah," he said. "Geez, you're a good guy." "Don't talk to Carmen," I said. The less she remembers out of her drunk, the better. This picture," I touched the back of the photo on the desk, "shows somebody was working with Steiner. We've got to get him and get him quick, even if it costs 10 grand to do it." He stood up slowly. "That's no thin. That's just dough. I go get it now. Then I go home. You do it like you want to. Me, I do just like you say." He grabbed for my hand again, shook it, and went slowly out of the office. I heard his heavy steps drag down the hall. I drank a couple of drinks fast and mopped my face. Chapter 8. I drove my Chrysler slowly up Laverne Terrace towards Steiner's house. In the daylight, I could see the steep drop of the hill and the flight of wooden steps down which the killer had made his escape. The street below was almost as narrow as an alley. 2 small houses fronted on it, not very near Steiner's place. With the noise the rain had been making, it was doubtful if anyone in them had paid much attention to the shots. Steiner's looked peaceful under the afternoon sun. The unpainted shingles of the roof were still damp from the rain. The trees on the other side of the street had new leaves on them. There were no cars on the street. Something moved behind the square growth of box hedge that screened Steiner's front door. Carmen Dravec, in a green and white checkered coat and no hat, came out through the opening, stopped suddenly, looked at me wild-eyed, as if she hadn't heard the car. She went back quickly behind the hedge. I drove on and parked in front of the empty house. I got out and walked back. In the sunlight, it felt like an exposed and dangerous thing to do. I went in through the hedge, and the girl stood there very straight and silent against the half-open house door. One hand went slowly to her mouth, and her teeth bit at a funny-looking thumb that was like an extra finger. There were deep purple-black smudges under her frightened eyes. I pushed her back into the house without saying anything, shut the door. We stood looking at each other inside. She dropped her hand slowly and tried to smile. Then all expression went out of her white face, and it looked as intelligent as the bottom of a shoebox. I got gentleness into my voice and said, "Take it easy. I'm pals. Sit down in that chair by the desk. I'm a friend of your father's. Don't get panicky." She went and sat down in the yellow cushion in the black chair at Steiner's desk. The place looked decadent and off-color by daylight. It still stank of the ether. Carmen licked the corners of her mouth with the tip of a whitish tongue. Her dark eyes were stupid and stunned rather than scared now. I rolled a cigarette around in my fingers and pushed some books out of the way to sit on the edge of the desk. I lit my cigarette, puffed it slowly for a moment, then asked, "What are you doing here?" She picked at the material of her coat, didn't answer. I tried again. "How much do you remember about last night?" She answered that. "Remember what? I was sick last night at home." Her voice was a cautious, throaty sound that only just reached my ears. "Before that," I said, "before I brought you home. Here." A slow flush crept up her throat and her eyes widened. You were the one," she breathed, and began to chew on her funny thumb again. "Yeah, I was the one. How much of it all stays with you?" She said, "Are you the police?" "No, I told you I was a friend of your father's." "You're not the police?" "No." It finally registered. She let out a long sigh. What do you want? Who killed him?" Her shoulders jerked in the checkered coat, but nothing changed much in her face. Her eyes slowly got furtive. Who else knows?" "About Steiner? I don't know." "Not the police, or someone would be here. Maybe Marty." It was just a stab in the dark, but it got a sudden sharp cry out of her. "Marty." We were both silent for a minute. I puffed on my cigarette and she chewed on her thumb. "Don't get clever," I said. "Did Marty kill him?" Her chin came down an inch. "Yes." "Why did he do it?" I don't know," very dully. "Seen much of him lately?" Her hands clenched. "Just once or twice." "Know where he lives?" "Yes." She spat it at me. "What's the matter? I thought you liked Marty." "I hate him." she almost yelled. Then you'd like him for the spot, I said. She was blank to that. I had to explain it. I mean, are you willing to tell the police it was Marty? Sudden panic flamed in her eyes. If I kill the nude photo angle, I said soothingly. She giggled. That gave me a nasty feeling. If she had screeched or turned white or even keeled over, that would have been fairly natural, but she just giggled. I began to hate the sight of her. Just looking at her made me feel dopey. Her giggles went on, ran around the room like rats. They gradually got hysterical. I got off the desk, took a step towards her and slapped her face. Just like last night, I said. The giggling stopped at once and the thumb chewing started again. She still didn't mind my slaps, apparently. I sat on the end of the desk once more. You came here to look for the camera plate for the birthday suit photo, I told her. Her chin went up and down again. Too late. I looked for it last night. It was gone then. Probably Marty has it. You're not kidding me about Marty? She shook her head vigorously. She got out of the chair slowly. Her eyes were narrow and sloe black and as shallow as an oyster shell. I'm going now, she said, as if we had been having a cup of tea. She went over to the door and was reaching out to open it when a car came up the hill and stopped outside the house. Somebody got out of the car. She turned and stared at me, horrified. The door opened casually, and a man looked in at us. Chapter 9. He was a hatchet-faced man in a brown suit and a black felt hat. The cuff of his left sleeve was folded under and pinned to the side of his coat with a big black safety pin. He took his hat off, closed the door by pushing it with his shoulder, looked at Carmen with a nice smile. He had close-cropped black hair and a bony skull. He fitted his clothes well. He didn't look tough. I'm Guy Slade, he said. Excuse the casual entrance. The bell didn't work. Is Steiner around? He hadn't tried the bell. Carmen looked at him blankly, then at me, then back at Slade. She licked her lips, but didn't say anything. I said, Steiner isn't here, Mr. Slade. We don't know just where he is. He nodded and touched his long chin with the brim of his hat. You friends of his? We just dropped by for a book, I said, and gave him back his smile. The door was half open. We knocked, then stepped inside. Just like you. I see, Slade said thoughtfully. Very simple. I didn't say anything. Carmen didn't say anything. She was staring fixedly at his empty sleeve. A book, eh? Slade went on. The way he said it told me things. He knew about Steiner's racket, maybe. I moved over towards the door. Only you didn't knock, I said. He smiled with faint embarrassment. That's right. I ought to have knocked. Sorry. We'll trot along now, I said carelessly. I took hold of Carmen's arm. Any message if Steiner comes back? Slade asked softly. We won't bother you. That's too bad, he said, with too much meaning. I let go of Carmen's arm and took a slow step away from her. Slade still had his hat in his hand. He didn't move. His deep-set eyes twinkled pleasantly. I opened the door again. Slade said, The girl can go, but I'd like to talk to you a little. I stared at him, trying to look very blank. Kidder, eh? Slade said nicely. Carmen made a sudden sound at my side and ran out through the door. In a moment I heard her steps going down the hill. I hadn't seen her car, but I guessed it was around somewhere. I began to say, What the hell? Save it, Slade interrupted coldly. There's something wrong here. I'll just find out what it is. He began to walk around the room carelessly, too carelessly. He was frowning, not paying much attention to me. That made me thoughtful. I took a quick glance out of the window, but I couldn't see anything but the top of his car above the hedge. Slade found the pot-bellied flagon and the two thin purple glasses on the desk. He sniffed at one of them. A disgusted smile wrinkled his thin lips. The lousy pimp, he said tonelessly. He looked at the books on the desk, touched one or two of them, went on around the back of the desk and was in front of the totem pole thing. He stared at that. Then his eyes went down to the floor, to the thin rug that was over the place where Steiner's body had been. Slade moved the rug with his foot, and suddenly tensed, staring down. It was a good act, or else Slade had a nose I could have used in my business. I wasn't sure which yet, but I was giving it a lot of thought. He went slowly down to the floor on one knee. The desk partly hid him from me. I slipped a gun out from under my arm and put both hands behind my body and leaned against the wall. There was a sharp, swift exclamation, then Slade shot to his feet. His arm flashed up. A long black Luger slid into it expertly. I didn't move. Slade held the Luger in long, pale fingers, not pointing it at me, not pointing it at anything in particular. "Blood," he said quietly, grimly, his deep-set eyes black and hard now. "Blood on the floor there, under a rug, a lot of blood." I grinned at him. "I noticed it," I said. "It's old blood, dried blood." He slid sideways into the black chair behind Steiner's desk and raked the telephone towards him by putting the Luger around it. He frowned at the telephone, then frowned at me. "I think we'll have some law," he said. "Suits me." Slade's eyes were narrow and as hard as jet. He didn't like my agreeing with him. The veneer had flaked off him, leaving a well-dressed hard boy with a Luger, looking as if he could use it. "Just who the hell are you?" he growled. "A Seamus. The name doesn't matter. The girl is my client. Steiner's been riding her with some blackmail dirt. We came to talk to him. He wasn't here." "Just walk in, huh?" "Correct. So what? Think we gunned Steiner, Mr. Slade?" He smiled slightly thinly but said nothing. "Or do you think Steiner gunned somebody and ran away?" I suggested. "Steiner didn't gun anybody," Slade said. "Steiner didn't have the guts of a sick cat." I said, "You don't see anybody here, do you? Maybe Steiner had chicken for dinner and liked to kill his chickens in the parlor." "I don't get it." "I don't get your game." I grinned again. "Go ahead and call your friends downtown, only you won't like the reaction you'll get." He thought that over without moving a muscle. His lips went back against his teeth. "Why not?" he asked finally, in a careful voice. I said, "I know you, Mr. Slade. You run the Aladdin Club down on the Palisades. Flash gambling, soft lights and evening clothes, and a buffet supper on the side. You know Steiner well enough to walk into his house without knocking. Steiner's racket needed a little protection now and then. You could be that." Slade's finger tightened on the Luger, then relaxed. He put the Luger down on the desk, kept his fingers on it. His mouth became a hard white grimace. "Somebody got to Steiner," he said softly, his voice and the expression on his face seeming to belong to two different people. "He didn't show at the store today. He didn't answer his phone. I came up to see about it." "Glad to hear you didn't gun Steiner yourself," I said. The Luger swept up again and made a target of my chest. I said, "Put it down, Slade. You don't know enough to pop off yet. Not being bulletproof is an idea I've had to get used to. Put it down. I'll tell you something, if you don't know it. Somebody moved Steiner's books out of his store today. The books he did his real business with." Slade put his gun down on the desk for the second time. He leaned back and wrestled an amiable expression onto his face. "I'm listening," he said. "I think somebody got to Steiner too," I told him. "I think that blood is his blood. The books being moved out from Steiner's store gives us a reason for moving his body away from here. Somebody is taking over the racket and doesn't want Steiner found till he's all set. Whoever it was ought to have cleaned up the blood. He didn't." Slade listened silently. The peaks of his eyebrows made sharp angles against the white skin of his indoor forehead. I went on. "Killing Steiner to grab his racket was a dumb trick, and I'm not sure it happened that way. But I am sure that whoever took the books knows about it, and that the blonde down in the store is scared stiff about something." "Any more?" Slade asked evenly. Not right now. There's a piece of scandal dope I want to trace. If I get it, I might tell you where. That will be your muscler in." "Now would be better," Slade said. Then he drew his lips back against his teeth and whistled sharply twice. I jumped. A car door opened outside. There were steps. I brought the gun around from behind my body. Slade's face convulsed and his hand snatched for the Luger that lay in front of him, fumbled at the butt. I said, "Don't touch it." He came to his feet rigid, leaning over, his hand on the gun, but the gun not in his hand. I dodged past him into the hallway and turned as two men came into the room. One had short red hair, a white lined face, unsteady eyes. The other was an obvious pug. A good-looking boy, except for a flattened nose and one ear as thick as a club stake. Neither of the newcomers had a gun in sight. They stopped, stared. I stood behind Slade in the doorway. Slade leaned over the desk in front of me, didn't stir. The pug's mouth opened in a wide snarl, showing sharp white teeth. The redhead looked shaky and scared. Slade had plenty of guts. In a smooth, low, but very clear voice he said, "This heel gun Steiner, boys, take him." The redhead took hold of his lower lip with his teeth and snatched for something under his left arm. He didn't get it. I was all set and braced. I shot him through the right shoulder, hating to do it. The gun made a lot of noise in the closed room. It seemed to me that it would be heard all over the city. The redhead went down on the floor and writhed and threshed about as if I had shot him in the belly. The pug didn't move. He probably knew there wasn't enough speed in his arm. Slade grabbed his Luger up and started to whirl. I took a step and slammed him behind the ear. He sprawled forward over the desk, and the Luger shot against a row of books. Slade didn't hear me say, "I hate to hit a one-armed man from behind, Slade. And I'm not crazy about the show-off. You made me do it." The pug grinned at me and said, "Okay, pal, what next?" "I'd like to get out of here if I can do it without any more shooting, or I can stick around for some law. It's all one to me." He thought it over calmly. The redhead was making moaning noises on the floor. Slade was very still. The pug put his hands up slowly and clasped them behind his neck. He said coolly, "I don't know what it's all about, but I don't give a good damn where you go or what you do when you get there. And this ain't my idea of a spot for a lead party. Drift. Wise boy, you've more sense than your boss." I edged around the desk, edged over towards the open door. The pug turned slowly, facing me, keeping his hands behind his neck. There was a wry but almost good-natured grin on his face. I skinned through the door and made a fast break through the gap in the hedge and up the hill, half expecting Lead to fly after me. None came. I jumped into the Chrysler and chased it up over the brow of the hill and away from that neighborhood. Chapter 10. It was after 5 when I stopped opposite the apartment house on Randall Place. A few windows were lit up already and radios bleated discordantly on different programs. I rode the automatic elevator to the 4th floor. Apartment 405 was at the end of a long hall that was carpeted in green and paneled in ivory. A cool breeze blew through the hall from open doors to the fire escape. There was a small ivory push button beside the door marked 405. I pushed it. After a long time, a man opened the door a foot or so. He was a long-legged, thin man with dark brown eyes and a very brown face. Wiry hair grew far back on his head, giving him a great deal of domed brown forehead. His brown eyes probed at me impersonally. I said, "Steiner?" Nothing in the man's face changed. He brought a cigarette from behind the door and put it slowly between tight brown lips. A puff of smoke came towards me, and behind it words in a cool, unhurried voice, without inflection. "You said what?" "Steiner. Harold Hardwick Steiner, the guy that has the books." The man nodded. He considered my remark without haste. He glanced at the tip of his cigarette, said, I think I know him, but he doesn't visit here. Who sent you?" I smiled. He didn't like that. I said, "You're Marty?" The brown face got harder. "So what, got a grift or just amusing yourself?" I moved my left foot casually enough so that he couldn't slam the door. "You got the books," I said. "I got the sucker list. How's to talk it over?" Marty didn't shift his eyes from my face. His right hand went behind the panel of the door again, and his shoulder had a look as if he was making motions with a hand. There was a faint sound in the room behind him, very faint. A curtain ring clicked lightly on a rod. Then he opened the door wide. "Why not, if you think you've got something," he said coolly. I went past him into the room. It was a cheerful room, with good furniture and not too much of it. French windows in the end wall looked across a stone porch at the foothills, already getting purple in the dusk. Near the windows a door was shut. Another door in the same wall at the near end of the room had curtains drawn across it, on a brass rod below the lintel. I sat down on a davenport against the wall in which there were no doors. Marty shut the door and walked sideways to a tall oak writing desk studded with square nails. A cedarwood cigar box with gilt hinges rested on the lowered leaf of the desk. Marty picked it up without taking his eyes off me, carried it to a low table beside an easy chair. He sat down in the easy chair. I put my hat beside me and opened the top button of my coat and smiled at Marty. "Well, I'm listening," he said. He snubbed his cigarette out, lifted the lid of the cigar box, and took out a couple of fat cigars. "Cigar?" he suggested casually, and tossed one at me. I reached for it, and that made me a sap. Marty dropped the other cigar back into the box and came up very swiftly with a gun. I looked at the gun politely. It was a black police Colt, A38. I had no argument against it at the moment. "Stand up a minute," Marty said. "Come forward just about 2 yards. You might grab a little air while you're doing that." His voice was elaborately casual. I was mad inside, but I grinned at him. I said, "You're the second guy I've met today that thinks a gun in the hand means the world by the tail. Put it away, and let's talk." Marty's eyebrows came together, and he pushed his chin forward a little. His brown eyes were vaguely troubled. We stared at each other. I didn't look at the pointed black slipper that showed under the curtains across the doorway to my left. Marty was wearing a dark blue suit, a blue shirt, and a black tie. His brown face looked somber above the dark colors. He said softly in a lingering voice, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not a tough guy, just careful. I don't know hell's first thing about you. You might be a life-taker for all I know." "You're not careful enough," I said. "The play with the books was lousy." He drew a long breath and let it out silently. Then he leaned back and crossed his long legs and rested the Colt on his knee. "Don't kid yourself, I won't use this if I have to. What's your story?" "Tell your friend with the pointed shoes to come on in," I said. "She gets tired holding her breath." Without turning his head, Marty called out, "Come on in, Agnes." The curtains over the door swung aside, and the green-eyed blonde from Steiner's store joined us in the room. I wasn't very much surprised to see her there. She looked at me bitterly. "I knew damn well you were trouble," she told me angrily. "I told Joe to watch his step." "Save it," Marty snapped. "Joe's watching his step plenty. Put some light on so I can see to pop this guy if it works out that way." The blonde lit a large floor lamp with a square red shade. She sat down under it, in a big velours chair, and held a fixed, painful smile on her face. She was scared to the point of exhaustion. I remembered the cigar I was holding and put it in my mouth. Marty's Colt was very steady on me while I got matches out and lit it. I puffed smoke and said through the smoke, "The sucker list I spoke of is in code, so I can't read the names yet, but there's about 500 of them. You got 12 boxes of books, say 300. There'll be that many more out on loan. Say 500 altogether just to be conservative. If it's a good active list and you could run it around all the books, that would be 250,000 rentals. Put the average rental low, say $1. That's too low, but say $1. That's a lot of money these days. Enough to spot a guy for. The blonde yelped sharply. You're crazy if you... Shut up, Marty swore at her. The blonde subsided and put her head back against the back of her chair. Her face was tortured with strain. It's no racket for bums, I went on telling them. You've got to get confidence and keep it. Personally, I think the blackmail angles are a mistake. I'm for shedding all that. Marty's dark brown stare held coldly on my face. You're a funny guy, he drawled smoothly. Who's got this lovely racket? You have, I said. Almost. Marty didn't say anything. You shot Steiner to get it, I said. Last night in the rain. It was good shooting weather. The trouble is, he wasn't alone when it happened. Either you didn't see that, or you got scared. You ran out. But you had nerve enough to come back and hide the body somewhere, so you could tidy up on the books before the case broke. The blonde made one strangled sound, and then turned her face and stared at the wall. Her silvered fingernails dug into her palms. Her teeth bit her lip tightly. Marty didn't bat an eye. He didn't move, and the Colt didn't move in his hand. His brown face was as hard as a piece of carved wood. Boy, you take chances, he said softly at last. It's lucky as all hell for you I didn't kill Steiner. I grinned at him without much cheer. You might step off for it just the same, I said. Marty's voice was a dry rustle of sound. Think you've got me framed for it? Positive. How come? There's somebody who'll tell it that way. Marty swore then. That damned little. She would just that, damn her. I didn't say anything. I let him chew on it. His face cleared slowly, and he put the Colt down on the table, kept his hand near it. You don't sound like Chisel as I know Chisel, he said slowly, his eyes a tight shine between dark, narrowed lids. And I don't see any coppers here. What's your angle? I drew on my cigar and watched his gun hand, the plate that was in Steiner's camera, all the prints that have been made. Right here and right now. You've got it because that's the only way you could have known who was there last night. Marty turned his head slightly to look at Agnes. Her face was still to the wall and her fingernails were still spearing her palms. Marty looked back at me. You're cold as a night watchman's feet on that one, guy, he told me. I shook my head. No, you're a sap to stall, Marty. You can be pegged for the kill easy. It's a natural. If the girl has to tell her story, the pictures won't matter. But she don't want to tell it. You a shamus? He asked. Yeah. How'd you get to me? I was working on Steiner. He's been working on Dravek. Dravek leaks money. You had some of it. I tailed the books here from Steiner's store. The rest was easy when I had the girl's story. She say I gunned Steiner? I nodded. But she could be mistaken. Marty sighed. She hates my guts, he said. I gave her the gate. I got paid to do it, but I'd have done it anyway. She's too screwy for me. I said, get the pictures, Marty. He stood up slowly, looked down at the Colt, put it in his side pocket. His hand moved slowly up to his breast pocket. Somebody rang the door buzzer and kept on ringing it. Chapter 11. Marty didn't like that. His lower lip went in under his teeth and his eyebrows drew down at the corners. His whole face got mean. The buzzer kept on buzzing. The blonde stood up quickly. Nerve tension made her face old and ugly. Watching me, Marty jerked a small drawer open in the tall desk and got a small white-handled automatic out of it. He held it out to the blonde. She went to him and took it gingerly, not liking it. Sit down next to the shamus, he rasped. Hold the gun on him. If he gets funny, feed him a few. The blonde sat down on the davenport about 3 feet from me, on the side away from the door. She lined the gun on my leg. I didn't like the jerky look in her green eyes. The door buzzer stopped, and somebody started a quick, light, impatient rapping on the panel. Marty went across and opened the door. He slid his right hand into his coat pocket and opened the door with his left hand, threw it open quickly. Carmen Dravek pushed him back into the room with the muzzle of a small revolver against his brown face. Marty backed away from her smoothly, lightly. His mouth was open, and an expression of panic was on his face. He knew Carmen pretty well. Carmen shut the door, then bored ahead with her little gun. She didn't look at anyone but Marty, didn't seem to see anything but Marty. Her face had a dopey look. The blonde shivered the full length of her body and swung the white-handled automatic up and towards Carmen. I shot my hand out and grabbed her hand, closed my fingers down over it quickly, thumbed the safety to the on position, and held it there. There was a short tussle, which neither Marty nor Carmen paid any attention to. Then I had the gun. The blonde breathed deeply and stared at Carmen Dravek. Carmen looked at Marty with doped eyes and said, "I want my pictures." Marty swallowed and tried to smile at her. He said, "Sure, kid, sure," in a small, flat voice that wasn't like the voice he had used in talking to me. Carmen looked almost as crazy as she had looked in Steiner's chair. But she had control of her voice and muscles this time. She said, "You shot Hal Steiner." "Wait a minute, Carmen," I yelped. Carmen didn't turn her head. The blonde came to life with a rush, ducked her head at me as if she was going to butt me, and sank her teeth in my right hand, the one that had her gun in it. I yelped some more. Nobody minded that either. Marty said, "Listen, kid, I didn't." The blonde took her teeth out of my hand and spat my own blood at me. Then she threw herself at my leg and tried to bite that. I cracked her lightly on the head with the barrel of the gun and tried to stand up. She rolled down my legs and wrapped her arms around my ankles. I fell back on the Davenport again. The blonde was strong with the madness of fear. Marty grabbed for Carmen's gun with his left hand, missed. The little revolver made a dull, heavy sound that was not loud. A bullet missed Marty and broke glass in one of the folded-back French windows. Marty stood perfectly still again. He looked as if all his muscles had gone back on him. "Duck and knock her off her feet, you damn fool," I yelled at him. Then I hit the blonde on the side of the head again, much harder, and she rolled off my feet. I got loose and slid away from her. Marty and Carmen were still facing each other like a couple of images. Something very large and heavy hit the outside of the door, and the panel split diagonally from top to bottom. That brought Marty to life. He jerked the Colt out of his pocket and jumped back. I snapped a shot at his right shoulder and missed, not wanting to hurt him much. The heavy thing hit the door again with a crash that seemed to shake the whole building. I dropped the little automatic and got my own gun loose as Dravek came in with the smashed door. He was wild-eyed, raging drunk, berserk. His big arms were flailing. His eyes were glaring and bloodshot, and there was froth on his lips. He hit me very hard on the side of the head without even looking at me. I fell against the wall between the end of the Davenport and the broken door. I was shaking my head and trying to get level again when Marty began to shoot. Something lifted Dravek's coat away from his body behind, as if a slug had gone clean through him. He stumbled, straightened immediately, charged like a bull. I lined my gun and shot Marty through the body. It shook him, but the Colt in his hand continued to leap and roar. Then Dravek was between us, and Carmen was knocked out of the way like a dead leaf, and there was nothing more that anybody could do about it. Marty's bullets couldn't stop Dravek. Nothing could. If he had been dead, he would still have got Marty. He got him by the throat as Marty threw his empty gun in the big man's face. It bounced off like a rubber ball. Marty yelled shrilly, and Dravek took him by the throat and lifted him clean off his feet. For an instant, Marty's brown hands fought for a hold on the big man's wrists. Something cracked sharply, and Marty's hands fell away limply. There was another duller crack. Just before Drevek let go of Marty's neck, I saw that Marty's face was a purple-black color. I remembered almost casually that men whose necks are broken sometimes swallow their tongues before they die. Then Marty fell down in the corner and Drevek started to back away from him. He backed like a man losing his balance, not able to keep his feet under his center of gravity. He took 4 clumsy backward steps like that. Then his big body tipped over backwards and he fell on his back on the floor with his arms flung out wide. Blood came out of his mouth. His eyes strained upwards as if to see through a fog. Carmen Drevek went down beside him and began to wail like a frightened animal. There was noise outside in the hall, but nobody showed at the open door. Too much casual lead had been flipped around. I went quickly over to Marty and leaned over him and got my hand into his breast pocket. I got out a thick, square envelope that had something stiff and hard in it. I straightened up with it and turned. Far off, the wail of a siren sounded faintly on the evening air, seemed to be getting louder. A white-faced man peeped cautiously in through the doorway. I knelt down beside Drevek. He tried to say something, but I couldn't hear the words. Then the strained look went out of his eyes, and they were aloof and indifferent, like the eyes of a man looking at something a long way off, across a wide plain. Carmen said stonily, "He was drunk. He made me tell him where I was going. I didn't know he followed me." "You wouldn't," I said emptily. I stood up again and broke the envelope open. There were a few prints in it and a glass negative. I dropped the plate on the floor and ground it to pieces with my heel. I began to tear up the prints and let the pieces flutter down out of my hands. "They'll print plenty of photos of you now, girlie," I said, "but they won't print this one." "I didn't know he was following me," she said again, and began to chew on her thumb. The siren was loud outside the building now. It died to a penetrating drone and then stopped altogether, just about the time I finished tearing up the prints. I stood still in the middle of the room and wondered why I had taken the trouble. It didn't matter anymore now. Chapter 12. Leaving his elbow on the end of the big walnut table in Inspector Isham's office, and holding a burning cigarette idly between his fingers, Guy Slade said without looking at me, "Thanks for putting me on the pan, Seamus. I like to see the boys at headquarters once in a while." He crinkled the corners of his eyes in an unpleasant smile. I was sitting at the long side of the table across from Isham. Isham was lanky and gray and wore nose glasses. He didn't look, act, or talk copper. Violets McGee and a merry-eyed Irish dick named Grinnell were in a couple of round-backed chairs against a glass-topped partition wall that cut part of the office off into a reception room. I said to Slade, "I figured you found that blood a little too soon. I guess I was wrong." "My apologies, Mr. Slade." "Yeah, that makes it just like it never happened." He stood up, picked a Malacca cane and one glove off the table. "That all for me, Inspector?" "That's all tonight, Slade." Isham's voice was dry, cool, sardonic. Slade caught the crook of his cane over his wrist to open the door. He smiled around before he strolled out. The last thing his eyes rested on was probably the back of my neck, but I wasn't looking at him. Isham said, "I don't have to tell you how a police department looks at that kind of a cover-up on a murder." I sighed. "Gunfire," I said. "A dead man on the floor. A naked doped girl in a chair not knowing what had happened. A killer I couldn't have caught and you couldn't have caught then. Behind all this, a poor old roughneck that was breaking his heart trying to do the right thing in a miserable spot. Go ahead, stick it into me, I'm not sorry." Isham waved all that aside. "Who did kill Steiner?" "The blonde girl will tell you. I want you to tell me." I shrugged. "If you want me to guess, Drevek's driver Carl Owen." Isham didn't look too surprised. Violet McGee grunted loudly. "What makes you think so?" Isham asked. "I thought for a while it could be Marty, partly because the girl said so. but that doesn't mean anything. She didn't know and jumped at the chance to stick a knife into Marty. And she's a type that doesn't let loose of an idea very easily. But Marty didn't act like a killer. And a man as cool as Marty wouldn't have run out that way. I hadn't even banged on the door when the killer started to scram. Of course I thought of Slade too, but Slade's not quite the type either. He packs 2 gunmen around with him, and they'd have made some kind of a fight of it. And Slade seemed genuinely surprised when he found the blood on the floor this afternoon. Slade was in with Steiner and keeping tabs on him, but he didn't kill him, didn't have any reason to kill him, and wouldn't have killed him that way in front of a witness if he had a reason. But Carl Owen would. He was in love with the girl once, probably never got over it. He had chances to spy on her, find out where she went and what she did. He lay for Steiner, got in the back way, saw the nude photo stunt, and blew his top. He let Steiner have it. Then the panic got him and he just ran. Ran all the way to Lido Pier and then off the end of that, Isham said dryly. Aren't you forgetting that the Owen boy had a sap wound on the side of his head? I said no, and I'm not forgetting that somehow or other Marty knew what was on that camera plate, or nearly enough to make him go in and get it, and then hide a body in Steiner's garage to give him room. Isham said, Get Agnes Laurel in here, Grinnell. Grinnell heaved up out of his chair and strolled the length of the office. Disappeared through a door. Violets McGee said, Baby, are you a pal? I didn't look at him. Isham pulled the loose skin in front of his Adam's apple and looked down at the fingernails of his other hand. Grinnell came back with the blonde. Her hair was untidy above the collar of her coat. She had taken the jet buttons out of her ears. She looked tired, but she didn't look scared anymore. She let herself down slowly into the chair at the end of the table where Slade had sat, folded her hands with the silvered nails in front of her. Isham said quietly, All right, Miss Laurel, we'd like to hear from you now. The girl looked down at her folded hands and talked without hesitation, in a quiet, even voice. I've known Joe Marty about 3 months. He made friends with me because I was working for Steiner, I guess. I thought it was because he liked me. I told him all I knew about Steiner. He already knew a little. He had been spending money he had got from Carmen Dravec's father, but it was gone, and he was down to nickels and dimes, ready for something else. He decided Steiner needed a partner, and he was watching him to see if he had any tough friends in the background. Last night he was in his car down on the street back of Steiner's house. He heard the shots, saw the kid tear down the steps, jump into a big sedan and take it on the lam. Joe chased him. Halfway to the beach he caught him and ran him off the road. The kid came up with a gun, but his nerve was bad and Joe sapped him down. While he was out, Joe went through him and found out who he was. When he came around, Joe played copper and the kid broke and gave him the story. While Joe was wondering what to do about it, the kid came to life and knocked him off the car and scrammed again. He drove like a crazy guy and Joe let him go. He went back to Steiner's house. I guess you know the rest. When Joe had the plate developed and saw what he had, he went for a quick touch so we could get out of town before the law found Steiner. We were going to take some of Steiner's books and set up shop in another city. Agnes Laurel stopped talking. Isham tapped with his fingers, said, Marty told you everything, didn't he? Uh-huh. Sure he didn't murder this Carl Owen? I wasn't there. Joe didn't act like he'd killed anybody. Isham nodded. That's all for now, Miss Laurel. We'll want all that in writing. We'll have to hold you, of course. The girl stood up. Grinnell took her out. She went out without looking at anyone. Isham said, Marty couldn't have known Carl Owen was dead, but he was sure he'd try to hide out. By the time we got to him, Marty would have collected from Dravec and moved on. I think the girl's story sounds reasonable. Nobody said anything. After a moment, Isham said to me, You made one bad mistake. You shouldn't have mentioned Marty to the girl until you were sure he was your man. That got 2 people killed quite unnecessarily." I said, "Uh-huh. Maybe I better go back and do it over again. Don't get tough." "I'm not tough. I was working for Dravek and trying to save him from a little heartbreak. I didn't know the girl was as screwy as all that, or that Dravek would have a brainstorm. I wanted the pictures. I didn't care a lot about trash like Steiner or Joe Marty and his girlfriend, and still don't." Okay, Isham said impatiently. "I don't need you any more tonight. You'll probably be panned plenty at the inquest." He stood up and I stood up. He held out his hand. "But that will do you a hell of a lot more good than harm," he added dryly. I shook hands with him and went out. McGee came out after me. We rode down in the elevator together without speaking to each other. When we got outside the building, McGee went around to the right side of my Chrysler and got into it. "Got any liquor at your dump?" "Plenty," I said. "Let's go get some of it." I started the car and drove west along First Street, through a long, echoing tunnel. When we were out of that, McGee said, "Next time I send you a client, I won't expect you to snitch on him, boy." We went on through the quiet evening to the Bergland. I felt tired and old and not much use to anybody. End of Killer in the Rain by Raymond Chandler. Nevada Gas by Raymond Chandler. Chapter 1. Hugo Candless stood in the middle of the squash court, bending his big body at the waist, holding the little black ball delicately between left thumb and forefinger. He dropped it near the service line and flicked at it with the long-handled racket. The black ball hit the front wall a little less than halfway up, floated back in a high, lazy curve, skimmed just below the white ceiling and the lights behind wire protectors. It slid languidly down the back wall, never touching it enough to bounce out. George Dial made a careless swing at it, wanged the end of his racket against the cement back wall. The ball fell dead. He said, "That's the story, Chief. 12-14. You're just too good for me." George Dial was tall, dark, handsome, Hollywoodish. He was brown and lean, and had a hard, outdoor look. Everything about him was hard except his full, soft lips and his large, cow-like eyes. "I always was too good for you," Hugo Candless chortled. He leaned far back from his thick waist and laughed with his mouth wide open. Sweat glistened on his chest and belly. He was naked except for blue shorts, white wool socks, and heavy sneakers with crepe soles. He had gray hair and a broad moon face with a small nose and mouth, sharp, twinkly eyes. "Want another lickin'?" he asked. "Not unless I have to." Hugo Candless scowled. "Okay," he said shortly. He stuck his racket under his arm and got an oilskin pouch out of his shorts, took a cigarette and a match from it. He lit the cigarette with a flourish and threw the match into the middle of the court, where somebody else would have to pick it up. He threw the door of the squash court open and paraded down the corridor to the locker room with his chest out. Dial walked behind him silently, cat-like, soft-footed, with a lithe grace. They went to the showers. Candless sang in the showers, covered his big body with thick suds, showered dead cold after the hot, and liked it. He rubbed himself dry with immense leisure, took another towel and stalked out of the shower room, yelling for the attendant to bring ice and ginger ale. A black man in a stiff white coat came hurrying with a tray. Candless signed the check with a flourish, unlocked his big double locker, and planked a bottle of Johnny Walker on the round green table that stood in the locker aisle. The attendant mixed drinks carefully. 2 of them said, "Yes, sah, Mr. Candless," and went away palming a quarter. George Dial, already fully dressed in smart gray flannels, came around the corner and lifted one of the drinks. "Through for the day, Chief?" He looked at the ceiling light through his drink with tight eyes. "Guess so," Candless said largely. "Guess I'll go home and give the little woman a treat." He gave Dial a swift, sidewise glance from his little eyes, "Mind if I don't ride home with you?" Dashiell asked carelessly. "With me it's okay. It's tough on Naomi," Candless said unpleasantly. Dashiell made a soft sound with his lips, shrugged, said, "You like to burn people up, don't you, Chief?" Candless didn't answer, didn't look at him. Dashiell stood silent with his drink and watched the big man put on monogrammed satin underclothes, purple socks with gray clocks, a monogrammed silk shirt, a suit of tiny black and white checks that made him look as big as a barn. By the time he got to his purple tie, he was yelling for the black manto, "Come and mix another drink." Dashiell refused the second drink, nodded, went away softly along the matting between the tall green lockers. Candless finished dressing, drank his second highball, locked his liquor away, and put a fat brown cigar in his mouth. He had the black man light the cigar for him. He went off with a strut and several loud greetings here and there. It seemed very quiet in the locker room after he went out. There were a few snickers. It was raining outside the Delmar Club. The liveried doorman helped Hugo Candless on with his belted white slicker and went out for his car. When he had it in front of the canopy, he held an umbrella over Hugo across the strip of wooden matting to the curb. The car was a royal blue Lincoln limousine with buff striping. The license number was 5-6. The chauffeur, in a black slicker turned up high around his ears, didn't look around. The doorman opened the door, and Hugo Candless got in and sank heavily on the back seat. "Night, Sam. Tell him to go on home." The doorman touched his cap, shut the door, and relayed the orders to the driver, who nodded without turning his head. The car moved off in the rain. The rain came down slantingly, and at the intersection sudden gusts blew it, rattling against the glass of the limousine. The street corners were clotted with people trying to get across Sunset without being splashed. Hugo Candless grinned out at them, pityingly. The car went out Sunset, through Sherman, then swung towards the hills. It began to go very fast. It was on a boulevard where traffic was thin now. It was very hot in the car. The windows were all shut, and the glass partition behind the driver's seat was shut all the way across. The smoke of Hugo's cigar was heavy and choking in the tonneau of the limousine. Candless scowled and reached out to lower a window. The window lever didn't work. He tried the other side. That didn't work either. He began to get mad. He grabbed for the little telephone dingus to bawl his driver out. There wasn't any little telephone dingus. The car turned sharply and began to go up a long straight hill with eucalyptus trees on one side and no houses. Candless felt something cold touch his spine, all the way up and down his spine. He bent forward and banged on the glass with his fist. The driver didn't turn his head. The car went very fast up the long, dark hill road. Hugo Candless grabbed viciously for the door handle. The doors didn't have any handles either side. A sick, incredulous grin broke over Hugo's broad moon face. The driver bent over to the right and reached for something with his gloved hand. There was a sudden sharp hissing noise. Hugo Candless began to smell the odor of almonds. Very faint at first, very faint and rather pleasant. The hissing noise went on. The smell of almonds got bitter and harsh and very deadly. Hugo Candless dropped his cigar and banged with all his strength on the glass of the nearest window. The glass didn't break. The car was up in the hills now, beyond even the infrequent street lights of the residential sections. Candless dropped back on the seat and lifted his foot to kick hard at the glass partition in front of him. The kick was never finished. His eyes no longer saw. His face twisted into a snarl, and his head went back against the cushions, crushed down against his thick shoulders. His soft white felt hat was shapeless on his big square skull. The driver looked back quickly, showing a lean, hawk-like face for a brief instant. Then he bent to his right again, and the hissing noise stopped. He pulled over to the side of the deserted road, stopped the car, switched off all the lights. The rain made a dull noise pounding on the roof. The driver got out in the rain and opened the rear door of the car, then backed away from it quickly, holding his nose. He stood a little way off for a while and looked up and down the road. In the back of the limousine, Hugo Candless didn't move. Chapter 2. Francine lay sat in a low red chair beside a small table on which there was an alabaster bowl. Smoke from the cigarette she had just discarded into the bowl floated up and made patterns in the still, warm air. Her hands were clasped behind her head, and her smoke-blue eyes were lazy, inviting. She had dark auburn hair set in loose waves. There were bluish shadows in the troughs of the waves. George Dashiell leaned over and kissed her on the lips, hard. His own lips were hot when he kissed her, and he shivered. The girl didn't move. She smiled up at him lazily when he straightened again. In a thick, clogged voice, Dashiell said, "Listen, Francie, when do you ditch this gambler and let me set you up?" Francine Lay shrugged, without taking her hands from behind her head. "He's a square gambler, George," she drawled. "That's something nowadays, and you don't have enough money. I can get it." "How?" Her voice was low and husky. It moved George Dashiell like a cello. "From Candless. I've got plenty on that bird." "As for instance?" Francine Lay suggested lazily. Dashiell grinned softly down at her. He widened his eyes in a deliberately innocent expression. Francine Lay thought the whites of his eyes were tinged ever so faintly with some color that was not white. Dashiell flourished an unlighted cigarette. "Plenty, like he sold out a tough boy from Reno last year. The tough boy's half-brother was under a murder rap here, and Candless took 25 grand to get him off. He made a deal with the DA on another case and let the tough boy's brother go up." "And what did the tough boy do about all that?" Francine Lay asked gently. "Nothing yet. He thinks it was on the up and up, I guess. You can't always win." "But he might do plenty if he knew," Francine Lay said, nodding. "Who was the tough boy, Georgie?" Dashiell lowered his voice and leaned down over her again. "I'm a sap to tell you that. A man named Zappardy. I've never met him." "And never want to if you've got sense, Georgie." "No thanks. I'm not walking myself into any jam like that with you." Dashiell smiled lightly, showing even teeth in a dark, smooth face. "Leave it to me, Francie. Just forget the whole thing except how I'm nuts about you." "Buy us a drink," the girl said. The room was a living room in a hotel apartment. It was all red and white, with embassy decorations, too stiff. The white walls had red designs painted on them. The white Venetian blinds were framed in white box drapes. There was a half-round red rug with a white border in front of the gas fire. There was a kidney-shaped white desk against one wall, between the windows. Dashiell went over to the desk and poured scotch into 2 glasses, added ice and charged water, carried the glasses back across the room to where a thin wisp of smoke still plumed upward from the alabaster bowl. "Ditch the gambler," Dashiell said, handing her a glass. "He's the one who'll get you in a jam." She sipped the drink, nodded. Dashiell took the glass out of her hand, sipped from the same place on the rim, leaned over holding both glasses, and kissed her on the lips again. There were red curtains over a door to a short hallway. They were parted a few inches, and a man's face appeared in the opening. Cool gray eyes stared in thoughtfully at the kiss. The curtains fell together again without sound. After a moment, a door shut loudly, and steps came along the hallway. Johnny DeRuse came through the curtains into the room. By that time, Dashiell was lighting his cigarette. Johnny DeRuse was tall, lean, quiet, dressed in dark clothes dashingly cut. His cool gray eyes had fine laughter wrinkles at the corners. His thin mouth was delicate but not soft, and his long chin had a cleft in it. Dashiell stared at him, made a vague motion with his hand. DeRuse walked over to the desk without speaking, poured some whiskey into a glass and drank it straight. He stood a moment with his back to the room, tapping on the edge of the desk. Then he turned around, smiled faintly, said, "Low people," in a gentle, rather drawling voice, and went out of the room through an inner door. He was in a big, over-decorated bedroom with twin beds. He went to a closet and got a tan calfskin suitcase out of it, opened it on the nearest bed. He began to rob the drawers of a highboy and put things in the suitcase, arranging them carefully, without haste. He whistled quietly through his teeth while he was doing it. When the suitcase was packed, he snapped it shut and lit a cigarette. He stood for a moment in the middle of the room without moving. His gray eyes looked at the wall without seeing it. After a little while, he went back into the closet and came out with a small gun in a soft leather harness with 2 short straps. He pulled up the left leg of his trousers and strapped the holster on his leg. Then he picked up the suitcase and went back to the living room. Francine Lay's eyes narrowed swiftly when she saw the suitcase. "Going someplace?" she asked in her low, husky voice. "Uh-huh. Where's Dashiell?" "He had to leave." "That's too bad," Daruse said softly. He put the suitcase down on the floor and stood beside it, moving his cool gray eyes over the girl's face, up and down her slim body, from her ankles to her auburn head. "That's too bad," he said. "I like to see him around. I'm kind of dull for you." "Maybe you are, Johnny." He bent to the suitcase but straightened without touching it and said casually, "Remember Mops Parisi? I saw him in town today." Her eyes widened and then almost shut. Her teeth clicked lightly. The line of her jawbone stood out very distinctly for a moment. Daruse kept moving his glance up and down her face and body. "Going to do anything about it?" she asked. "I thought of taking a trip," Daruse said. "I'm not so scrappy as I was once." "A powder," Francine Lay said softly. "Where do we go?" "Not a powder, a trip," Daruse said tonelessly. "And not me. I'm going alone." She sat still, watching his face, not moving a muscle. Daruse reached inside his coat and got out a long wallet that opened like a book. He tossed a tight sheaf of bills into the girl's lap, put the wallet away. She didn't touch the bills. "That'll hold you for longer than you'll need to find a new playmate," he said without expression. "I wouldn't say I won't send you more if you need it." She stood up slowly and the sheaf of bills slid down her skirt to the floor. She held her arms straight down at the sides, the hands clenched so that the tendons on the backs of them were sharp. Her eyes were as dull as slate. "That means we're through, Johnny?" He lifted his suitcase. She stepped in front of him swiftly with 2 long steps. She put a hand against his coat. He stood quite still, smiling gently with his eyes, but not with his lips. The perfume of Shalimar twitched at his nostrils. "You know what you are, Johnny." Her husky voice was almost a lisp. He waited. "A pigeon, Johnny, a pigeon." He nodded slightly. "Check. I called copper on Mops Parisi. I don't like the snatch racket, baby. I'd call copper on it any day. I might even get myself hurt blocking it. That's old stuff." "Through?" "You called copper on Mops Parisi, and you don't think he knows it, but maybe he does. So you're running away from him." "That's a laugh, Johnny. I'm kidding you. That's not why you're leaving me. Maybe I'm just tired of you, baby." She put her head back and laughed sharply, almost with a wild note. Daruse didn't budge. "You're not a tough boy, Johnny. You're soft. George Dashiell is harder than you are. God, how soft you are, Johnny." She stepped back, staring at his face. Some flicker of almost unbearable emotion came and went in her eyes. "You're such a handsome pup, Johnny. God, but you're handsome. It's too bad you're soft." Daruse said gently without moving. "Not soft, baby, just a bit sentimental. I like to clock the ponies and play 7-card stud and mess around with little red cubes with white spots on them. I like games of chance, including women, but when I lose I don't get sore and I don't chisel. I just move on to the next table. Be seeing you." He stooped, hefted the suitcase, and walked around her. He went across the room and through the red curtains without looking back. Francine Lay stared with stiff eyes at the floor. Chapter 3. Standing under the scalloped glass canopy of the side entrance to the Chatterton, Daruse looked up and down Irolo, towards the flashing lights of Wilshire and towards the dark, quiet end of the side street. The rain fell softly, slantingly. A light drop blew in under the canopy and hit the red end of his cigarette with a sputter. He hefted the suitcase and went along Irolo towards his sedan. It was parked almost at the next corner, a shiny black Packard with a little discreet chromium here and there. He stopped and opened the door, and a gun came up swiftly from inside the car. The gun prodded against his chest. A voice said sharply, "Hold it, the mit's high, sweets." Daruse saw the man dimly inside the car, a lean hawk-like face on which some reflected light fell without making it distinct. He felt a gun hard against his chest, hurting his breastbone. Quick steps came up behind him and another gun prodded his back. "Satisfied?" another voice inquired. Derues dropped the suitcase, lifted his hands and put them against the top of the car. "Okay," he said wearily. "What is it, a heist?" A snarling laugh came from the man in the car. A hand smacked Derues' hips from behind. "Back up, slow." Derues backed up, holding his hands very high in the air. "Not so high, punk," the man behind said dangerously. "Just shoulder high." Derues lowered them. The man in the car got out, straightened. He put his gun against Derues' chest again, put out a long arm and unbuttoned Derues' overcoat. Derues leaned backwards. The hand belonging to the long arm explored his pockets, his armpits. A .38 in a spring holster ceased to make weight under his arm. "Got one, Chuck. Anything your side?" "Nothing on the hip." The man in front stepped away and picked up the suitcase. "March Sweets. We'll ride in our heap." They went farther along Irolo. A big Lincoln limousine loomed up, a blue car with a lighter stripe. The hawk-faced man opened the rear door. "In." Derues got in listlessly, spitting his cigarette end into the wet darkness as he stooped under the roof of the car. A faint smell assailed his nose, a smell that might have been overripe peaches or almonds. He got into the car. "In beside him, Chuck." "Listen, let's all ride up front. I can handle. Nix." "In beside him, Chuck," the hawk-faced one snapped. Chuck growled, got into the back seat beside Derues. The other man slammed the door hard. His lean face showed through the closed window in a sardonic grin. Then he went around to the driver's seat and started the car, tooled it away from the curb. Derues wrinkled his nose, sniffing at the queer smell. They spun at the corner, went east on 8th to Normandy, north on Normandy across Wilshire, across other streets, up over a steep hill and down the other side to Melrose. The big Lincoln slid through the light rain without a whisper. Chuck sat in the corner, held his gun on his knee, scowled. Streetlights showed a square, arrogant red face, a face that was not at ease. The back of the driver's head was motionless beyond the glass partition. They passed Sunset and Hollywood, turned east on Franklin, swung north to Los Feliz and down Los Feliz towards the riverbed. Cars coming up the hill threw sudden brief glares of white light into the interior of the Lincoln. Derues tensed, waited. At the next pair of lights that shot squarely into the car, he bent over swiftly and jerked up the left leg of his trousers. He was back against the cushions before the blinding light was gone. Chuck hadn't moved, hadn't noticed movement. Down at the bottom of the hill, at the intersection of Riverside Drive, a whole phalanx of cars surged towards them as a light changed. Derues waited, timed the impact of the headlights. His body stooped briefly, his hand swooped down, snatched the small gun from the leg holster. He leaned back once more, the gun against the bulk of his left thigh, concealed behind it from where Chuck sat. The Lincoln shot over onto Riverside and past the entrance to Griffith Park. "Where we going, punk?" Derues asked casually. "Save it," Chuck snarled. "You'll find out." "Not a stick up, huh?" "Save it," Chuck snarled again. "Mops Parisi's boys?" Derues asked thinly, slowly. The red-faced gunman jerked, lifted the gun off his knee. "I said, save it." Derues said, "Sorry, punk." He turned the gun over his thigh, lined it swiftly, squeezed the trigger left-handed. The gun made a small flat sound, almost an unimportant sound. Chuck yelled and his hand jerked wildly. The gun kicked out of it and fell on the floor of the car. His left hand raced for his right shoulder. Derues shifted the little Mauser to his right hand and put it deep into Chuck's side. "Steady, boy, steady. Keep your hands out of trouble. Now kick that cannon over this way fast." Chuck kicked the big automatic along the floor of the car. Derues reached down for it swiftly, got it. The lean-faced driver jerked a look back and the car swerved, then straightened again. Derues hefted the big gun. The Mauser was too light for a sap. He slammed Chuck hard on the side of the head. Chuck groaned, sagged forward, clawing. "The gas!" he bleated. "The gas, he'll turn on the gas." Derues hit him again, harder. Chuck was a tumbled heap on the floor of the car. The Lincoln swung off Riverside, over a short bridge and a bridle path, down a narrow dirt road that split a golf course. It went into darkness and among trees. It went fast, rocketed from side to side, as if the driver wanted it to do just that. Derues steadied himself, felt for the door handle. There wasn't any door handle. His lips curled and he smashed at a window with the gun. The heavy glass was like a wall of stone. The hawk-faced man leaned over and there was a hissing sound. Then there was a sudden, sharp increase of intensity of the smell of almonds. Derues tore a handkerchief out of his pocket and pressed it to his nose. The driver had straightened again now and was driving hunched over, trying to keep his head down. Derues held the muzzle of the big gun close to the glass partition behind the driver's head, who ducked sidewise. He squeezed lead 4 times quickly, shutting his eyes and turning his head away, like a nervous woman. No glass flew. When he looked again, there was a jagged round hole in the glass, and the windshield in a line with it was starred, but not broken. He slammed the gun at the edges of the hole and managed to knock a piece of glass loose. He was getting the gas now through the handkerchief. His head felt like a balloon. His vision waved and wandered. The hawk-faced driver, crouched, wrenched the door open at his side, swung the wheel of the car the opposite way and jumped clear. The car tore over a low embankment, looped a little and smacked sidewise against a tree. The body twisted enough for one of the rear doors to spring open. Derues went through the door in a headlong dive. Soft earth smacked him, knocked some of the wind out of him. Then his lungs breathed clean air. He rolled up on his stomach and elbows, kept his head down, his gun hand up. The hawk-faced man was on his knees a dozen yards away. Derues watched him drag a gun out of his pocket and lift it. Chuck's gun pulsed and roared in Derues' hand until it was empty. The hawk-faced man folded down slowly, and his body merged with the dark shadows and the wet ground. Cars went by distantly on Riverside Drive. Rain dripped off the trees. The Griffith Park beacon turned in the thick sky. The rest was darkness and silence. Derues took a deep breath and got up on his feet. He dropped the empty gun, took a small flash out of his overcoat pocket and pulled his overcoat up against his nose and mouth, pressing the thick cloth hard against his face. He went to the car, switched off the lights and threw the beam of the flash into the driver's compartment. He leaned in quickly and turned a petcock on a copper cylinder like a fire extinguisher. The hissing noise of the gas stopped. He went over to the hawk-faced man. He was dead. There was some loose money, currency and silver in his pockets, cigarettes, a folder of matches from the Club Egypt, no wallet, a couple of extra clips of cartridges. Derues' 38. Derues put the last back where it belonged and straightened from the sprawled body. He looked across the darkness of the Los Angeles riverbed towards the lights of Glendale. In the middle distance, a green neon sign far from any other light winked on and off. Club Egypt. Derues smiled quietly to himself and went back to the Lincoln. He dragged Chuck's body out onto the wet ground. Chuck's red face was blue now, under the beam of the small flash. His open eyes held an empty stare. His chest didn't move. Derues put the flash down and went through some more pockets. He found the usual things a man carries, including a wallet showing a driver's license issued to Charles Legrand, Hotel Metropole, Los Angeles. He found more Club Egypt matches and a tabbed hotel key marked 809, Hotel Metropole. He put the key in his pocket, slammed the sprung door of the Lincoln, got in under the wheel. The motor caught. He backed the car away from the tree with a wrench of broken fender metal, swung it around slowly over the soft earth, and got it back again on the road. When he reached Riverside again, he turned the lights on and drove back to Hollywood. He put the car under some pepper trees in front of a big brick apartment house on Kenmore, half a block north of Hollywood Boulevard, locked the ignition, and lifted out his suitcase. Light from the entrance of the apartment house rested on the front license plate as he walked away. He wondered why gunmen would use a car with plate numbers reading 5-6, almost a privileged number. In a drugstore, he phoned for a taxi. The taxi took him back to the Chatterton. Chapter 4. The apartment was empty. The smell of Shalimar and cigarette smoke lingered on the warm air as if someone had been there not long before. Derues pushed into the bedroom, looked at clothes in 2 closets, articles on a dresser, then went back to the red and white living room and mixed himself a stiff highball. He put the night latch on the outside door and carried his drink into the bedroom, stripped off his muddy clothes, and put on another suit of somber material but dandified cut. He sipped his drink while he knotted a black 4 in hand in the opening of a soft white linen shirt. He swabbed the barrel of the little Mauser, reassembled it, and added a shell to the small clip, slipped the gun back into the leg holster. Then he washed his hands and took his drink to the telephone. The first number he called was the Chronicle. He asked for the city room, Werner. A drawly voice dripped over the wire. Werner talking. Go ahead, kid. Me. Derues said, This is John Derues, Claude. Look up California license 5-6 on your list for me. Must be a bloody politician, the drawly voice said, and went away. Derues sat motionless, looking at a fluted white pillar in the corner. It had a red and white bowl of red and white artificial roses on top of it. He wrinkled his nose at it disgustedly. Werner's voice came back on the wire. 1930 Lincoln limousine registered to Hugo Candless, Casa de Oro Apartments, 2942 Clearwater Street, West Hollywood. Derues said in a tone that meant nothing, That's the mouthpiece, isn't it? Yeah, the big lip. Mr. Take the witness. Werner's voice came down lower. Speaking to you, Johnny, and not for publication, a big crooked tub of guts that's not even smart. Just been around long enough to know who's for sale. Story in it? Hell no, Derues said softly. He just sideswiped me and didn't stop. He hung up and finished his drink, stood up to mix another. Then he swept a telephone directory onto the white desk and looked up the number of the Casa de Oro. He dialed it. A switchboard operator told him Mr. Hugo Candless was out of town. Give me his apartment, Derues said. A woman's cool voice answered the phone. Yes, this is Mrs. Hugo Candless speaking. What is it, please? Derues said, I'm a client of Mr. Candless, very anxious to get hold of him. Can you help me? I'm very sorry, the cool, almost lazy voice told him. My husband was called out of town quite suddenly. I don't even know where he went, though I expect to hear from him later this evening. He left his club. What club was that? Derues asked casually. The Delmar Club. I say he left there without coming home. If there is any message. Derues said, Thank you, Mrs. Candless. Perhaps I may call you again later. He hung up, smiled slowly and grimly, sipped his fresh drink, and looked up the number of the Hotel Metropole. He called it and asked for Mr. Charles Legrand in room 809. 609, the operator said casually. I'll connect you. A moment later, there is no answer. Derues thanked her, took the tabbed key out of his pocket, looked at the number on it. The number was 809. Chapter 5. Sam, the doorman at the Delmar Club, leaned against the buff stone of the entrance and watched the traffic swish by on Sunset Boulevard. The headlights hurt his eyes. He was tired, and he wanted to go home. He wanted a smoke and a big slug of gin. He wished the rain would stop. It was dead inside the club when it rained. He straightened away from the wall and walked the length of the sidewalk canopy a couple of times. Slapping together his big black hands in big white gloves, he tried to whistle the Skater's Waltz. Couldn't get within a block of the tune. Whistled Low Down Lady instead. That didn't have any tune. Derues came around the corner from Hudson Street and stood beside him near the wall. Hugo Candless inside? He asked, not looking at Sam. Sam clicked his teeth disapprovingly. He ain't. Been in? Ask at the desk side, please, mister. Derues took gloved hands out of his pocket and began to roll a $5 bill around his left forefinger. What do they know that you don't know? Sam grinned slowly, watched the bill being wound tightly around the gloved finger. That's a fact, boss. Yeah, he was in. Comes most every day. What time he leave? He leave 'bout 6:30, I reckon. Drive his blue Lincoln limousine? Schwa. Only he don't drive it hisself. What for you ask? It was raining then, Derues said calmly. Raining pretty hard. Maybe it wasn't the Lincoln. 'Twas too, the Lincoln, Sam protested. Ain't I tucked him in? He never rides nothing else. License 5-6? Derues bored on relentlessly. That's it, Sam chortled. Just like a councilman's number, that number is. Know the driver? Schwa, Sam began, and then stopped cold. He raked a black jaw with a white finger the size of a banana. Well, I'll be a big black slob if he ain't got hisself a new driver again. I ain't no et man sure'na. Derues poked the rolled bill into Sam's big white paw. Sam grabbed it, but his large eyes suddenly got suspicious. Say, for what you ask all of them questions, Mr. Man? Derues said, I paid my way, didn't I? He went back around the corner to Hudson and got into his black Packard sedan. He drove it out onto Sunset, then west on Sunset, almost to Beverly Hills, then turned towards the foothills and began to peer at the signs on street corners. Clearwater Street ran along the flank of a hill and had a view of the entire city. The Casa de Oro, at the corner of Parkinson, was a tricky block of high-class bungalow apartments surrounded by an adobe wall with red tiles on top. It had a lobby in a separate building, a big private garage on Parkinson, opposite one length of the wall. Derues parked across the street from the garage and sat looking through the wide window into a glassed-in office where an attendant in spotless white coveralls sat with his feet on the desk, reading a magazine and spit over his shoulder at an invisible cuspidor. Derues got out of the Packard, crossed the street farther up, came back and slipped into the garage without the attendant seeing him. The cars were in 4 rows. 2 rows backed against the white walls, 2 against each other in the middle. There were plenty of vacant stalls, but plenty of cars had gone to bed also. They were mostly big, expensive closed models, with 2 or 3 flashy open jobs. There was only one limousine. It had license number 5-6. It was a well-kept car, bright and shiny, royal blue with a buff trimming. Derues took a glove off and rested his hand on the radiator shell. Quite cold. He felt the tires, looked at his fingers. A little fine, dry dust adhered to the skin. There was no mud in the treads, just bone-dry dust. He went back along the row of dark car bodies and leaned in the open door of the little office. After a moment, the attendant looked up, almost with a start. "Seen the canless chauffeur around?" Derues asked him. The man shook his head and spit deftly into a copper spittoon. "Not since I came on, 3 o'clock. Didn't he go down to the club for the old man?" "Nope, I guess not. The big hack ain't been out. He always takes that." "Where does he hang his hat?" "Who, Maddock? They got servants' quarters in back of the jungle, but I think I heard him say he parks at some hotel. Let's see." A brow got furrowed. "The Metropole?" Derues suggested. The garage man thought it over while Derues stared at the point of his chin. "Yeah, I think that's it. I ain't just positive, though. Maddock don't open up much." Derues thanked him and crossed the street and got into the Packard again. He drove downtown. It was 25 minutes past 9 when he got to the corner of 7th and Spring, where the Metropole was. It was an old hotel that had once been exclusive and was now steering a shaky course between a receivership and a bad name at headquarters. It had too much oily dark wood paneling, too many chipped gilt mirrors, too much smoke hung below its low-beamed lobby ceiling, and too many grifters bummed around in its worn leather rockers. The blonde who looked after the big horseshoe cigar counter wasn't young anymore, and her eyes were cynical from standing off cheap dates. Derues leaned on the glass and pushed his hat back on his crisp black hair. "Camels, honey," he said in his low-pitched gambler's voice. The girl smacked the pack in front of him, rang up 15 cents and slipped the dime change under his elbow with a faint smile. Her eyes said they liked him. She leaned opposite him and put her head near enough so that he could smell the perfume in her hair. "Tell me something," Derues said. "What?" she asked softly. "Find out who lives in 809 without telling any answers to the clerk." The blonde looked disappointed. "Why don't you ask him yourself, mister?" "I'm too shy," Derues said. "Yes, you are." She went to her telephone and talked into it with languid grace, came back to Derues. Name of Maddock. Mean anything? Guess not, Darouz said. Thanks a lot. How do you like it in this nice hotel? Who said it was a nice hotel? Darouz smiled, touched his hat, strolled away. Her eyes looked after him sadly. She leaned her sharp elbows on the counter and cupped her chin in her hands to stare after him. Darouz crossed the lobby and went up 3 steps and got into an open cage elevator that started with a lurch. 8, he said, and leaned against the cage with his hands in his pockets. 8 was as high as the Metropole went. Darouz followed a long corridor that smelled of varnish. A turn at the end brought him face to face with 809. He knocked on the dark wood panel. Nobody answered. He bent over, looked through an empty keyhole, knocked again. Then he took the tabbed key out of his pocket and unlocked the door and went in. Windows were shut in 2 walls. The air reeked of whiskey. Lights were on in the ceiling. There was a wide brass bed, a dark bureau, a couple of brown leather rockers, a stiff-looking desk with a flat brown quart of 4 roses on it, nearly empty. Without a cap, Darouz sniffed it and set his hips against the edge of the desk, let his eyes prowl the room. His glance traversed from the dark bureau across the bed and the wall with the door in it to another door behind which light showed. He crossed to that and opened it. The man lay on his face on the yellowish-brown wood-stone floor of the bathroom. Blood on the floor looked sticky and black. 2 soggy patches on the back of the man's head were the points from which rivulets of dark red had run down the side of his neck to the floor. The blood had stopped flowing a long time ago. Darouz slipped a glove off and stooped to hold 2 fingers against the place where an artery would beat. He shook his head and put his hand back into his glove. He left the bathroom, shut the door, and went to open one of the windows. He leaned out, breathing clean, rain-wet air, looking down along slants of thin rain into the dark slit of an alley. After a little while he shut the window again, switched off the light in the bathroom, took a Do Not Disturb sign out of the top bureau drawer, doused the ceiling lights and went out. He hung the sign on the knob and went back along the corridor to the elevators and left the Hotel Metropole. Chapter 6. Francine Lay hummed low down in her throat as she went along the silent corridor of the Chatterton. She hummed unsteadily without knowing what she was humming, and her left hand with its cherry-red fingernails held a green velvet cape from slipping down off her shoulders. There was a wrapped bottle under her other arm. She unlocked the door, pushed it open, and stopped with a quick frown. She stood still, remembering, trying to remember. She was still a little tight. She had left the lights on, that was it. They were off now. Could be the maid service, of course. She went on in, fumbled through the red curtains into the living room. The glow from the heater prowled across the red and white rug and touched shiny black things with a ruddy gleam. The shiny black things were shoes. They didn't move. Francine Lay said, "Oh, oh," in a sick voice. The hand holding the cape almost tore into her neck with its long, beautifully molded nails. Something clicked, and light glowed in a lamp beside an easy chair. Darouz sat in the chair, looking at her woodenly. He had his coat and hat on, his eyes shrouded, far away, filled with a remote brooding. He said, "Been out, Francie?" She sat down slowly on the edge of a half-round settee, put the bottle down beside her. "I got tight," she said. "Thought I'd better eat. Then I thought I'd get tight again." She patted the bottle. Darouz said, "I think your friend Dial's boss has been snatched." He said it casually, as if it was of no importance to him. Francine Lay opened her mouth slowly, and as she opened it, all the prettiness went out of her face. Her face became a blank, haggard mask on which rouge burned violently. Her mouth looked as if it wanted to scream. After a while it closed again and her face got pretty again, and her voice from far off said, "Would it do any good to say I don't know what you're talking about?" Darouz didn't change his wooden expression. He said, "When I went down to the street from here, a couple of hoods jumped me. One of them was stashed in the car. Of course they could have spotted me somewhere else, followed me here." "They did," Francine Lay said breathlessly. "They did, Johnny." His long chin moved an inch. "They piled me into a big Lincoln, a limousine. It was quite a car. It had heavy glass that didn't break easily and no door handles, and it was all shut up tight. In the front seat, it had a tank of Nevada gas, cyanide, which the guy driving could turn into the back part without getting it himself. They took me out Griffith Parkway towards the Club Egypt. That's that joint on county land near the airport. He paused, rubbed the end of one eyebrow, went on. They overlooked the Mauser I sometimes wear on my leg. The driver crashed the car and I got loose. He spread his hands and looked down at them. A faint metallic smile showed at the corners of his lips. Francine Lay said, "I didn't have anything to do with it, Johnny." Her voice was as dead as the summer before last. DeRuse said, "The guy that rode in the car before I did probably didn't have a gun. He was Hugo Candless. The car was a ringer for his car. Same model, same paint job, same plates, but it wasn't his car. Somebody took a lot of trouble. Candless left the Del Mar Club in the wrong car about 6:30. His wife says he's out of town. I talked to her an hour ago. His car hasn't been out of the garage since noon. Maybe his wife knows he's snatched by now, maybe not." Francine Lay's nails clawed at her skirt. Her lips shook. DeRuse went on calmly, tonelessly. "Somebody gunned the Candless chauffeur in a downtown hotel tonight or this afternoon. The cops haven't found it yet. Somebody took a lot of trouble, Francie. You wouldn't want to be in on that kind of a setup, would you, precious?" Francine Lay bent her head forward and stared at the floor. She said thickly, "I need a drink. What I had is dying in me. I feel awful." DeRuse stood up and went to the white desk. He drained a bottle into a glass and brought it across to her. He stood in front of her, holding the glass out of her reach. "I only get tough once in a while, baby. But when I get tough, I'm not so easy to stop, if I say it myself. If you know anything about all this, now would be a good time to spill it." He handed her the glass. She gulped the whiskey and a little more light came into her smoke-blue eyes. She said slowly, "I don't know anything about it, Johnny, not in the way you mean. But George Dial made me a love nest proposition tonight, and he told me he could get money out of Candless by threatening to spill a dirty trick Candless played on some tough boy from Reno. Damn clever, these greasers," DeRuse said. "Reno's my town, baby. I know all the tough boys in Reno. Who was it?" "Somebody named Zappardy." DeRuse said very softly, "Zappardy is the name of the man who runs the Club Egypt." Francine Lay stood up suddenly and grabbed his arm. "Stay out of it, Johnny. For Christ's sake, can't you stay out of it for just this once?" DeRuse shook his head, smiled delicately, lingeringly at her. Then he lifted her hand off his arm and stepped back. "I had a ride in their gas car, baby, and I didn't like it. I smelled their Nevada gas. I left my lead in somebody's gun punk. That makes me call copper or get jammed up with the law. If somebody's snatched and I call copper, there'll be another kidnap victim bumped off, more likely than not. Zappardy's a tough boy from Reno, and that could tie in with what Dial told you. And if Mops Parisi is playing with Zappardy, that could make a reason to pull me into it. Parisi loathes my guts." "You don't have to be a one-man riot squad, Johnny," Francine Lay said desperately. He kept on smiling with tight lips and solemn eyes. "There'll be two of us, baby. Get yourself a long coat. It's still raining a little." She goggled at him. Her outstretched hand, the one that had been on his arm, spread its fingers stiffly, bent back from the palm, straining back. Her voice was hollow with fear. "Me, Johnny? Oh, please not," DeRuse said gently. "Get that coat, honey. Make yourself look nice. It might be the last time we'll go out together." She staggered past him. He touched her arm softly, held it a moment, said almost in a whisper, "You didn't put the finger on me, did you, Francie?" She looked back stonily at the pain in his eyes, made a hoarse sound under her breath and jerked her arm loose, went quickly into the bedroom. After a moment, the pain went out of DeRuse's eyes, and the metallic smile came back to the corners of his lips. Chapter 7. DeRuse half closed his eyes and watched the croupier's fingers as they slid back across the table and rested on the edge. They were round, plump, tapering fingers, graceful fingers. Derues raised his head and looked at the croupier's face. He was a bald-headed man of no particular age, with quiet blue eyes. He had no hair on his head at all, not a single hair. Derues looked down at the croupier's hands again. The right hand turned a little on the edge of the table. The buttons on the sleeve of the croupier's brown velvet coat, cut like a dinner coat, rested on the edge of the table. Derues smiled his thin metallic smile. He had 3 blue chips on the red. On that play, the ball stopped at black 2. The croupier paid off 2 of the 4 other men who were playing. Derues pushed 5 blue chips forward and settled them on the red diamond. Then he turned his head to the left and watched a huskily built blond young man put 3 red chips on the 0. Derues licked his lips and turned his head farther, looked towards the side of the rather small room. Francine Lay was sitting on a couch back to the wall with her head leaning against it. "I think I've got it, baby," Derues said to her. "I think I've got it." Francine Lay blinked and lifted her head away from the wall. She reached for a drink on a low round table in front of her. She sipped the drink, looked at the floor, didn't answer. Derues looked back at the blond man. The 3 other men had made bets. The croupier looked impatient and at the same time watchful. Derues said, "How come you always hit 0 when I hit red and 00 when I hit black?" The blond young man smiled, shrugged. Said nothing. Derues put his hand down on the layout and said very softly, "I asked you a question, mister." "Maybe I'm Jesse Livermore," the blond young man grunted. "I like to sell short." "What is this, slow motion?" one of the other men snapped. "Make your plays, please, gentlemen," the croupier said. Derues looked at him, said, "Let it go." The croupier spun the wheel left-handed, flicked the ball with the same hand the opposite way. His right hand rested on the edge of the table. The ball stopped at black 28 next to 0. The blond man laughed. "Close," he said, "close." Derues checked his chips, stacked them carefully. "I'm down 6 grand, he said. "It's a little raw, but I guess there's money in it. Who runs this clip joint?" The croupier smiled slowly and stared straight into Derues' eyes. He asked quietly, "Did you say clip joint?" Derues nodded. He didn't bother to answer. "I thought you said clip joint," the croupier said, and moved 1 foot, put weight on it. 3 of the men who had been playing picked their chips up quickly and went over to a small bar in the corner of the room. They ordered drinks and leaned their backs against the wall by the bar, watching Derues and the croupier. The blond man stayed put and smiled sarcastically at Derues. "Tisk, tisk," he said thoughtfully. "Your manners." Francine Lay finished her drink and leaned her head back against the wall again. Her eyes came down and watched Derues furtively, under the long lashes. A paneled door opened after a moment, and a very big man with a black mustache and very rough black eyebrows came in. The croupier moved his eyes to him, then to Derues, pointing with his glance. "Yes, I thought you said clip joint," he repeated tonelessly. The big man drifted to Derues' elbow, touched him with his own elbow. "Out," he said impassively. The blond man grinned and put his hands in the pockets of his dark gray suit. The big man didn't look at him. Derues glanced across the layout at the croupier and said, "I'll take back my 6 grand and call it a day." "Out," the big man said wearily, jabbing his elbow into Derues' side. The bald-headed croupier smiled politely. "You," the big man said to Derues, "ain't going to get tough, are you?" Derues looked at him with sarcastic surprise. "Well, well, the bouncer," he said softly. "Take him, Nicky." The blond man took his right hand out of his pocket and swung it. The sap looked black and shiny under the bright lights. It hit the big man on the back of the head with a soft thud. The big man clawed at Derues, who stepped away from him quickly and took a gun out from under his arm. The big man clawed at the edge of the roulette table and fell heavily on the floor. Francine Lay stood up and made a strangled sound in her throat. The blond man skipped sidewise, whirled, and looked at the bartender. The bartender put his hands on top of the bar. The 3 men who had been playing roulette looked very interested, but they didn't move. Derues said, "The middle button on his right sleeve, Nicky. I think it's copper." "Yeah," The blond man drifted around the end of the table, putting the sap back in his pocket. He went close to the croupier and took hold of the middle of 3 buttons on his right cuff, jerked it hard. At the second jerk, it came away, and a thin wire followed it out of the sleeve. "Correct," the blond man said casually, letting the croupier's arm drop. "I'll take my 6 grand now," Derues said. "Then we'll go talk to your boss." The croupier nodded slowly and reached for the rack of chips beside the roulette table. The big man on the floor didn't move. The blond man put his right hand behind his hip and took a .45 automatic out from inside his waistband at the back. He swung it in his hand, smiling pleasantly around the room. Chapter 8. They went along a balcony that looked down over the dining room and the dance floor. The lisp of hot jazz came up to them from the lithe swaying bodies of a high yaller band. With the lisp of jazz came the smell of food and cigarette smoke and perspiration. The balcony was high and the scene down below had a patterned look, like an overhead camera shot. The bald-headed croupier opened a door in the corner of the balcony and went through without looking back. The blond man Derues had called Nicky went after him. Then Derues and Francine lay. There was a short hall with a frosted light in the ceiling. The door at the end of that looked like painted metal. The croupier put a plump finger on the small push button at the side, rang it in a certain way. There was a buzzing noise like the sound of an electric door release. The croupier pushed on the edge and opened it. Inside was a cheerful room, half den and half office. There was a grate fire and a green leather davenport at right angles to it, facing the door. A man sitting on the davenport put a newspaper down and looked up, and his face suddenly got livid. He was a small man with a tight round head, a tight round dark face. He had little lightless black eyes like buttons of jet. There was a big flat desk in the middle of the room, and a very tall man stood at the end of it with a cocktail shaker in his hands. His head turned slowly, and he looked over his shoulder at the 4 people who came into the room, while his hands continued to agitate the cocktail shaker in gentle rhythm. He had a cavernous face with sunken eyes, loose grayish skin, and close-cropped reddish hair without shine or parting. A thin crisscross scar like a German Menser scar showed on his left cheek. The tall man put the cocktail shaker down and turned his body around and stared at the croupier. The man on the davenport didn't move. There was a crouched tensity in his not moving. The croupier said, "I think it's a stick-up, but I couldn't help myself. They sapped Big George." The blond man smiled gaily and took his .45 out of his pocket. He pointed it at the floor. "He thinks it's a stick-up," he said. "Wouldn't that positively slay you?" Derues shut the heavy door. Francine Lay moved away from him, towards the side of the room away from the fire. He didn't look at her. The man on the davenport looked at her, looked at everybody. Derues said quietly, "The tall one is Zappardi. The little one is Mops Parisi." The blond man stepped to one side, leaving the croupier alone in the middle of the room. The .45 covered the man on the davenport. "Sure, I'm Zappardi," the tall man said. He looked at Derues curiously for a moment. Then he turned his back and picked the cocktail shaker up again, took out the plug and filled a shallow glass. He drained the glass, wiped his lips with a sheer lawn handkerchief, and tucked the handkerchief back into his breast pocket very carefully, so that 3 points showed. Derues smiled his thin metallic smile and touched one end of his left eyebrow with his forefinger. His right hand was in his jacket pocket. "Nicky and I put on a little act," he said. "That was so the boys outside would have something to talk about if the going got too noisy when we came in to see you." "It sounds interesting," Zappardi agreed. "What did you want to see me about?" "About that gas car you take people for rides in," Derues said. The man on the davenport made a very sudden movement, and his hand jumped off his leg as if something had stung it. The blond man said, "No, or yes if you'd rather, Mr. Parisi. It's all a matter of taste." Parisi became motionless again. His hand dropped back to his short, thick thigh. Zappardi widened his deep eyes a little. "Gas car?" His tone was of mild puzzlement. Derues went forward into the middle of the room near the croupier. He stood balanced on the balls of his feet. His gray eyes had a sleepy glitter, but his face was drawn and tired, not young. He said, "Maybe somebody just tossed it in your lap, Zappardy, but I don't think so. I'm talking about the blue Lincoln, license 5-6, with the tank of Nevada gas in front. You know Zappardy, the stuff they use on killers in our state." Zappardy swallowed, and his large Adam's apple moved in and out. He puffed his lips, then drew them back against his teeth, then puffed them again. The man on the Davenport laughed out loud, seemed to be enjoying himself. A voice that came from no one in the room said sharply, "Just drop that gat, Blondie. The rest of you grab air." DeRuse looked up towards an opened panel in the wall beyond the desk. A gun showed in the opening and a hand, but no body or face. Light from the room lit up the hand and the gun. The gun seemed to point directly at Francine Lay. DeRuse said, "Okay," quickly, and lifted his hands empty. The blond man said, "That'll be Big George, all rested and ready to go." He opened his hand and let the .45 thud to the floor in front of him. Parisi stood up very swiftly from the Davenport and took a gun from under his arm. Zappardy took a revolver out of the desk drawer, leveled it. He spoke towards the panel, "Get out and stay out." The panel clicked shut. Zappardy jerked his head at the bald-headed croupier, who had not seemed to move a muscle since he came into the room. "Back on the job, Louis. Keep the chin up." The croupier nodded and turned and went out of the room, closing the door carefully behind him. Francine Lay laughed foolishly. Her hand went up and pulled the collar of her wrap close around her throat, as if it was cold in the room. But there were no windows, and it was very warm from the fire. Parisi made a whistling sound with his lips and teeth and went quickly to DeRuse and stuck the gun he was holding in DeRuse's face, pushing his head back. He felt in DeRuse's pockets with his left hand, took the Colt, felt under his arms, circled around him, touched his hips, came to the front again. He stepped back a little and hit DeRuse on the cheek with the flat of one gun. DeRuse stood perfectly still except that his head jerked a little when the hard metal hit his face. Parisi hit him again the same place. Blood began to run down DeRuse's cheek from the cheekbone lazily. His head sagged a little and his knees gave way. He went down slowly, leaned with his left hand on the floor, shaking his head. His body was crouched, his legs doubled under him. His right hand dangled loosely beside his left foot. Zappardy said, "All right, Mops, don't get blood-hungry. We want words out of these people." Francine Lay laughed again rather foolishly. She swayed along the wall, holding one hand up against it. Parisi breathed hard and backed away from DeRuse with a happy smile on his round, swart face. "I've been waiting a long time for this," he said. When he was about 6 feet from DeRuse, something small and darkly glistening seemed to slide out of the left leg of DeRuse's trousers into his hand. There was a sharp snapping explosion. A tiny orange-green flame down on the floor. Parisi's head jerked back. A round hole appeared under his chin. It got large and red almost instantly. His hands opened laxly and the two guns fell out of them. His body began to sway. He fell heavily. Zappardy said, "Holy Christ!" and jerked up his revolver. Francine Lay screamed flatly and hurled herself at him, clawing, kicking, shrilling. The revolver went off twice with a heavy crash. 2 slugs plunked into a wall. Plaster rattled. Francine Lay slid down to the floor, on her hands and knees. A long, slim leg sprawled out from under her dress. The blond man down on one knee with his .45 in his hand again rasped, "She got the bastard's gun!" Zappardy stood with his hands empty, a terrible expression on his face. There was a long red scratch on the back of his right hand. His revolver lay on the floor beside Francine Lay. His horrified eyes looked down at it unbelievingly. Parisi coughed once on the floor and after that was still. DeRuse got up on his feet. The little Mauser looked like a toy in his hand. His voice seemed to come from far away, saying, "Watch that panel, Nicky." There was no sound outside the room, no sound anywhere. Zappardy stood at the end of the desk, frozen, ghastly. DeRuse bent down and touched Francine Lay's shoulder. "All right, baby?" She drew her legs under her and got up, stood looking down at Parisi. Her body shook with a nervous chill. "I'm sorry, baby," DeRuse said softly beside her. "I guess I had a wrong idea about you." He took a handkerchief out of his pocket and moistened it with his lips, then rubbed his left cheek lightly and looked at blood on the handkerchief. Nicky said, "I guess Big George went to sleep again. I was a sap not to blast at him." DeRuse nodded a little and said, "Yeah, the whole play was lousy. Where's your hat and coat, Mr. Zappardy? We'd like to have you go riding with us." Chapter 9. In the shadows under the pepper trees, DeRuse said, "There it is, Nicky. Over there. Nobody's bothered it. Better take a look around." The blond man got out from under the wheel of the Packard and went off under the trees. He stood a little while on the same side of the street as the Packard. Then he slipped across to where the big Lincoln was parked in front of the brick apartment house on North Kenmore. DeRuse leaned forward across the back of the front seat and pinched Francine Lay's cheek. "You're going home now, baby, with this bus. I'll see you later." "Johnny," she clutched at his arm, "what are you going to do? For Pete's sake, can't you stop having fun for tonight?" "Not yet, baby. Mr. Zappardy wants to tell us things. I figure a little ride in that gas car will pep him up. Anyway, I need it for evidence." He looked sidewise at Zappardy in the corner of the back seat. Zappardy made a harsh sound in his throat and stared in front of him with a shadowed face. Nicky came back across the road, stood with one foot on the running board. "No keys," he said. "Go 'em?" DeRuse said, "Sure." He took keys out of his pocket and handed them to Nicky. Nicky went around to Zappardy's side of the car and opened the door. "Out, mister." Zappardy got out stiffly, stood in the soft, slanting rain, his mouth working. DeRuse got out after him. "Take it away, baby." Francine Lay slid along the seat under the steering wheel of the Packard and pushed the starter. The motor caught with a soft whir. "So long, baby," DeRuse said gently. "Get my slippers warmed for me, and do me a big favor, honey. Don't phone anyone." The Packard went off along the dark street, under the big pepper trees. DeRuse watched it turn a corner. He prodded Zappardy with his elbow. "Let's go. You're going to ride in the back of your gas car. We can't feed you much gas on account of the hole in the glass, but you'll like the smell of it. We'll go off in the country somewhere. We've got all night to play with you." "I guess you know this is a snatch," Zappardy said harshly. "Don't I love to think it?" DeRuse purred. They went across the street, three men walking together without haste. Nicky opened the good rear door of the Lincoln. Zappardy got into it. Nicky banged the door shut, got under the wheel and fitted the ignition key in the lock. DeRuse got in beside him and sat with his legs straddling the tank of gas. The whole car still smelled of the gas. Nicky started the car, turned it in the middle of the block and drove north to Franklin, back over Los Feliz towards Glendale. After a little while, Zappardy leaned forward and banged on the glass. DeRuse put his ear to the hole in the glass behind Nicky's head. Zappardy's harsh voice said, "Stonehouse, Castle Road in the La Crescenta flood area." "Geez, but he's a softy," Nicky grunted, his eyes on the road ahead. DeRuse nodded, said thoughtfully, "There's more to it than that." With Parisi dead, he'd clam up unless he figured he had an out. Nicky said, "Me, I'd rather take a beating and keep my chin buttoned. Light me a pill, Johnny." DeRuse lit 2 cigarettes and passed one to the blond man. He glanced back at Zappardy's long body in the corner of the car. Passing light touched up his taut face, made the shadows on it look very deep. The big car slid noiselessly through Glendale and up the grade towards Montrose. From Montrose over to the Sunland Highway and across that into the almost deserted flood area of La Crescenta. They found Castle Road and followed it towards the mountains. In a few minutes they came to the stone house. It stood back from the road, across a wide space which might once have been lawn but which was now packed sand, small stones and a few large boulders. The road made a square turn just before they came to it. Beyond it, the road ended in a clean edge of concrete chewed off by the flood of New Year's Day, 1934. Beyond this edge was the main wash of the flood. Bushes grew in it, and there were many huge stones. On the very edge a tree grew with half its roots in the air, 8 feet above the bed of the wash. Nicky stopped the car and turned off the lights and took a big nickeled flash out of the car pocket. He handed it to DeRuse. DeRuse got out of the car and stood for a moment with his hand on the open door, holding the flash. He took a gun out of his overcoat pocket and held it down at his side. "Looks like a stall," he said. "I don't think there's anything stirring here." He glanced in at Zapparty, smiled sharply, and walked off across the ridges of sand towards the house. The front door stood half open, wedged that way by sand. Derues went towards the corner of the house, keeping out of line with the door as well as he could. He went along the side wall, looking at boarded-up windows behind which there was no trace of light. At the back of the house was what had been a chicken house. A piece of rusted junk in a squashed garage was all that remained of the family sedan. The back door was nailed up like the windows. Derues stood silent in the rain, wondering why the front door was open. Then he remembered that there had been another flood a few months before, not such a bad one. There might have been enough water to break open the door on the side towards the mountains. 2 stucco houses, both abandoned, loomed on the adjoining lots. Farther away from the wash, on a bit of higher ground, there was a lighted window. It was the only light anywhere in the range of Derues's vision. He went back to the front of the house and slipped through the open door, stood inside it and listened. After quite a long time, he snapped the flash on. The house didn't smell like a house. It smelled like out of doors. There was nothing in the front room but sand, a few pieces of smashed furniture, some marks on the walls, above the dark line of the floodwater where pictures had hung. Derues went through a short hall into a kitchen that had a hole in the floor where the sink had been and a rusty gas stove stuck in the hole. From the kitchen, he went into a bedroom. He had not heard any whisper of sound in the house so far. The bedroom was square and dark. A carpet stiff with old mud was plastered to the floor. There was a metal bed with a rusted spring and a water-stained mattress over part of the spring. Feet stuck out from under the bed. They were large feet in walnut-brown brogues with purple socks above them. The socks had gray clocks down the sides. Above the socks were trousers of black and white check. Derues stood very still and played the flash down on the feet. He made a soft sucking sound with his lips. He stood like that for a couple of minutes without moving at all. Then he stood the flash on the floor, on its end, so that the light it shot against the ceiling was reflected down to make dim light all over the room. He took hold of the mattress and pulled it off the bed. He reached down and touched one of the hands of the man who was under the bed. The hand was ice cold. He took hold of the ankles and pulled, but the man was large and heavy. It was easier to move the bed from over him. Chapter 10. Zapparty leaned his head back against the upholstery and shut his eyes and turned his head away a little. His eyes were shut very tight, and he tried to turn his head far enough so that the light from the big flash wouldn't shine through his eyelids. Nicky held the flash close to his face and snapped it on, off again, monotonously, in a kind of rhythm. Derues stood with one foot on the running board by the open door and looked off through the rain. On the edge of the murky horizon, an airplane beacon flashed weakly. Nicky said carelessly, "You never know what'll get a guy. I saw one break once because a cop held his fingernail against the dimple in his chin." Derues laughed under his breath. "This one is tough," he said. "You'll have to think of something better than a flashlight." Nicky snapped the flash on, off. "I could," he said, "but I don't want to get my hands dirty." After a little while, Zapparty raised his hands in front of him and let them fall slowly and began to talk. He talked in a low, monotonous voice, keeping his eyes shut against the flash. Parisi worked the snatch. I didn't know anything about it until it was done. Parisi muscled in on me about a month ago with a couple of tough boys to back him up. He had found out somehow that Canlis beat me out of 25 grand to defend my half-brother on a murder rap, then sold the kid out. I didn't tell Parisi that. I didn't know he knew until tonight. He came into the club about 7 or a little after and said, "We've got a friend of yours, Hugo Canlis. It's a 100 grand job, a quick turnover. All you have to do is help spread the payoff across the tables here, get it mixed up with a bunch of other money. You have to do that because we give you a cut, and because the caper is right up your alley if anything goes sour. That's about all." Parisi sat around then and chewed his fingers and waited for his boys. He got pretty jumpy when they didn't show. He went out once to make a phone call from a beer parlor. DeRuse drew on a cigarette he held cupped inside a hand. He said, "Who fingered the job, and how did you know Candless was up here?" Zapperty said, "Mops told me, but I didn't know he was dead." Nicky laughed and snapped the flash several times quickly. DeRuse said, "Hold it steady for a minute." Nicky held the beam steady on Zapperty's white face. Zapperty moved his lips in and out. He opened his eyes once. They were blind eyes, like the eyes of a dead fish. Nicky said, "It's damn cold up here. What do we do with his nibs?" DeRuse said, "We'll take him into the house and tie him to Candless. They can keep each other warm. We'll come up again in the morning and see if he's got any fresh ideas." Zapperty shuddered. The gleam of something like a tear showed in the corner of his nearest eye. After a moment of silence, he said, "Okay, I planned the whole thing. The gas car was my idea. I didn't want the money. I wanted Candless, and I wanted him dead. My kid brother was hanged in Quentin a week ago Friday." There was a little silence. Nicky said something under his breath. DeRuse didn't move or make a sound. Zapperty went on. "Maddock, the Candless driver, was in on it. He hated Candless. He was supposed to drive the ringer car to make everything look good and then take a powder. But he lapped up too much corn getting set for the job, and Parisi got leery of him. Had him knocked off. Another boy drove the car. It was raining, and that helped." DeRuse said, "Better, but still not all of it, Zapperty." Zapperty shrugged quickly, slightly opened his eyes against the flash, almost grinned. "What the hell do you want? Jam on both sides?" DeRuse said, "I want a finger put on the bird that had me grabbed. Let it go. I'll do it myself." He took his foot off the running board and snapped his butt away into the darkness. He slammed the car door shut, got in the front. Nicky put the flash away and slid around under the wheel, started the engine. DeRuse said, "Somewhere where I can phone for a cab, Nicky. Then you take this riding for another hour and then call Francie. I'll have a word for you there." The blond man shook his head slowly from side to side. "You're a good pal, Johnny, and I like you. But this has gone far enough this way. I'm taking it down to headquarters. Don't forget I've got a private dick license under my old shirts at home." DeRuse said, "Give me an hour, Nicky, just an hour." The car slid down the hill and crossed the Sunland Highway, started down another hill towards Montrose. After a while, Nicky said, "Check." Chapter 11. It was 12 minutes past 1 by the stamping clock on the end of the desk in the lobby of the Casa de Oro. The lobby was antique Spanish, with black and red Indian rugs, nail-studded chairs with leather cushions and leather tassels on the corners of the cushions. The gray-green olive-wood doors were fitted with clumsy wrought-iron strap hinges. A thin, dapper clerk with a waxed blonde mustache and a blonde pompadour leaned on the desk and looked at the clock and yawned, tapping his teeth with the backs of his bright fingernails. The door opened from the street, and DeRuse came in. He took off his hat and shook it, put it on again, and yanked the brim down. His eyes looked slowly around the deserted lobby, and he went to the desk, slapped a gloved palm on it. "What's the number of the Hugo Candless bungalow?" he asked. The clerk looked annoyed. He glanced at the clock, at DeRuse's face, back at the clock. He smiled superciliously, spoke with a slight accent. 12C, do you wish to be announced at this hour?" DeRuse said no. He turned away from the desk and went towards a large door with a diamond of glass in it. It looked like the door of a very high-class privy. As he put his hand out to the door, a bell rang sharply behind him. DeRuse looked back over his shoulder, turned and went back to the desk. The clerk took his hand away from the bell rather quickly. His voice was cold, sarcastic, insolent, saying, "It's not that kind of apartment house, if you please." Two patches above DeRuse's cheekbones got a dusky red. He leaned across the counter and took hold of the braided lapel of the clerk's jacket, pulled the man's chest against the edge of the desk. "What was that crack, Nance?" The clerk paled, but managed to bang his bell again with a flailing hand. A pudgy man in a baggy suit and a seal brown toupee came around the corner of the desk, put out a plump finger and said, "Hey." DeRuse let the clerk go. He looked expressionlessly at cigar ash on the front of the pudgy man's coat. The pudgy man said, I'm the house man. You gotta see me if you want to get tough. Darouz said, "You speak my language. Come over in the corner." They went over in the corner and sat down beside a palm. The pudgy man yawned amiably and lifted the edge of his toupee and scratched under it. "I'm Kuvelik," he said. "Times I could bop that Swiss myself. What's the beef?" Darouz said, "Are you a guy that can stay clammed?" "No. I like to talk. It's all the fun I get around this dude ranch." Kuvelik got half of a cigar out of a pocket and burned his nose lighting it. Darouz said, "This is one time you stay clammed." He reached inside his coat, got his wallet out, took out 2 tens. He rolled them around his forefinger, then slipped them off in a tube and tucked the tube into the outside pocket of the pudgy man's coat. Kuvelik blinked, but didn't say anything. Darouz said, "There's a man in the candleless apartment named George Dashiell. His car's outside, and that's where he would be. I want to see him, and I don't want to send a name in. You can take me in and stay with me." The pudgy man said cautiously, "It's kind of late. Maybe he's in bed." "If he is, he's in the wrong bed," Darouz said. "He ought to get up." The pudgy man stood up. "I don't like what I'm thinking, but I like your tens," he said. "I'll go in and see if they're up. You stay put." Darouz nodded. Kuvelik went along the wall and slipped through a door in the corner. The clumsy square butt of a hip holster showed under the back of his coat as he walked. The clerk looked after him, then looked contemptuously towards Darouz and got out a nail file. 10 minutes went by, 15. Kuvelik didn't come back. Darouz stood up suddenly, scowled, and marched towards the door in the corner. The clerk at the desk stiffened, and his eyes went to the telephone on the desk, but he didn't touch it. Darouz went through the door and found himself under a roofed gallery. Rain dripped softly off the slanting tiles of the roof. He went along a patio, the middle of which was an oblong pool framed in a mosaic of gaily colored tiles. At the end of that, other patios branched off. There was a window light at the far end of the one to the left. He went towards it, at a venture, and when he came close to it, made out the number 12C on the door. He went up 2 flat steps and punched a bell that rang in the distance. Nothing happened. In a little while he rang again, then tried the door. It was locked. Somewhere inside he thought he heard a faint, muffled thumping sound. He stood in the rain a moment, then went around the corner of the bungalow, down a narrow, very wet passage to the back. He tried the service door, locked also. Darouz swore, took his gun out from under his arm, held his hat against the glass panel of the service door, and smashed the pane with the butt of the gun. Glass fell tinkling lightly inside. He put the gun away, straightened his hat on his head, and reached in through the broken pane to unlock the door. The kitchen was large and bright with black and yellow tiling, looked as if it was used mostly for mixing drinks. 2 bottles of Haig and Haig, a bottle of Hennessy, 3 or 4 kinds of fancy cordial bottles stood on the tiled drainboard. A short hall with a closed door led to the living room. There was a grand piano in the corner with a lamp lit beside it. Another lamp on a low table with drinks and glasses. A wood fire was dying on the hearth. The thumping noise got louder. Darouz went across the living room and through a door framed in a valance into another hallway, thence into a beautifully paneled bedroom. The thumping noise came from a closet. Darouz opened the door of the closet and saw a man. He was sitting on the floor with his back in a forest of dresses on hangers. A towel was tied around his face. Another held his ankles together. His wrists were tied behind him. He was a very bald man, as bald as the croupier at the Club Egypt. Darouz stared down at him harshly, then suddenly grinned, bent, and cut him loose. The man spit a washcloth out of his mouth, swore hoarsely, and dived into the clothes at the back of the closet. He came up with something furry clutched in his hand, straightened it out, and put it on his hairless head. That made him Kuvelik, the house dick. He got up, still swearing, and backed away from Darouz, with a stiff, alert grin on his fat face. His right hand shot to his hip holster. Darouz spread his hands, said, "Tell it," and sat down in a small chintz-covered slipper chair. Kuvelik stared at him quietly for a moment, then took his hand away from his gun. "There's lights," he said, "so I push the buzzer. A tall, dark guy opens. I seen him around here a lot. That's Dashiell." I say to him, there's a guy outside in the lobby, wants to see him, hush hush, won't give a name. That made you a sap, Derues commented dryly. Not yet, but soon. Kuvelik grinned and spit a shred of cloth out of his mouth. I describe you. That makes me a sap. He smiled kind of funny and asks me to come in him. Minute I go in past him and he shuts the door and sticks a gun in my kidney. He says, did you say he wore all dark clothes? I say, yes. And what's that gat for? He says, does he have gray eyes and sort of crinkly black hair, and is he hard around the teeth? I say, yes, you bastard, and what's the gat for? He says, for this, and lets me have it on the back of the head. I go down, groggy, but not out. Then the canless broad comes out from a doorway, and they tie me up and shove me in the closet, and that's that. I hear them fussing around for a little while, and then I hear silence. That's all until you ring the bell. Derues smiled lazily, pleasantly. His whole body was lax in the chair. His manner had become indolent and unhurried. They faded, he said softly. They got tipped off. I don't think that was very bright. Kuvelik said, I'm an old Wells Fargo dick and I can stand a shock. What they been up to? What kind of woman is Mrs. Candless? Dark, a looker, sex-hungry as the fellow says, kind of worn and tight. They get a new chauffeur every 3 months. There's a couple guys in the casa she likes too. I guess there's this gigolo that bopped me. Derues looked at his watch, nodded, leaned forward to get up. I guess it's about time for some law. Got any friends downtown you'd like to give a snatch story to? A voice said, not quite yet. George Dashiell came quickly into the room from the hallway and stood quietly inside it with a long, thin, silenced automatic in his hand. His eyes were bright and mad, but his lemon-colored finger was very steady on the trigger of the small gun. We didn't fade, he said. We weren't quite ready, but it might not have been a bad idea for you to. Kuvelik's pudgy hands swept for his hip holster. The small automatic with the black tube on it made 2 flat, dull sounds. A puff of dust jumped from the front of Kuvelik's coat. His hands jerked sharply away from the sides, and his small eyes snapped very wide open, like seeds bursting from a pod. He fell heavily on his side against the wall, lay quite still on his left side, with his eyes half open and his back against the wall. His toupee was tipped over rakishly. Derues looked at him swiftly, looked back at Dashiell. No emotion showed in his face, not even excitement. He said, You're a crazy fool, Dashiell. That kills your last chance. You could have bluffed it out, but that's not your only mistake. Dashiell said calmly, No, I see that now. I shouldn't have sent the boys after you. I did that just for the hell of it. That comes of not being a professional. Derues nodded slightly, looked at Dashiell almost with friendliness. Just for the fun of it, who tipped you off the game had gone smash? Francie, and she took her damn time about it, Dashiell said savagely. I'm leaving, so I won't be able to thank her for a while. Not ever, Derues said. You won't get out of the state. You won't ever touch a nickel of the big boy's money. Not you or your sidekicks or your woman. The cops are getting the story right now. Dashiell said, We'll get clear. We have enough to tour on, Johnny. So long. Dashiell's face tightened and his hand jerked up with the gun in it. Derues half closed his eyes, braced himself for the shock. The little gun didn't go off. There was a rustle behind Dashiell, and a tall, dark woman in a gray fur coat slid into the room. A small hat was balanced on dark hair knotted on the nape of her neck. She was pretty, in a thin, haggard sort of way. The lip rouge on her mouth was as black as soot. There was no color in her cheeks. She had a cool, lazy voice that didn't match with her taut expression. Who is Francie? She asked coldly. Derues opened his eyes wide and his body got stiff in the chair and his right hand began to slide up towards his chest. Francie is my girlfriend, he said. Mr. Dashiell has been trying to get her away from me, but that's all right. He's a handsome lad and ought to be able to pick his spots. The tall woman's face suddenly became dark and wild and furious. She grabbed fiercely at Dashiell's arm, the one that held the gun. Derues snatched for his shoulder holster, got his .38 loose, but it wasn't his gun that went off. It wasn't the silenced automatic in Dashiell's hand. It was a huge Frontier Colt with an 8-inch barrel and a boom like an exploding bomb. It went off from the floor from beside Kuvelik's right hip, where Kuvalik's plump hand held it. It went off just once. Dashiell was thrown back against the wall as if by a giant hand. His head crashed against the wall, and instantly his darkly handsome face was a mask of blood. He fell laxly down the wall, and the little automatic with the black tube on it fell in front of him. The dark woman dived for it, down on her hands and knees in front of Dashiell's sprawled body. She got it, began to bring it up. Her face was convulsed. Her lips were drawn back over thin, wolfish teeth that shimmered. Kuvalik's voice said, "I'm a tough guy. I used to be a Wells Fargo dick." His great cannon slammed again. A shrill scream was torn from the woman's lips. Her body was flung against Dashiell's. Her eyes opened and shut, opened and shut. Her face got white and vacant, shoulder shot. "She's okay," Kuvalik said, and got up on his feet. He jerked open his coat and patted his chest. "Bulletproof vest," he said proudly. "But I thought I'd better lie quiet for a while, or he'd popped me in the face." Chapter 12. Francine lay yawned and stretched out a long green pajama-clad leg, and looked at a slim green slipper on her bare foot. She yawned again, got up and walked nervously across the room to the kidney-shaped desk. She poured a drink, drank it quickly with a sharp, nervous shudder. Her face was drawn and tired, her eyes hollow. There were dark smudges under her eyes. She looked at the tiny watch on her wrist. It was almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Still with her wrist up, she whirled at a sound, put her back to the desk and began to breathe very quickly, pantingly. Derues came in through the red curtains. He stopped and looked at her without expression, then slowly took off his hat and overcoat and dropped them on a chair. He took off his suit coat and his tan shoulder harness and walked over to the drinks. He sniffed at a glass, filled it a third full of whiskey, put it down in a gulp. "So you had to tip the louse off," he said somberly, looking down into the empty glass he held. Francine Lay said, "Yes, I had to phone him." "What happened?" "You had to phone the louse," Derues said in exactly the same tone. "You knew damn well he was mixed up in it. You'd rather he got loose, even if he cooled me off doing it." "You're all right, Johnny?" she asked softly, tiredly. Derues didn't speak, didn't look at her. He put the glass down slowly and poured some more whiskey into it, added charged water, looked around for some ice. Not finding any, he began to sip the drink with his eyes on the white top of the desk. Francine Lay said, "There isn't a guy in the world that doesn't rate a start on you, Johnny. It wouldn't do him any good, but he'd have to have it if I knew him." Derues said slowly, "That's swell, only I'm not quite that good. I'd be a stiff right now except for a comic hotel dick that wears a buntline special and a bulletproof vest to work." After a little while, Francine Lay said, "Do you want me to blow?" Derues looked at her quickly, looked away again. He put his glass down and walked away from the desk. Over his shoulder he said, "Not so long as you keep on telling me the truth." He sat down in a deep chair and leaned his elbows on the arms of it, cupped his face in his hands. Francine Lay watched him for a moment, then went over and sat on an arm of the chair. She pulled his head back gently until it was against the back of the chair. She began to stroke his forehead. Derues closed his eyes. His body became loose and relaxed. His voice began to sound sleepy. "You saved my life over at the Club Egypt, maybe. I guess that gave you the right to let Handsome have a shot at me." Francine Lay stroked his head without speaking. "Handsome is dead," Derues went on. "The peeper shot his face off." Francine Lay's hand stopped. In a moment it began again, stroking his head. "The candless Frau was in on it. Seems she's a hot number. She wanted Hugo's dough, and she wanted all the men in the world except Hugo. Thank heaven she didn't get bumped. She talked plenty. So did Zappardy." "Yes, honey," Francine Lay said quietly. Derues yawned. "Canlis is dead. He was dead before we started. They never wanted him anything else but dead. Parisi didn't care one way or the other, as long as he got paid." Francine Lay said, "Yes, honey." Tell you the rest in the morning, DeRose said thickly. I guess Nicky and I are all square with the law. Let's go to Reno, get married. I'm sick of this tomcat life. Get me 'nother drink, baby. Francine Lay didn't move except to draw her fingers softly and soothingly across his forehead and back over his temples. DeRose moved lower in the chair. His head rolled to one side. Yes, honey. Don't call me honey, DeRose said thickly. Just call me Pigeon. When he was quite asleep, she got off the arm of the chair and went and sat down near him. She sat very still and watched him, her face cupped in her long, delicate hands with the cherry-colored nails. End of Nevada Gas by Raymond Chandler. Spanish Blood by Raymond Chandler. Chapter 1. Big John Masters was large, fat, oily. He had sleek blue jowls and very thick fingers on which the knuckles were dimples. His brown hair was combed straight back from his forehead, and he wore a wine-colored suit with patch pockets, a wine-colored tie, a tan silk shirt. There was a lot of red and gold band around the thick brown cigar between his lips. He wrinkled his nose, peeped at his hole card again, tried not to grin. He said, "Hit me again, Dave, and don't hit me with the city hall." A 4 and a deuce showed. Dave Age looked at them solemnly across the table, looked down at his own hand. He was very tall and thin, with a long bony face and hair the color of wet sand. He held the deck flat on the palm of his hand, turned the top card slowly, and flicked it across the table. It was the Queen of Spades. Big John Masters opened his mouth wide, waved his cigar about, chuckled. "Pay me, Dave." For once, a lady was right. He turned his hole card with a flourish. A 5. Dave Age smiled politely, didn't move. A muted telephone bell rang close to him behind long silk drapes that bordered the very high lancet windows. He took a cigarette out of his mouth and laid it carefully on the edge of a tray on a tabouret beside the card table, reached behind the curtain for the phone. He spoke into the cup with a cool, almost whispering voice, then listened for a long time. Nothing changed in his greenish eyes. No flicker of emotion showed on his narrow face. Masters squirmed, bit hard on his cigar. After a long time, Age said, "Okay, you'll hear from us." He pronged the instrument and put it back behind the curtain. He picked his cigarette up, pulled the lobe of his ear. Masters swore. "What's eating you, for Pete's sake? Gimme $10. Age smiled dryly and leaned back. He reached for a drink, sipped it, put it down, spoke around his cigarette. All his movements were slow, thoughtful, almost absent-minded. He said, "Are we a couple of smart guys, John?" "Yeah, we own the town, but it don't help my blackjack game any. It's just 2 months to election, isn't it, John?" Masters scowled at him, fished in his pocket for a fresh cigar, jammed it into his mouth. "So what? Suppose something happened to our toughest opposition right now. Would that be a good idea or not?" "Huh?" Masters raised eyebrows so thick that his whole face seemed to have to work to push them up. He thought for a moment, sourly. It would be lousy if they didn't catch the guy pronto. Hell, the voters would figure we hired it done. "You're talking about murder, John," Age said patiently. "I didn't say anything about murder." Masters lowered his eyebrows and pulled at a coarse black hair that grew out of his nose. "Well, spit it out." Age smiled, blew a smoke ring, watched it float off and come apart in frail wisps. "I just had a phone call," he said very softly. "Donegan Marr is dead." Masters moved slowly. His whole body moved slowly towards the card table, leaned far over it. When his body couldn't go any farther, his chin came out until his jaw muscles stood out like thick wires. "Huh?" he said thickly. "Huh?" Age nodded, calm as ice. "But you were right about murder, John. It was murder. Just half an hour ago or so, in his office. They don't know who did it yet." Masters shrugged heavily and leaned back. He looked around him with a stupid expression. Very suddenly he began to laugh. His laughter bellowed and roared around the little turret-like room where the two men sat, overflowed into an enormous living room beyond, echoed back and forth through a maze of heavy dark furniture. Enough standing lamps to light a boulevard, a double row of oil paintings in massive gold frames. Age sat silent. He rubbed his cigarette out slowly in the tray until there was nothing of the fire left but a thick, dark smudge. He dusted his bony fingers together and waited. Masters stopped laughing as abruptly as he had begun. The room was very still. Masters looked tired. He mopped his big face. "We got to do something, Dave," he said quietly. "I almost forgot. We got to break this fast. It's dynamite." Age reached behind the curtain again and brought the phone out, pushed it across the table over the scattered cards. "Well, we know how, don't we?" he said calmly. A cunning light shone in Big John Masters' muddy brown eyes. He licked his lips, reached a big hand for the phone. "Yeah," he said purringly. "We do, Dave. We do it that by." He dialed with a thick finger that would hardly go into the holes. Chapter 2. Donegan Marr's face looked cool, neat, poised even then. He was dressed in soft gray flannels, and his hair was the same soft gray color as his suit, brushed back from a ruddy, youngish face. The skin was pale on the frontal bones where the hair would fall when he stood up. The rest of the skin was tanned. He was lying back in a padded blue office chair. A cigar had gone out in a tray with a bronze greyhound on its rim. His left hand dangled beside the chair and his right hand held a gun loosely on the desktop. The polished nails glittered in sunlight from the big closed window behind him. Blood had soaked the left side of his vest, made the gray flannel almost black. He was quite dead, had been dead for some time. A tall man, very brown and slender and silent, leaned against a brown mahogany filing cabinet and looked fixedly at the dead man. His hands were in the pockets of a neat blue serge suit. There was a straw hat on the back of his head, but there was nothing casual about his eyes or his tight, straight mouth. A big sandy-haired man was groping around on the blue rug. He said thickly, stooped over, "No shells, Sam." The dark man didn't move, didn't answer. The other stood up, yawned, looked at the man in the chair. "Hell, this one will stink. 2 months to election. Boy, is this a smack in the puss for somebody." The dark man said slowly, "We went to school together. We used to be buddies. We carried the torch for the same girl. He won, but we stayed good friends, all three of us. He was always a great kid, maybe a shade too smart." The sandy-haired man walked around the room without touching anything. He bent over and sniffed at the gun on the desk, shook his head, said, "Not used, this one." He wrinkled his nose, sniffed at the air. "Air-conditioned, the 3 top floors, soundproof too, high-grade stuff. They tell me this whole building is electric welded, not a rivet in it. Ever hear that, Sam?" The dark man shook his head slowly. "Wonder where the help was," the sandy-haired man went on. "A big shot like him would have more than one girl." The dark man shook his head again. "That's all, I guess. She was out to lunch. He was a lone wolf, Pete, sharp as a weasel. In a few more years he'd have taken the town over." The sandy-haired man was behind the desk now, almost leaning over the dead man's shoulder. He was looking down at a leather-backed appointment pad with buff leaves. He said slowly, "Somebody named Imlay was due here at 12:15. Only date on the pad." He glanced at a cheap watch on his wrist. 1:30, long gone. Who's Imlay? Say, wait a minute. There's an assistant DA named Imlay. He's running for judge on the Masters age ticket. Do you figure? There was a sharp knock on the door. The office was so long that the two men had to think a moment before they placed which of the 3 doors it was. Then the sandy-haired man went towards the most distant of them, saying over his shoulder, "Me's man, maybe. Leak this to your favorite newshock and you're out a job. Am I right?" The dark man didn't answer. He moved slowly to the desk, leaned forward a little, spoke softly to the dead man. "Goodbye, Donnie. Just let it all go. I'll take care of it. I'll take care of Belle." The door at the end of the office opened, and a brisk man with a bag came in, trotted down the blue carpet, and put his bag on the desk. The sandy-haired man shut the door against a bulge of faces. He strolled back to the desk. The brisk man cocked his head on one side, examining the corpse. "2 of them," he muttered. "Look like about 2 hard slugs, close to the heart but not touching. He must have died pretty soon, maybe a minute or 2. The dark man made a disgusted sound and walked to the window, stood with his back to the room, looking out at the tops of high buildings and a warm blue sky. The sandy-haired man watched the examiner lift a dead eyelid. He said, "Wish the powder guy would get here. I want to use the phone. This Imlay." The dark man turned his head slightly, with a dull smile. "Use it. This isn't going to be any mystery." "Oh, I don't know," the Mies man said, flexing a wrist, then holding the back of his hand against the skin of the dead man's face. "Might not be so damn political as you think, De La Guerra. He's a good-looking stiff." The sandy-haired man took hold of the phone gingerly, with a handkerchief, laid the receiver down, dialed, picked the receiver up with the handkerchief and put it to his ear. After a moment he snapped his chin down, said, "Pete Marcus, wake the inspector." He yawned, waited again, then spoke in a different tone. "Marcus and De La Guerra, Inspector, from Donegan Marr's office. No printer cameramen here yet." "Huh? Holding off till the commissioner gets here?" "Okay, yeah, he's here." The dark man turned. The man at the phone gestured at him. "Take it Spanish." Sam De La Guerra took the phone. Ignoring the careful handkerchief, listened. His face got hard. He said quietly, "Sure, I knew him, but I didn't sleep with him. Nobody's here but his secretary, a girl. She phoned the alarm in. There's a name on a pad, Imlay, a 12:15 appointment. No, we haven't touched anything yet. No. Okay, right away." He hung up so slowly that the click of the instrument was barely audible. His hand stayed on it, then fell suddenly and heavily to his side. His voice was thick. "I'm called off it, Pete. You're to hold it down until Commissioner Drew gets here. Nobody gets in. White, black, or Cherokee Indian." "What you called in for?" The sandy-haired man yelped angrily. "Don't know. It's an order," De La Guerra said tonelessly. The Mies man stopped writing on a form pad to look curiously at De La Guerra, with a sharp sidelong look. De La Guerra crossed the office and went through the communicating door. There was a smaller office outside, partly partitioned off for a waiting room, with a group of leather chairs and a table with magazines. Inside a counter was a typewriter desk, a safe, some filing cabinets. A small dark girl sat at the desk with her head down on a wadded handkerchief. Her hat was crooked on her head. Her shoulders jerked and her thick sobs were like panting. De La Guerra patted her shoulder. She looked up at him with a tear-bloated face, a twisted mouth. He smiled down at her questioning face, said gently, "Did you call Mrs. Marr yet?" She nodded, speechless, shaken with rough sobs. He patted her shoulder again, stood a moment beside her, then went on out, with his mouth tight and a hard, dark glitter in his black eyes. Chapter 3. The big English house stood a long way back from the narrow, winding ribbon of concrete that was called Deneuve Lane. The lawn had rather long grass with a curving path of stepping stones half hidden in it. There was a gable over the front door and ivy on the wall. Trees grew all around the house, close to it, made it a little dark and remote. All the houses in Deneuve Lane had that same calculated air of neglect, but the tall green hedge that hid the driveway and the garages was trimmed as carefully as a French poodle, and there was nothing dark or mysterious about the mass of yellow and flame-colored gladioli that flared at the opposite end of the lawn. De la Guerra got out of a tan-colored Cadillac touring car that had no top. It was an old model, heavy and dirty. A taut canvas formed a deck over the back part of the car. He wore a white linen cap and dark glasses, and had changed his blue serge for a gray cloth outing suit with a jerkin-style zipper jacket. He didn't look very much like a cop. He hadn't looked very much like a cop in Donegan Marr's office. He walked slowly up the path of stepping stones, touched a brass knocker on the front door of the house, then didn't knock with it. He pushed a bell at the side, almost hidden by the ivy. There was a long wait. It was very warm, very silent. Bees droned over the warm, bright grass. There was the distant whirring of a lawnmower. The door opened slowly and a black face looked out at him. A long, sad black face with tear streaks on its lavender face powder. The black face almost smiled, said haltingly, "Hello there, Mr. Sam. It's sure good to see you." De la Guerra took his cap off, swung the dark glasses at his side. He said, "Hello, Minnie. I'm sorry. I've got to see Mrs. Marr." "Sure. Come right in, Mr. Sam." The maid stood aside and he went into a shadowy hall with a tile floor. "No reporters yet?" The girl shook her head slowly. Her warm brown eyes were stunned, doped with shock. "Ain't been nobody yet." "She ain't been in long. She ain't said a word. She just stand there in that there sunroom that ain't got no sun." De la Guerra nodded, said, "Don't talk to anybody, Minnie. They're trying to keep this quiet for a while, out of the papers." "Ah, sure won't, Mr. Sam. Not nohow." De la Guerra smiled at her, walked noiselessly on crepe soles along the tiled hall to the back of the house, turned into another hall just like it at right angles. He knocked at a door. There was no answer. He turned the knob and went into a long, narrow room that was dim in spite of many windows. Trees grew close to the windows, pressing their leaves against the glass. Some of the windows were masked by long cretonne drapes. The tall girl in the middle of the room didn't look at him. She stood motionless, rigid. She stared at the windows. Her hands were tightly clenched at her sides. She had red-brown hair that seemed to gather all the light there was and make a soft halo around her coldly beautiful face. She wore a sportily cut blue velvet ensemble with patch pockets. A white handkerchief with a blue border stuck out of the breast pocket, arranged carefully in points, like a foppish man's handkerchief. De la Guerra waited, letting his eyes get used to the dimness. After a while the girl spoke through the silence, in a low, husky voice. "Well, they got him, Sam. They got him at last. Was he so much hated?" De la Guerra said softly, "He was in a tough racket, Belle. I guess he played it as clean as he could, but he couldn't help but make enemies." She turned her head slowly and looked at him. Lights shifted in her hair, gold glinted in it. Her eyes were vividly, startlingly blue. Her voice faltered a little, saying, "Who killed him, Sam? Have they any ideas?" De la Guerra nodded slowly, sat down in a wicker chair, swung his cap and glasses between his knees. "Yeah, we think we know who did it. A man named Imlay, an assistant in the DA's office." "My God," the girl breathed. "What's this rotten city coming to?" De la Guerra went on tonelessly. "It was like this, if you're sure you want to know. Yet." "I do, Sam. His eyes stare at me from the wall wherever I look, asking me to do something. He was pretty swell to me, Sam. We had our troubles, of course, but they didn't mean anything." De la Guerra said, "This Imlay is running for judge with the backing of the Masters Adj Group. He's in the gay 40s, and it seems he's been playing house with a nightclub number called Stella La Motte. Somehow, someway, photos were taken of them together, very drunk and undressed. Donnie got the photos, Belle. They were found in his desk. According to his desk pad, he had a date with Imlay at 12:15. We figure they had a row and Imlay beat him to the punch." "You found those photos, Sam?" the girl asked very quietly. He shook his head, smiled crookedly. "No, if I had, I guess I might have ditched them. Commissioner Drew found them after I was pulled off the investigation." Her head jerked at him. Her vivid blue eyes got wide. "Pulled off the investigation? You, Donnie's friend?" "Yeah, don't take it too big. I'm a cop, Belle. After all, I take orders." She didn't speak, didn't look at him anymore. After a little while, he said, "I'd like to have the keys to your cabin at Puma Lake. I'm detailed to go up there and look around, see if there's any evidence. Donnie had conferences there." Something changed in the girl's face. It got almost contemptuous. Her voice was empty. "I'll get them. But you won't find anything there. If you're helping them to find dirt on Donnie so they can clear this Imlay person." He smiled a little, shook his head slowly. His eyes were very deep, very sad. "That's crazy talk, kid. I turned my badge in before I did that." "I see." She walked past him to the door, went out of the room. He sat quite still while she was gone, looked at the wall with an empty stare. There was a hurt look on his face. He swore very softly under his breath. The girl came back, walked up to him and held her hand out. Something tinkled into his palm. "The keys, copper." De la Guerra stood up, dropped the keys into a pocket. His face got wooden. Belle Mar went over to a table and her nails scratched harshly on a cloisonne box, getting a cigarette out of it. With her back turned, she said, "I don't think you'll have any luck, as I said. It's too bad you've only got blackmailing on him so far." De la Guerra breathed out slowly, stood a moment, then turned away. "Okay," he said softly. His voice was quite offhand now, as if it was a nice day, as if nobody had been killed. At the door he turned again. "I'll see you when I get back, Belle. Maybe you'll feel better." She didn't answer, didn't move. She held the unlighted cigarette rigidly in front of her mouth, close to it. After a moment, De la Guerra went on, "You ought to know how I feel about it. Donnie and I were like brothers once. I heard you were not getting on so well with him. I'm glad as all hell that was wrong. But don't let yourself get too hard, Belle. There's nothing to be hard about with me." He waited a few seconds, staring at her back. When she still didn't move or speak, he went on out. Chapter 4. A narrow, rocky road dropped down from the highway and ran along the flank of the hill above the lake. The tops of cabins showed here and there among the pines. An open shed was cut into the side of the hill. De la Guerra put his dusty Cadillac under it and climbed down a narrow path towards the water. The lake was deep blue but very low. 2 or 3 canoes drifted about on it, and the chugging of an outboard motor sounded in the distance, around a bend. He went along between thick walls of undergrowth, walking on pine needles, turned around a stump and crossed a small rustic bridge to the Mar cabin. It was built of half-round logs and had a wide porch on the lakeside. It looked very lonely and empty. The spring that ran under the bridge curved around beside the house, and one end of the porch dropped down sheer to the big flat stones through which the water trickled. The stones would be covered when the water was high, in the spring. De la Guerra went up wooden steps and took the keys out of his pocket, unlocked the heavy front door, then stood on the porch a little while and lit a cigarette before he went in. It was very still, very pleasant, very cool and clear after the heat of the city. A mountain blue jay sat on a stump and pecked at its wings. Somebody far out on the lake fooled with a ukulele. He went into the cabin. He looked at some dusty antlers, a big rough table splattered with magazines, an old-fashioned battery-type radio, a box-shaped phonograph with a disheveled pile of records beside it. There were tall glasses that hadn't been washed, and a half-bottle of scotch beside them, on a table near the big stone fireplace. A car went along the road up above and stopped somewhere not far off. De la Guerra frowned around, said "stall" under his breath, with a defeated feeling. There wasn't any sense in it. A man like Donegan Marr wouldn't leave anything that mattered in a mountain cabin. He looked into a couple of bedrooms, one just a shakedown with a couple of cots, one better furnished, with a make-up bed and a pair of women's gaudy pajamas tossed across it. They didn't look quite like Belle Marr's. At the back there was a small kitchen with a gasoline stove and a wood stove. He opened the back door with another key and stepped out on a small porch flush with the ground, near a big pile of cordwood and a double-bitted axe on a chopping block. He saw the flies. A wooden walk went down the side of the house to a woodshed under it. A beam of sunlight had slipped through the trees and lay across the walk. In the sunlight there, a clotted mass of flies festered on something brownish, sticky. The flies didn't want to move. De la Guerra bent down, then put his hand down and touched the sticky place, sniffed at his finger. His face got shocked and stiff. There was another smaller patch of the brownish stuff farther on, in the shade outside the door of the shed. He took the keys out of his pocket very quickly and found the one that unlocked the big padlock of the woodshed. He yanked the door open. There was a big loose pile of cordwood inside. Not split wood, cordwood. Not stacked, just thrown in anyhow. De la Guerra began to toss the big rough pieces to one side. After he had thrown a lot of it aside, he was able to reach down and take hold of two cold, stiff ankles in lisle socks and drag the dead man out into the light. He was a slender man, neither tall nor short, in a well-cut basket weave suit. His small, neat shoes were polished, a little dust over the polish. He didn't have any face much. It was broken to pulp by a terrific smash. The top of his head was split open, and brains and blood were mixed in the thin grayish-brown hair. De la Guerra straightened quickly and went back into the house to where the half-bottle of scotch stood on the table in the living room. He uncorked it, drank from the neck, waited a moment, drank again. He said, "Phew," out loud, and shivered as the whiskey whipped at his nerves. He went back to the woodshed, leaned down again as an automobile motor started up somewhere. He stiffened. The motor swelled in sound. Then the sound faded and there was silence again. De la Guerra shrugged, went through the dead man's pockets. They were empty. One of them, with cleaner's marks on it, probably had been cut away. The tailor's label had been cut from the inside pocket of the coat, leaving ragged stitches. The man was stiff. He might have been dead 24 hours, not more. The blood on his face had coagulated thickly but had not dried completely. De la Guerra squatted beside him for a little while, looking at the bright glitter of Puma Lake, the distant flash of a paddle from a canoe. Then he went back into the woodshed and pawed around for a heavy block of wood with a great deal of blood on it. Didn't find one. He went back into the house and out on the front porch, went to the end of the porch, stared down the drop, then at the big flat stones in the spring. "Yeah," he said softly. There were flies clotted on two of the stones, a lot of flies. He hadn't noticed them before. The drop was about 30 feet, enough to smash a man's head open if he landed just right. He sat down in one of the big rockers and smoked for several minutes without moving. His face was still with thought, his black eyes withdrawn and remote. There was a tight, hard smile, ever so faintly sardonic, at the corners of his mouth. At the end of that, he went silently back through the house and dragged the dead man into the woodshed again, covered him up loosely with the wood. He locked the woodshed, locked the house up, went back along the narrow, steep path to the road and to his car. It was past 6 o'clock, but the sun was still bright as he drove off. Chapter 5. An old store counter served as bar in the roadside beer stube. 3 low stools stood against it. De la Guerra sat on the end one near the door, looked at the foamy inside of an empty beer glass. The bartender was a dark kid in overalls, with shy eyes and lank hair. He stuttered. He said, Should I draw you another G-glass, mister?" De La Guerra shook his head, stood up off the stool. "Racket beer, sonny," he said sadly. "Tasteless as a roadhouse blonde. P. Portola B. brew, mister. Supposed to be the B best. The worst. You use it, or you don't have a license. So long, sonny." He went across to the screen door, looked out at the sunny highway on which the shadows were getting quite long. Beyond the concrete there was a graveled space edged by a white fence of 4x4s. There were 2 cars parked there, De La Guerra's old Cadillac and a dusty, hard-bitten Ford. A tall, thin man in khaki whipcord stood beside the Cadillac, looking at it. De La Guerra got a bulldog pipe out, filled it half full from a zipper pouch, lit it with slow care and flicked the match into the corner. Then he stiffened a little, looking out through the screen. The tall, thin man was unsnapping the canvas that covered the back part of De La Guerra's car. He rolled part of it back, stood peering down in the space underneath. De La Guerra opened the screen door softly and walked in long, loose strides across the concrete of the highway. His crepe soles made sound on the gravel beyond, but the thin man didn't turn. De La Guerra came up beside him. "Thought I noticed you behind me," he said dully. "What's the grift?" The man turned without any haste. He had a long, sour face, eyes the color of seaweed. His coat was open, pushed back by a hand on a left hip. That showed a gun-worn butt to the front in a belt holster, cavalry style. He looked De La Guerra up and down with a faint, crooked smile. "This your crate?" "What do you think?" The thin man pulled his coat back farther and showed a bronze badge on his pocket. "I think I'm a Toluca County game warden, mister. I think this ain't deer hunting time, and it ain't ever deer hunting time for Duz." De La Guerra lowered his eyes very slowly, looked into the back of his car, bending over to see past the canvas. The body of a young deer lay there on some junk beside a rifle. The soft eyes of the dead animal, unglazed by death, seemed to look at him with a gentle reproach. There was dried blood on the doe's slender neck. De La Guerra straightened, said gently, "That's damn cute. Got a hunting license?" "I don't hunt," De La Guerra said. "Wouldn't help much. I see you got a rifle. I'm a cop." "Oh, cop, huh? Would you have a badge?" "I would." De La Guerra reached into his breast pocket, got the badge out, rubbed it on his sleeve, held it in the palm of his hand. The thin game warden stared down at it, licking his lips. "Detective lieutenant, huh? City police?" His face got distant and lazy. "Okay, Lieutenant. We'll ride about 10 miles downgrade in your heap. I'll thumb a ride back to mine." De La Guerra put the badge away, knocked his pipe out carefully, stamped the embers into the gravel. He replaced the canvas loosely. "Pinched?" he asked gravely. "Pinched, Lieutenant? Let's go." He got in under the wheel of the Cadillac. The thin warden went around the other side, got in beside him. De La Guerra started the car, backed around and started off down the smooth concrete of the highway. The valley was a deep haze in the distance. Beyond the haze, other peaks were enormous on the skyline. De La Guerra coasted the big car easily, without haste. The 2 men stared straight before them without speaking. After a long time, De La Guerra said, "I didn't know they had deer at Puma Lake. That's as far as I've been." "There's a reservation by there, Lieutenant," the warden said calmly. He stared through the dusty windshield. "Part of the Toluca County forest, or wouldn't you know that?" De La Guerra said, "I guess I wouldn't know it. I never shot a deer in my life. Police work hasn't made me that tough." The warden grinned, said nothing. The highway went through a saddle. Then the drop was on the right side of the highway. Little canyons began to open out into the hills on the left. Some of them had rough roads in them, half overgrown, with wheel tracks. De La Guerra swung the big car hard, and suddenly to the left, shot it into a cleared space of reddish earth and dry grass, slammed the brake on. The car skidded, swayed, ground to a lurching stop. The warden was flung violently to the right, then forward against the windshield. He cursed, jerked up straight, and threw his right hand across his body at the holstered gun. De la Guerra took hold of a thin, hard wrist and twisted it sharply towards the man's body. The warden's face whitened behind the tan. His left hand fumbled at the holster, then relaxed. He spoke in a tight, hurt voice. "Making it worse, copper. I got a phone tip at Salt Springs. Described your car, said where it was, said there was a doe carcass in it." De la Guerra loosed the wrist, snapped the belt holster open, and jerked the Colt out of it. He tossed the gun from the car. "Get out, County. Thumb that ride you spoke of. What's the matter? Can't you live on your salary anymore? You planted it yourself back at Puma Lake, you goddamn chiseler." The warden got out slowly, stood on the ground with his face blank, his jaw loose and slack. "Tough guy," he muttered. "You'll be sorry for this, copper. I'll swear a complaint." De la Guerra slid across the seat, got out of the right-hand door. He stood close to the warden, said very slowly, "Maybe I'm wrong, mister. Maybe you did get a call. Maybe you did." He swung the doe's body out of the car, laid it down on the ground, watching the warden. The thin man didn't move, didn't try to get near his gun lying on the grass a dozen feet away. His seaweed eyes were dull, very cold. De la Guerra got back into the Cadillac, snapped the brake off, started the engine. He backed to the highway. The warden still didn't make a move. The Cadillac leaped forward, shot down the grade, out of sight. When it was quite gone, the warden picked his gun up and holstered it, dragged the doe behind some bushes, and started to walk back along the highway towards the crest of the grade. Chapter 6. The girl at the desk in the Kenworthy said, "This man called you 3 times, Lieutenant, but he wouldn't give a number. A lady called twice. Wouldn't leave name or number." De la Guerra took 3 slips of paper from her, read the name Joey Chill on them, and the various times. He picked up a couple of letters, touched his cap to the desk girl, and got into the automatic elevator. He got off at 4, walked down a narrow, quiet corridor, unlocked a door. Without switching on any lights, he went across to a big French window, opened it wide, stood there looking at the thick, dark sky, the flash of neon lights, the stabbing beams of headlamps on Ortega Boulevard, 2 blocks over. He lit a cigarette and smoked half of it without moving. His face in the dark was very long, very troubled. Finally, he left the window and went into a small bedroom, switched on a table lamp, and undressed to the skin. He got under the shower, toweled himself, put on clean linen, and went into the kitchenette to mix a drink. He sipped that and smoked another cigarette while he finished dressing. The telephone in the living room rang as he was strapping on his holster. It was Belle Marr. Her voice was blurred and throaty, as if she had been crying for hours. "I'm so glad to get you, Sam. I didn't mean the way I talked. I was shocked and confused, absolutely wild inside." "You knew that, didn't you, Sam?" "Sure, kid," De la Guerra said. "Think nothing of it. Anyway, you were right. I just got back from Puma Lake, and I think I was just sent up there to get rid of me. You're all I have now, Sam. You won't let them hurt you, will you?" "Who?" "You know, I'm no fool, Sam. I know this was all a plot, a vile political plot to get rid of him." De la Guerra held the phone very tight. His mouth felt stiff and hard. For a moment he couldn't speak. Then he said, "It might be just what it looks like, Belle, a quarrel over those pictures. After all, Donnie had a right to tell a guy like that to get off the ticket. That wasn't blackmail, and he had a gun in his hand, you know. Come out and see me when you can, Sam." Her voice lingered with a spent emotion, a note of wistfulness. He drummed on the desk, hesitated again, said, "Sure. When was anybody at Puma Lake last? At the cabin? I don't know. I haven't been there in a year. He went. Alone. Perhaps he met people there. I don't know. He said something vaguely, after a moment said goodbye and hung up. He stared at the wall over the writing desk. There was a fresh light in his eyes, a hard glint. His whole face was tight, not doubtful anymore. He went back to the bedroom for his coat and straw hat. On the way out, he picked up the 3 telephone slips with the name Joey Chill on them, tore them into small pieces and burned the pieces in an ashtray. Chapter 7. Pete Marcus, the big, sandy-haired dick, sat sidewise at a small littered desk in a bare office in which there were 2 such desks, faced to opposite walls. The other desk was neat and tidy, had a green blotter with an onyx pen set, a small brass calendar, and an abalone shell for an ashtray. A round straw cushion that looked something like a target was propped on end in a straight chair by the window. Pete Marcus had a handful of bank pens in his left hand, and he was flipping them at the cushion, like a Mexican knife thrower. He was doing it absently, without much skill. The door opened, and De La Guerra came in. He shut the door and leaned against it, looking woodenly at Marcus. The sandy-haired man creaked his chair around and tilted it back against the desk, scratched his chin with a broad thumbnail. "Hi, Spanish. Nice trip? The chief's yapping for you." De La Guerra grunted, stuck a cigarette between his smooth brown lips. "Were you in Mar's office when those photos were found, Pete?" "Yeah, but I didn't find them. The commish did." "Why? Did you see him find them?" Marcus stared a moment, then said quietly, guardedly, "He found them all right, Sam. He didn't plant them, if that's what you mean." De La Guerra nodded, shrugged. "Anything on the slugs?" "Yeah. Not 32s, 25s. A damn vest pocket rod. Copper-nickel slugs. An automatic, though, and we didn't find any shells." "Imlay remembered those," De La Guerra said evenly. "But he left without the photos he killed for." Marcus lowered his feet to the floor and leaned forward, looking up past his tawny eyebrows. "That could be. They give him a motive, but with the gun in Mar's hand, they kind of knock a premeditation angle." "Good head work, Pete." De La Guerra walked over to the small window, stood looking out of it. After a moment, Marcus said dully, "You don't see me doing any work, do you, Spanish?" De La Guerra turned slowly, went over and stood close to Marcus, looking down at him. "Don't be sore, kid. You're my partner, and I'm tagged as Mar's line into headquarters. You're getting some of that. You're sitting still, and I was hiked up to Puma Lake for no good reason except to have a deer carcass planted in the back of my car and have a game warden nick me with it." Marcus stood up very slowly, nodding his fists at his sides. His heavy gray eyes opened very wide. His big nose was white at the nostrils. "Nobody here'd go that far, Sam." De La Guerra shook his head. "I don't think so either, but they could take a hint to send me up there, and somebody outside the department could do the rest." Pete Marcus sat down again. He picked up one of the pointed bank pens and flipped it viciously at the round straw cushion. The point stuck, quivered, broke, and the pen rattled to the floor. "Listen," he said thickly, not looking up. "This is a job to me. That's all it is. A living. I don't have any ideals about this police work like you have. Say the word and I'll heave the goddamn badge in the old boy's puss." De La Guerra bent down, punched him in the ribs. "Skip it, copper. I've got ideas. Go on home and get drunk." He opened the door and went out quickly, walked along a marble-faced corridor to a place where it widened into an alcove with 3 doors. The middle one said, Chief of Detectives entered. De La Guerra went into a small reception room with a plain railing across it. A police stenographer behind the railing looked up, then jerked his head at an inner door. De La Guerra opened a gate in the railing and knocked at the inner door, then went in. 2 men were in the big office. Chief of Detectives Todd McKim sat behind a heavy desk, looked at De La Guerra hard-eyed as he came in. He was a big, loose man who had gone saggy. He had a long, petulantly melancholy face. One of his eyes was not quite straight in his head. The man who sat in a round-backed chair at the end of the desk was dandishly dressed, wore spats. A pearl-gray hat and gray gloves and an ebony cane lay beside him on another chair. He had a shock of soft white hair and a handsome, dissipated face kept pink by constant massaging. He smiled at De La Guerra, looked vaguely amused and ironical, smoked a cigarette in a long amber holder. De La Guerra sat down opposite McKim. Then he looked at the white-haired man briefly and said, "Good evening, Commissioner." Commissioner Drew nodded offhandedly, didn't speak. McKim leaned forward and clasped blunt, nail-chewed fingers on the shiny desktop. He said quietly, "Took your time reporting back. Find anything?" De La Guerra stared at him, a level, expressionless stare. "I wasn't meant to, except maybe a doe carcass in the back of my car." Nothing changed in McKim's face. Not a muscle of it moved. Drew dragged a pink and polished fingernail across the front of his throat and made a tearing sound with his tongue and teeth. "That's no crack to be making at your boss, lad." De La Guerra kept on looking at McKim, waited. McKim spoke slowly, sadly. "You've got a good record, De La Guerra. Your grandfather was one of the best sheriffs this county ever had. You've blown a lot of dirt on it today. You're charged with violating game laws, interfering with a Toluca County officer in the performance of his duty, and resisting arrest. Got anything to say to all that?" De La Guerra said tonelessly, "Is there a tag out for me?" McKim shook his head very slowly. "It's a department charge. There's no formal complaint. Lack of evidence, I guess." He smiled dryly, without humor. De La Guerra said quietly, "In that case, I guess you'll want my badge." McKim nodded, silent. Drew said, "You're a little quick on the trigger, just a shade fast on the snap-up." De La Guerra took his badge out, rubbed it on his sleeve, looked at it, pushed it across the smooth wood of the desk. "Okay, Chief," he said very softly. "My blood is Spanish, pure Spanish. Not African Mex and not Yaqui Mex. My grandfather would have handled a situation like this with fewer words and more powder smoke. But that doesn't mean I think it's funny. I've been deliberately framed into this spot because I was a close friend of Donegan Marr once. You know and I know that never counted for anything on the job. The commissioner and his political backers may not feel so sure." Drew stood up suddenly. "By God, you'll not talk like that to me," he yelped. De La Guerra smiled slowly. He said nothing, didn't look towards Drew at all. Drew sat down again, scowling, breathing hard. After a moment, McKim scooped the badge into the middle drawer of his desk and got to his feet. "You're suspended for a board, De La Guerra. Keep in touch with me." He went out of the room quickly by the inner door, without looking back. De La Guerra pushed his chair back and straightened his hat on his head. Drew cleared his throat, assumed a conciliatory smile, and said, "Maybe I was a little hasty myself. The Irish in me. Have no hard feelings. The lesson you're learning is something we've all had to learn. Might I give you a word of advice?" De La Guerra stood up, smiled at him. A small, dry smile that moved the corners of his mouth and left the rest of his face wooden. "I know what it is, Commissioner. Lay off the Marr case." Drew laughed, good-humored again. "Not exactly. There isn't any Marr case. Imlay has admitted the shooting through his attorney, claiming self-defense. He's to surrender in the morning. No, my advice was something else. Go back to Toluca County and tell the warden you're sorry. I think that's all that's needed. You might try it and see." De La Guerra moved quietly to the corridor and opened it. Then he looked back with a sudden flashing grin that showed all his white teeth. "I know a crook when I see one, Commissioner. He's been paid for his trouble already." He went out. Drew watched the door close shut with a faint whoosh, a dry click. His face was stiff with rage. His pink skin had turned a doughy gray. His hand shook furiously, holding the amber holder, and ash fell on the knee of his immaculate knife-edged trousers. "By God," he said rigidly in the silence, "you may be a damn smooth Spaniard. You may be smooth as plate glass, but you're a hell of a lot easier to poke a hole through." He rose, awkward with anger, brushed the ashes from his trousers carefully, and reached a hand out for hat and cane. The manicured fingers of the hand were trembling. Chapter 8. Newton Street, between 3rd and 4th, was a block of cheap clothing stores, pawn shops, arcades of slot machines, mean hotels in front of which furtive-eyed men slid words delicately along their cigarettes, without moving their lips. Midway of the block, a jutting wooden sign on a canopy said, "Stoll's Billiard Parlor." Steps went down from the sidewalk edge. De la Guerra went down the steps. It was almost dark in the front of the pool room. The tables were sheeted, the cues racked in rigid lines, but there was light far at the back, hard white light against which clustered heads and shoulders were silhouetted. There was noise, wrangling, shouting of odds. De la Guerra went towards the light. Suddenly, as if at a signal, the noise stopped, and out of the silence came the sharp click of balls, the dull thud of cue ball against cushion after cushion, the final click of a three-bank carom. Then the noise flared up again. De la Guerra stopped beside a sheeted table and got a $10 bill from his wallet, got a small gummed label from a pocket in the wallet. He wrote on it, "Where is Joe?" pasted it to the bill, folded the bill in 4. He went on to the fringe of the crowd and inched his way through until he was close to the table. A tall, pale man with an impassive face and neatly parted brown hair was chalking a cue, studying the setup on the table. He leaned over, bridged with strong white fingers. The betting ring noise dropped like a stone. The tall man made a smooth, effortless 3-cushion shot. A chubby-faced man on a high stool intoned, "40 for chill." "Eight's the break." The tall man chalked his cue again, looked around idly. His eyes passed over De la Guerra without sign. De la Guerra stepped closer to him, said, "Back yourself, Max? 5 spot against the next shot." The tall man nodded. "Take it." De la Guerra put the folded bill on the edge of the table. A youth in a striped shirt reached for it. Max Chill blocked him off without seeming to, tucked the bill in a pocket of his vest, said tonelessly, "5 bet," and bent to make another shot. It was a clean crisscross at the top of the table, a hairline shot. There was a lot of applause. The tall man handed his cue to his helper in the striped shirt, said, "Time out. I got to go a place." He went back through the shadows, through a door marked Men. De la Guerra lit a cigarette, looked around at the usual Newton Street riffraff. Max Chill's opponent, another tall, pale, impassive man, stood beside the marker and talked to him without looking at him. Near them, alone and supercilious, a very good-looking Filipino in a smart tan suit was puffing at a chocolate-colored cigarette. Max Chill came back to the table, reached for his cue, chalked it. He reached a hand into his vest, said lazily, "Owe you 5, buddy," passed a folded bill to De la Guerra. He made 3 caroms in a row, almost without stopping. The marker said, 44 for chill, 12's the break. 2 men detached themselves from the edge of the crowd, started towards the entrance. De la Guerra fell in behind them, followed them among the sheeted tables to the foot of the steps. He stopped there, unfolded the bill in his hand, read the address scribbled on the label under his question. He crumpled the bill in his hand, started it towards his pocket. Something hard poked into his back. A twangy voice like a plucked banjo string said, "Help a guy out, huh?" De la Guerra's nostrils quivered, got sharp. He looked up the steps at the legs of the 2 men ahead, at the reflected glare of streetlights. "Okay," the twangy voice said grimly. De la Guerra dropped sidewise, twisting in the air. He shot a snake-like arm back. His hand grabbed an ankle as he fell. A swept gun missed his head, cracked the point of his shoulder and sent a dart of pain down his left arm. There was hard, hot breathing. Something without force slammed his straw hat. There was a thin, tearing snarl close to him. He rolled, twisted the ankle, tucked a knee under him, and lunged up. He was on his feet, cat-like, lithe. He threw the ankle away from him, hard. The Filipino in the tan suit hit the floor with his back. A gun wobbled up. De la Guerra kicked it out of a small brown hand and it skidded under a table. The Filipino lay still on his back, his head straining up. His snap-brim hat still glued to his oily hair at the back of the pool room. The three-cushion match went on peacefully. If anyone noticed the scuffling sound, at least no one moved to investigate. De la Guerra jerked a thonged blackjack from his hip pocket, bent over. The Filipino's tight brown face cringed. "Got lots to learn." "On the feet, baby." De la Guerra's voice was chilled but casual. The dark man scrambled up, lifted his arms, then his left hand snaked for his right shoulder. The blackjack knocked it down with a careless flip of De la Guerra's wrist. The brown man screamed thinly like a hungry kitten. De la Guerra shrugged. His mouth moved in a sardonic grin. "Stick up, huh?" "Okay, Yellowpuss, some other time. I'm busy now." "Dust." The Filipino slid back among the tables, crouched down. De la Guerra shifted the blackjack to his left hand, shot his right to a gun butt. He stood for a moment like that, watching the Filipino's eyes. Then he turned and went quickly up the steps, out of sight. The brown man darted forward along the wall, crept under the table for his gun. Chapter 9. Joey Chill, who jerked the door open, held a short, worn gun without a foresight. He was a small man, hard-bitten, with a tight, worried face. He needed a shave and a clean shirt. A harsh animal smell came out of the room behind him. He lowered the gun, grinned sourly, stepped back into the room. "Okay, copper, took your sweet time getting here." De la Guerra went in and shut the door. He pushed his straw hat far back on his wiry hair and looked at Joey Chill without any expression. He said, "Am I supposed to remember the address of every punk in town? I had to get it from Max." The small man growled something and went and lay down on the bed, shoved his gun under the pillow. He clasped his hands behind his head and blinked at the ceiling. "Got a C-note on you, copper?" De la Guerra jerked a straight chair in front of the bed and straddled it. He got his bulldog pipe out, filled it slowly, looking with distaste at the shut window, the chipped enamel of the bed frame, the dirty, tumbled bedclothes, the wash bowl in the corner with 2 smeared towels hung over it, the bare dresser with half a bottle of gin planked on top of the Gideon Bible. "Hold up?" he inquired without much interest. "I'm hot, copper. I'm hot. I got something, see? It's worth a C-note." De la Guerra put his pouch away slowly, indifferently, held a lighted match to his pipe, puffed with exasperating leisure. The small man on the bed fidgeted, watching him with sidelong looks. De la Guerra said slowly, "You're a good stoolie, Joey. I'll always say that for you. But $100 is important money to a copper." "Worth it, guy, if you like the mar killing well enough to want to break it right." De la Guerra's eyes got steady and very cold. His teeth clamped on the pipe stem. He spoke very quietly, very grimly. "I'll listen, Joey. I'll pay if it's worth it. It better be right, though." The small man rolled over on his elbow. "Know who the girl was with Imlay in those pajama snaps?" "Know her name," De la Guerra said evenly. "I haven't seen the pictures." "Stella Lamotte's a huffer name. Real name Stella Chill, my kid sister." De la Guerra folded his arms on the back of the chair. "That's nice," he said. "Go on." "She framed him, copper, framed him for a few bindles of heroin from a slant-eyed Flip." "Flip?" De la Guerra spoke the word swiftly, harshly. His face was tense now. "Yeah, a little brown brother. A looker, a neat dresser, a snow peddler, a goddamn dodo, name Torribo. They call him the Caliente Kid. He had a place across the hall from Stella. He got to feeding her the stuff. Then he works her into the frame. She puts heavy drops in Imlay's liquor and he passes out. She lets the flip in to shoot pictures with a mini camera. Cute, huh? And then, just like a broad, she gets sorry and spills the whole thing to Max and me. De la Guerra nodded. Silent, almost rigid, the little man grinned sharply, showed his small teeth. What do? I take a plant on the flip. I live in his shadow, copper, and after a while I tail him bang into Dave Age's skyline apartment in the Vendome. I guess that rate's a yard. De la Guerra nodded slowly, shook a little ash into the palm of his hand and blew it off. Who else knows this? Max. He'll back me up if you handle him right. Only he don't want any part of it. He don't play those games. He gave Stella dough to leave town and signed off. Because those boys are tough. Max couldn't know where you followed the Filipino to, Joey. The small man sat up sharply, swung his feet to the floor. His face got sullen. I'm not kidding you, copper. I never have. De la Guerra said quietly, I believe you, Joey. I'd like more proof, though. What do you make of it? The little man snorted. Hell, it sticks up so hard it hurts. Either the flip's working for Masters an age before, or he makes a deal with them after he gets the snaps. Then Mar gets the pictures and it's a cinch he don't get them unless they say so, and he don't know they had them. Imlay was running for judge, on their ticket. Okay, he's their punk, but he's still a punk. It happens he's a guy who drinks and has a nasty temper. That's known. De la Guerra's eyes glistened a little. The rest of his face was like carved wood. The pipe in his mouth was as motionless as though set in cement. Joey Chill went on with his sharp little grin. So they deal the big one. They get the pictures to Mar without Mars knowing where they came from. Then Imlay gets tipped off who has them, what they are, that Mar is set to put the squeeze on him. What would a guy like Imlay do? He'd go hunting, copper, and Big John Masters and his sidekick would eat the ducks. Or the venison, De la Guerra said absently. Huh? Well, does it rate? De la Guerra reached for his wallet, shook the money out of it, counted some bills on his knee. He rolled them into a tight wad and flipped them onto the bed. I'd like a line to Stella pretty well, Joey. How about it? The small man stuffed the money in his shirt pocket, shook his head. No can do. You might try Max again. I think she's left town, and I'm doing that too. Now I've got the scratch. Because those boys are tough, like I said, and maybe I didn't tail so good, because some mug's been tailing me. He stood up, yawned, added, Snort of gin? De la Guerra shook his head, watched the little man go over to the dresser and lift the gin bottle, pour a big dose into a thick glass. He drained the glass, started to put it down. Glass tinkled at the window. There was a sound like the loose slap of a glove. A small piece of the window glass dropped to the bare stained wood beyond the carpet, almost at Joey Chill's feet. The little man stood quite motionless for 2 or 3 seconds. Then the glass fell from his hand, bounced and rolled against the wall. Then his legs gave. He went down on his side, slowly, rolled slowly over on his back. Blood began to move sluggishly down his cheek from a hole over his left eye. It moved faster. The hole got large and red. Joey Chill's eyes looked blankly at the ceiling, as if those things no longer concerned him at all. De la Guerra slipped quietly down out of the chair to his hands and knees. He crawled along the side of the bed, over to the wall by the window, reached out from there and groped inside Joey Chill's shirt. He held fingers against his heart for a little while, took them away, shook his head. He squatted down low, took his hat off, and pushed his head up very carefully until he could see over a lower corner of the window. He looked at the high blank wall of a storage warehouse, across an alley. There were scattered windows in it, high up, none of them lighted. De la Guerra pulled his head down again, said quietly under his breath, "Silenced rifle, maybe, and very sweet shooting." His hand went forward again, diffidently, took the little roll of bills from Joey Chill's shirt. He went back along the wall to the door, still crouched, reached up and got the key from the door, opened it, straightened and stepped through quickly, locked the door from the outside. He went along a dirty corridor and down 4 flights of steps to a narrow lobby. The lobby was empty. There was a desk and a bell on it, no one behind it. De la Guerra stood behind the plate-glass street door and looked across the street at a frame rooming house where a couple of old men rocked on the porch, smoking. They looked very peaceful. He watched them for a couple of minutes. He went out, searched both sides of the block quickly with sharp glances, walked along beside parked cars to the next corner. 2 blocks over, he picked up a cab and rode back to Stoll's billiard parlors on Newton Street. Lights were lit all over the pool room now. Balls clicked and spun, players weaved in and out of a thick haze of cigarette smoke. De la Guerra looked around, then went to where a chubby-faced man sat on a high stool beside a cash register. "You stole?" The chubby-faced man nodded. "Where did Max Chill get to?" "Long gone, brother. They only played 100 up. Home, I guess." "Where's home?" The chubby-faced man gave him a swift, flickering glance that passed like a finger of light. "I wouldn't know." De la Guerra lifted a hand to the pocket where he carried his badge. He dropped it again, tried not to drop it too quickly. The chubby-faced man grinned. "Flatty, eh? Okay, he lives at the Mansfield, 3 blocks west on Grand." Chapter 10. Ceferino Torribo, the good-looking Filipino in the well-cut tan suit, gathered 2 dimes and 3 pennies off the counter in the telegraph office, smiled at the bored blonde who was waiting on him. "That goes out right away, sugar?" She glanced at the message icily. "Hotel Mansfield? Be there in 20 minutes and save the sugar." "Okay, sugar." Torribo dawdled elegantly out of the office. The blonde spiked the message with a jab, said over her shoulder, "Guy must be nuts, sending a wire to a hotel 3 blocks away." Ceferino Torribo strolled along Spring Street, trailing smoke over his neat shoulder from a chocolate-colored cigarette. At 4th he turned west, went 3 blocks more, turned into the side entrance of the Mansfield by the barber shop. He went up some marble steps to a mezzanine, along the back of a writing room and up carpeted steps to the 3rd floor. He passed the elevators and swaggered down a long corridor to the end, looking at the numbers on doors. He came back halfway to the elevators, sat down in an open space where there was a pair of windows on the court, a glass-topped table and chairs. He lit a fresh cigarette from his stub, leaned back and listened to the elevators. He leaned forward sharply whenever one stopped at that floor, listening for steps. The steps came in something over 10 minutes. He stood up and went to the corner of the wall where the widened-out space began. He took a long, thin gun out from under his right arm, transferred it to his right hand, held it down against the wall beside his leg. A squat, pockmarked Filipino in bellhop's uniform came along the corridor, carrying a small tray. Torribo made a hissing noise, lifted the gun. The squat Filipino whirled. His mouth opened and his eyes bulged at the gun. Torribo said, "What room, punk?" The squat Filipino smiled very nervously, placatingly. He came close, showed Torribo a yellow envelope on his tray. The figures 338 were penciled on the window of the envelope. "Put it down," Torribo said calmly. The squat Filipino put the telegram on the table. He kept his eyes on the gun. "Beat it," Torribo said. "You put it under the door, see?" The squat Filipino ducked his round black head, smiled nervously again, and went away very quickly towards the elevators. Torribo put the gun in his jacket pocket, took out a folded white paper. He opened it very carefully, shook glistening white powder from it, onto the hollow place formed between his left thumb and forefinger when he spread his hand. He sniffed the powder sharply up his nose, took out a flame-colored silk handkerchief and wiped his nose. He stood still for a little while. His eyes got the dullness of slate, and the skin on his brown face seemed to tighten over his high cheekbones. He breathed audibly between his teeth. He picked the yellow envelope up and went along the corridor to the end, stopped in front of the last door, knocked. A voice called out. He put his lips close to the door, spoke in a high-pitched, very deferential voice. "Mail for you, sar." Bed springs creaked. Steps came across the floor inside. A key turned and the door opened. Toribo had his thin gun out again by this time. As the door opened, he stepped swiftly into the opening, sidewise, with a graceful sway of his hips. He put the muzzle of the thin gun against Max Chill's abdomen. "Back up," he snarled, and his voice now had the metallic twang of a plucked banjo string. Max Chill backed away from the gun. He backed across the room to the bed, sat down on the bed when his legs struck the side of it. Springs creaked and a newspaper rustled. Max Chill's pale face under the neatly parted brown hair had no expression at all. Toribo shut the door softly, snapped the lock. When the door latch snapped, Max Chill's face suddenly became a sick face. His lips began to shake, kept on shaking. Toribo said mockingly in his twangy voice, "You talk to the cops, huh? Adios." The thin gun jumped in his hand, kept on jumping. A little pale smoke lisped from the muzzle. The noise the gun made was no louder than a hammer striking a nail or knuckles rapping sharply on wood. It made that noise 7 times. Max Chill lay down on the bed very slowly. His feet stayed on the floor. His eyes went blank, and his lips parted and a pinkish froth seethed on them. Blood showed in several places on the front of his loose shirt. He lay quite still on his back and looked at the ceiling with his feet touching the floor and the pink froth bubbling on his blue lips. Toribo moved the gun to his left hand and put it away under his arm. He sidled over to the bed and stood beside it, looking down at Max Chill. After a while, the pink froth stopped bubbling and Max Chill's face became the quiet, empty face of a dead man. Toribo went back to the door, opened it, started to back out, his eyes still on the bed. There was a stir of movement behind him. He started to whirl, snatching a hand up. Something looped at his head. The floor tilted queerly before his eyes, rushed up at his face. He didn't know when it struck his face. De la Guerra kicked the Filipino's legs into the room, out of the way of the door. He shut the door, locked it, walked stiffly over to the bed, swinging a thonged sap at his side. He stood beside the bed for quite a long time. At last he said under his breath, "They clean up. Yeah, they clean up." He went back to the Filipino, rolled him over and went through his pockets. There was a well-lined wallet without any identification, a gold lighter set with garnets, a gold cigarette case, keys, a gold pencil and knife, the flame-colored handkerchief, loose money, 2 guns and spare clips for them, and 5 bindles of heroin powder in the ticket pocket of the tan jacket. He left it thrown around on the floor, stood up. The Filipino breathed heavily, with his eyes shut, a muscle twitching in one cheek. De la Guerra took a coil of thin wire out of his pocket and wired the brown man's wrists behind him. He dragged him over to the bed, sat him up against the leg, looped a strand of the wire around his neck and around the bedpost. He tied the flame-colored handkerchief to the looped wire. He went into the bathroom and got a glass of water and threw it into the Filipino's face as hard as he could throw it. Toribo jerked, gagged sharply as the wire caught his neck. His eyes jumped open. He opened his mouth to yell. De la Guerra jerked the wire taut against the brown throat. The yell was cut off as though by a switch. There was a strained, anguished gurgle. Toribo's mouth drooled. De la Guerra let the wire go slack again and put his head down close to the Filipino's head. He spoke to him gently, with a dry, very deadly gentleness. "You want to talk to me, Spig? Maybe not right away, maybe not even soon, but after a while you want to talk to me." The Filipino's eyes rolled yellowly. He spat. Then his lips came together, tight. De la Guerra smiled a faint, grim smile. "Tough boy," he said softly. He jerked the handkerchief back, held it tight and hard, biting into the brown throat above the Adam's apple. The Filipino's legs began to jump on the floor. His body moved in sudden lunges. The brown of his face became a thick, congested purple. His eyes bulged, shot with blood. De la Guerra let the wire go loose again. The Filipino gasped air into his lungs. His head sagged, then jerked back against the bedpost. He shook with a chill. "See, I talk," he breathed. Chapter 11. When the bell rang, Ironhead Toomey very carefully put a black 10 down on a red jack. Then he licked his lips and put all the cards down and looked around towards the front door of the bungalow. Through the dining room arch, he stood up slowly, a big brute of a man with loose gray hair and a big nose. In the living room beyond the arch, a thin blonde girl was lying on a davenport, reading a magazine under a lamp with a torn red shade. She was pretty, but too pale, and her thin, high-arched eyebrows gave her face a startled look. She put the magazine down and swung her feet to the floor and looked at Ironhead Toomey with sharp, sudden fear in her eyes. Toomey jerked his thumb silently. The girl stood up and went very quickly through the arch and through a swing door into the kitchen. She shut the swing door slowly, so that it made no noise. The bell rang again, longer. Toomey shoved his white-socked feet into carpet slippers, hung a pair of glasses on his big nose, took a revolver off a chair beside him. He picked a crumpled newspaper off the floor and arranged it loosely in front of the gun, which he held in his left hand. He strolled unhurriedly to the front door. He was yawning as he opened it, peering with sleepy eyes through the glasses at the tall man who stood on the porch. "Okay," he said wearily. "Talk it up." De la Guerra said, "I'm a police officer. I want to see Stella Lamotte." Ironhead Toomey put an arm like a Yule log across the door frame and leaned solidly against it. His expression remained bored. "Wrong dump, copper. No broads here." De la Guerra said, "I'll come in and look." Toomey said cheerfully, "You will, like hell." De la Guerra jerked a gun out of his pocket very smoothly and swiftly, smashed it at Toomey's left wrist. The newspaper and the big revolver fell down on the floor of the porch. Toomey's face got a less bored expression. "Old gag," De la Guerra snapped. "Let's go in." Toomey shook his left wrist, took his other arm off the doorframe and swung hard at De la Guerra's jaw. De la Guerra moved his head about 4 inches. He frowned, made a disapproving noise with his tongue and lips. Toomey dived at him. De la Guerra sidestepped and chopped the gun at a big gray head. Toomey landed on his stomach, half in the house and half out on the porch. He grunted, planted his hands firmly and started to get up again as if nothing had hit him. De la Guerra kicked Toomey's gun out of the way. A swing door inside the house made a light sound. Toomey was up on one knee and one hand as De la Guerra looked towards the noise. He took a swing at De la Guerra's stomach, hit him. De la Guerra grunted and hit Toomey on the head again, hard. Toomey shook his head, growled, "Sappin' me is a waste of time, Bo." He dived sidewise, got hold of De la Guerra's leg, jerked the leg off the floor. De la Guerra sat down on the boards of the porch, jammed in the doorway. His head hit the side of the doorway, dazed him. The thin blonde rushed through the arch with a small automatic in her hand. She pointed it at De la Guerra, said furiously, "Reach, damn you!" De la Guerra shook his head, started to say something, then caught his breath as Toomey twisted his foot. Toomey set his teeth hard, and twisted the foot as if he was all alone in the world with it, and it was his foot, and he could do what he liked with it. De la Guerra's head jerked back again, and his face got white. His mouth twisted into a harsh grimace of pain. He heaved up, grabbed Toomey's hair with his left hand, dragged the big head up and over until his chin came up, straining. De la Guerra smashed the barrel of his Colt on the skin. Toomey became limp, an inert mass, fell across his legs and pinned him to the floor. De la Guerra couldn't move. He was propped on the floor on his right hand, trying to keep from being pushed flat by Toomey's weight. He couldn't get his right hand with the gun in it off the floor. The blonde was closer to him now, wild-eyed, white-faced with rage. De la Guerra said in a spent voice, "Don't be a fool, Stella, Joey." The blonde's face was unnatural. Her eyes were unnatural with small pupils, a queer flat glitter in them. "Cops?" she almost screamed. "Cops! God, how I hate cops!" The gun in her hand crashed. The echoes of it filled the room, went out of the open front door, died against the high board fence across the street. A sharp blow like the blow of a club hit the left side of De la Guerra's head. Pain filled his head. Light flared, blinding white light that filled the world. Then it was dark. He fell soundlessly into bottomless darkness. Chapter 12. Light came back as a red fog in front of his eyes. Hard, bitter pain racked the side of his head, his whole face ground in his teeth. His tongue was hot and thick when he tried to move it. He tried to move his hands. They were far away from him, not his hands at all. Then he opened his eyes, and the red fog went away, and he was looking at a face. It was a big face, very close to him, a huge face. It was fat and had sleek blue jowls, and there was a cigar with a bright band in a grinning, thick-lipped mouth. The face chuckled. De la Guerra closed his eyes again, and the pain washed over him, submerged him. He passed out. Seconds or years passed. He was looking at the face again. He heard a thick voice. "Well, he's with us again. A pretty tough lad at that." The face came closer. The end of the cigar glowed cherry red. Then he was coughing rackingly, gagging on smoke. The side of his head seemed to burst open. He felt fresh blood slide down his cheekbone, tickling the skin, then slide over stiff, dried blood that had already caked on his face. "That fixes him up swell," the thick voice said. Another voice with a touch of brogue to it said something gentle and obscene. The big face whirled towards the sound, snarling. De la Guerra came wide awake then. He saw the room clearly, saw the 4 people in it. The big face was the face of Big John Masters. The thin blonde girl was hunched on one end of the davenport, staring at the floor with a doped expression, her arms stiff at her sides, her hands out of sight in the cushions. Dave Age had his long, lank body propped against a wall beside a curtained window. His wedge-shaped face looked bored. Commissioner Drew was on the other end of the davenport, under the frayed lamp. The light made silver in his hair. His blue eyes were very bright, very intent. There was a shiny gun in Big John Masters' hand. De la Guerra blinked at it, started to get up. A hard hand jerked at his chest, jarred him back. A wave of nausea went over him. The thick voice said harshly, "Hold it, pussyfoot. You've had your fun. This is our party." De la Guerra licked his lips, said, "Give me a drink of water." Dave Age stood away from the wall and went through the dining room arch. He came back with a glass, held it to De la Guerra's mouth. De la Guerra drank. Masters said, "We like your guts, copper, but you don't use them right. It seems you're a guy that can't take a hint. That's too bad. That makes you through. Get me?" The blonde turned her head and looked at De la Guerra with heavy eyes, looked away again. Aju went back to his wall. Drew began to stroke the side of his face with quick, nervous fingers, as if De la Guerra's bloody head made his own face hurt. De la Guerra said slowly, "Killing me will just hang you a little higher, Masters. A sucker on the big time is still a sucker. You've had 2 men killed already for no reason at all. You don't even know what you're trying to cover." The big man swore harshly, jerked the shiny gun up, then lowered it slowly with a heavy leer. Age said indolently, "Take it easy, John. Let him speak his piece." De la Guerra said in the same slow, careless voice, "The lady over there is the sister of the 2 men you've had killed." She told them her story about framing Imlay, who got the pictures, how they got to Donegan Marr. "Your little Filipino hood has done some singing. I get the general idea all right. You couldn't be sure Imlay would kill Marr. Maybe Marr would get Imlay. It would work out all right either way. Only if Imlay did kill Marr, the case had to be broken fast. That's where you slipped. You started to cover up before you really knew what happened." Masters said harshly, "Crummy copper, crummy. You're wasting my time." The blonde turned her head towards De la Guerra, towards Masters' back. There was hard green hate in her eyes now. De la Guerra shrugged very slightly, went on. "It was routine stuff for you to put killers on the Chill brothers. It was routine stuff to get me off the investigation, get me framed and suspended because you figured I was on Marr's payroll. But it wasn't routine when you couldn't find Imlay and that crowded you." Masters' hard black eyes got wide and empty. His thick neck swelled. Age came away from the wall a few feet and stood rigidly. After a moment, Masters snapped his teeth, spoke very quietly. "That's a honey, Copper. Tell us about that one." De la Guerra touched his smeared face with the tips of 2 fingers, looked at the fingers. His eyes were depthless, ancient. "Imlay is dead, Masters. He was dead before Marr was killed." The room was very still. Nobody moved in it. The 4 people De la Guerra looked at were frozen with shock. After a long time, Masters drew in a harsh breath and blew it out and almost whispered, "Tell it, Copper. Tell it fast, or by God I'll—" De la Guerra's voice cut in on him coldly, without any emotion at all. "Imlay went to see Marr all right. Why wouldn't he? He didn't know he was double-crossed. Only he went to see him last night, not today. He rode up to the cabin at Puma Lake with him, to talk things over in a friendly way. That was the gag, anyhow. Then, up there, they had their fight, and Imlay got killed. Got dumped off the end of the porch, got his head smashed open on some rocks. He's dead as last Christmas, in the woodshed of Marr's cabin. Okay, Marr hid him and came back to town. Then today he got a phone call mentioning the name Imlay, making a date for 12:15. What would Marr do? Stall, of course, send his office girl off to lunch, put a gun where he could reach it in a hurry. He was all set for trouble then. Only the visitor fooled him, and he didn't use the gun. Masters said gruffly, "Hell, man, you're just cracking wise. You couldn't know all those things." He looked back at Drew. Drew was gray-faced, taut. Age came a little farther away from the wall and stood close to Drew. The blonde girl didn't move a muscle. De la Guerra said wearily, "Sure, I'm guessing, but I'm guessing to fit the facts. It had to be like that. Marr was no slouch with a gun, and he was on edge, all set. Why didn't he get a shot in? Because it was a woman that called on him." He lifted an arm, pointed at the blonde. "There's your killer. She loved Imlay, even though she framed him. She's a junkie, and junkies are like that. She got sad and sorry, and she went after Marr herself. Ask her." The blonde stood up in a smooth lunge. Her right hand jerked up from the cushions with a small automatic in it, the one she had shot De la Guerra with. Her green eyes were pale and empty and staring. Masters whirled around, flailed at her arm with the shiny revolver. She shot him twice, point blank, without a flicker of hesitation. Blood spurted from the side of his thick neck, down the front of his coat. He staggered, dropped the shiny revolver, almost at De la Guerra's feet. He fell outwards towards the wall behind De la Guerra's chair, one arm groping out for the wall. His hand hit the wall and trailed down it as he fell. He crashed heavily, didn't move again. De la Guerra had the shiny revolver almost in his hand. Drew was on his feet, yelling. The girl turned slowly towards Age, seemed to ignore De la Guerra. Age jerked a Luger from under his arm and knocked Drew out of the way with his arm. The small automatic and the Luger roared at the same time. The small gun missed. The girl was flung down on the davenport, her left hand clutching at her breast. She rolled her eyes, tried to lift the gun again. Then she fell sidewise on the cushions, and her left hand went lax, dropped away from her breast. The front of her dress was a sudden welter of blood. Her eyes opened and shut, opened and stayed open. Age swung the Luger towards De la Guerra. His eyebrows were twisted up into a sharp grin of intense strain. His smoothly combed, sand-colored hair flowed down his bony scalp as tightly as though it were painted on it. De la Guerra shot him 4 times, so rapidly that the explosions were like the rattle of a machine gun. In the instant of time before he fell, Age's face became the thin, empty face of an old man, his eyes the vacant eyes of an idiot. Then his long body jackknifed to the floor, the Luger still in his hand. One leg doubled under him as if there was no bone in it. Powder smell was sharp in the air. The air was stunned by the sound of guns. De la Guerra got to his feet slowly, motioned to Drew with the shiny revolver. "Your party, Commissioner. Is this anything like what you wanted?" Drew nodded slowly, white-faced, quivering. He swallowed, moved slowly across the floor, past Age's sprawled body. He looked down at the girl on the davenport, shook his head. He went over to Masters, went down on one knee, touched him. He stood up again. "All dead, I think," he muttered. De la Guerra said, "That's swell. What happened to the big boy, the bruiser?" "They sent him away." I don't think they meant to kill you, De la Guerra." De la Guerra nodded a little. His face began to soften. The rigid lines began to go out of it. The side that was not a blood-stained mask began to look human again. He sopped at his face with a handkerchief. It came away bright red with blood. He threw it away and lightly fingered his matted hair into place. Some of it was caught in the dried blood. "The hell they didn't," he said. The house was very still. There was no noise outside. Drew listened, sniffed, went to the front door and looked out. The street outside was dark, silent. He came back close to De la Guerra. Very slowly a smile worked itself onto his face. "It's a hell of a note," he said. "When a commissioner of police has to be his own undercover man, and a square cop had to be framed off the force to help him." De la Guerra looked at him without expression. "You want to play it that way?" Drew spoke calmly now. The pink was back in his face. "For the good of the department, man, and the city and ourselves, it's the only way to play it." De la Guerra looked him straight in the eyes. "I like it that way too," he said in a dead voice. "If it gets played exactly that way." Chapter 13. Marcus braked the car to a stop and grinned admiringly at the big tree-shaded house. "Pretty nice," he said. "I could go for a long rest there myself." De la Guerra got out of the car slowly, as if he was stiff and very tired. He was hatless, carried his straw under his arm. Part of the left side of his head was shaved, and the shaved part covered by a thick pad of gauze and tape over the stitches. A wick of wiry black hair stuck up over one edge of the bandage, with a ludicrous effect. He said, "Yeah, but I'm not staying here, Sap. Wait for me." He went along the path of stones that wound through the grass. Trees speared long shadows across the lawn, through the morning sunlight. The house was very still, with drawn blinds, a dark wreath on the brass knocker. De la Guerra didn't go up to the door. He turned off along another path under the windows and went along the side of the house past the gladioli beds. There were more trees at the back, more lawn, more flowers, more sun and shadow. There was a pond with water lilies in it, and a big stone bullfrog. Beyond was a half-circle of lawn chairs around an iron table with a tile top. In one of the chairs Belmar sat. She wore a black and white dress, loose and casual, and there was a wide-brimmed garden hat on her chestnut hair. She sat very still, looking into the distance across the lawn. Her face was white. The makeup glared on it. She turned her head slowly, smiled a dull smile, motioned to a chair beside her. De la Guerra didn't sit down. He took his straw from under his arm, snapped a finger at the brim, said, "The case is closed. There'll be inquests, investigations, threats, a lot of people shouting their mouths off to horn in on the publicity, that sort of thing. The papers will play it big for a while, but underneath, on the record, it's closed. You can begin to try to forget it." The girl looked at him suddenly, widened her vivid blue eyes, looked away again over the grass. "Is your head very bad, Sam?" she asked softly. De la Guerra said, "No, it's fine. What I mean is the Lamotte girl shot Masters, and she shot Donnie. Age shot her. I shot Age. All dead, ring around the rosy. Just how Imlay got killed we'll not know ever, I guess. I can't see that it matters now." Without looking up at him, Belmar said quietly, "But how did you know it was Imlay up at the cabin?" "The paper said—" She broke off, shuddered suddenly. He stared woodenly at the hat he was holding. "I didn't. I thought a woman shot Donnie. It looked like a good hunch that was Imlay up at the lake. It fitted his description. How did you know it was a woman?" "That killed Donnie." Her voice had a lingering half-whispered stillness. "I just knew." He walked away a few steps, stood looking at the trees. He turned slowly, came back, stood beside her chair again. His face was very weary. "We had great times together, the three of us, you and Donnie and I. Life seems to do nasty things to people. It's all gone now, all the good part." Her voice was still a whisper, saying, "Maybe not all gone, Sam. We must see a lot of each other from now on." A vague smile moved the corners of his lips, went away again. "It's my first frame-up," he said quietly. "I hope it will be my last." Belmar's head jerked a little. Her hands took hold of the arms of the chair, looked white against the varnished wood. Her whole body seemed to get rigid. After a moment, De la Guerra reached in his pocket and something gold glittered in his hand. He looked down at it dully. "Got the badge back," he said. "It's not quite as clean as it was. Clean as most, I suppose. I'll try to keep it that way." He put it back in his pocket. Very slowly the girl stood up in front of him. She lifted her chin, stared at him with a long, level stare. Her face was a mask of white plaster behind the rouge. She said, "My God, Sam, I begin to understand." De la Guerra didn't look at her face. He looked past her shoulder at some vague spot in the distance. He spoke vaguely, distantly. "Sure. I thought it was a woman because it was a small gun such as a woman would use, but not only on that account. After I went up to the cabin, I knew Donnie was primed for trouble, and it wouldn't be that easy for a man to get the drop on him, but it was a perfect setup for Imlay to have done it. Masters and Age assumed he'd done it and had a lawyer phone in admitting he did it and promising to surrender him in the morning. So it was natural for anyone who didn't know Imlay was dead to fall in line. Besides, no cop would expect a woman to pick up her shells. After I got Joey Chill's story, I thought it might be the Lamotte girl, but I didn't think so when I said it in front of her. That was dirty. It got her killed in a way. Though I wouldn't give much for her chances anyway with that bunch." Belmar was still staring at him. The breeze blew a wisp of her hair, and that was the only thing about her that moved. He brought his eyes back from the distance, looked at her gravely for a brief moment, looked away again. He took a small bunch of keys out of his pocket, tossed them down on the table. 3 things were tough to figure until I got completely wise: the writing on the pad, the gun in Donnie's hand, the missing shells. Then I tumbled to it. He didn't die right away. He had guts, and he used them to the last flicker to protect somebody. The writing on the pad was a bit shaky. He wrote it afterwards, when he was alone, dying. He had been thinking of Imlay, and writing the name helped mess the trial. Then he got the gun out of his desk to die with it in his hand. That left the shells. I got that too after a while. The shots were fired close, across the desk, and there were books on one end of the desk. The shells fell there, stayed on the desk where he could get them. He couldn't have got them off the floor. There's a key to the office on your ring. I went there last night, late. I found the shells in a humidor with his cigars. Nobody looked for them there. You only find what you expect to find, after all. He stopped talking and rubbed the side of his face. After a moment he added, "Donnie did the best he could, and then he died. It was a swell job, and I'm letting him get away with it." Belmar opened her mouth slowly. A kind of babble came out of it first, then words, clear words. It wasn't just women, Sam. It was the kind of women he had. She shivered. "I'll go downtown now and give myself up." De la Guerra said, "No. I told you I was letting him get away with it. Downtown they like it the way it is. It's swell politics. It gets the city out from under the master's age mob. It puts Drew on top for a little while, but he's too weak to last. So that doesn't matter. You're not going to do anything about any of it. You're going to do what Donnie used his last strength to show he wanted. You're staying out. Goodbye." He looked at her white, shattered face once more, very quickly. Then he swung around, walked away over the lawn, past the pool with the lily pads and the stone bullfrog along the side of the house and out to the car. Pete Marcus swung the door open. De la Guerra got in and sat down and put his head far back against the seat, slumped down in the car and closed his eyes. He said flatly, "Take it easy, Pete. My head hurts like hell." Marcus started the car and turned into the street, drove slowly back along Deneve Lane towards town. The tree-shaded house disappeared behind them. The tall trees finally hid it. When they were a long way from it, De la Guerra opened his eyes again. End of Spanish Blood by Raymond Chandler.